Chapter 1. So, what kind of development is this? The people at Totsuki are really speechless. Looking at the closed campus gate behind him, Kwang-yoon has no idea what to say at this moment. At this moment, his position is outside the gate of Totsuki Academy. Yes, Kwang-yoon is a traverser. He traveled to the world of Food Wars a year ago, and he also carried the same system as many travelers, but this system fell into a deep sleep after sending him to this world and directly replacing Kwang-yoon in this world. Kwang-yoon was originally an office worker, but finally resigned because of the squeeze of the unscrupulous boss. I originally planned to go out for a drink and then look for a job again, but because I accidentally drank an excessive amount of fake wine, I rushed to the street, but the system was very powerful. Not only did he send him to this world to live again, he also repaired his body and changed it back to his teenage appearance, directly replacing Kwang-yoon in this world, and kept the memory of Kwang-yoon in this world, according to the memory. Kwang-yoon discovered that the two looked exactly the same. Kwang-yoon in this world is also quite unlucky. Just a while ago, the only remaining relatives also accidentally died on the way to work in a foreign area, and the cause of death in this world Kwang-yoon was due to excessive sadness, staying up all night for several days. In addition, he did not eat anything, and eventually died suddenly. This also caused Kwang-yoon, who was passing through, to become a lonely family member, but it was okay. Suddenly there were a few more relatives, and he was not used to it himself. Kwang-yoon's family also opened a restaurant, but after his father died, the shop was closed immediately. It was not a big restaurant in itself. The original Kwang-yoon's father was still the chef and store manager, which eventually led to this ending. After receiving this part of the memory, Kwang-yoon also had to feel that this family was very unlucky. But if you have come, you will be safe. Anyway, you will make a profit no matter how you look at it. In the original memory of Kwang-yoon, although his cooking skills are not very good, it can be maintained in many student editions. It's just that because of birth problems, it's not very good to mix in this school called Aristocratic Academy. After passing through this period of time, Kwang-yoon has no contact with the characters in the plot. Kwang-yoon originally thought that he could reach the pinnacle of his life after the system was turned on, but now there is an accident. In fact, Totsuki's middle school is not very strict. The real Gu-style teaching starts from the higher school. Since he inherited the strength of the original Kwang-yoon, it is reasonable to say that reaching the higher department is not a problem at all, but an accident happened. Kwang-yoon encountered the same problem as the protagonist when he came to this school. Someone moved his hands and feet when he was conducting the assessment. In the end, his cooking was simply abolished. After all, he was not Soma, and the world left to him was not enough, so he failed the direct assessment. If it is normal, then the unqualified will accumulate to a certain number before being dropped out, but the accident he encountered is the entrance exam. The difficulty could be said to have been given away for nothing, but someone made trouble and caused him to be directly disqualified. In the end, such a scene appeared. However, Totsuki's people didn't care if they did it or not. He said that they didn't care about it, so he was dropped out of school. This kind of opening was a direct shock to Kwang-yoon, who said that a good traverser is better than the protagonist. What the hell is being dropped out of school? He is different from Soma, because they have a backstage. To be honest, if Soma's father is not Siakiro, even if he is strong enough, he will definitely be rejected by Nakiri Arena in the test of transfer students. If there is a backstage, someone will take care of it. If there is no backstage, no one will take care of it. It's a reality. Forget it, there is no place for the Lord to stay here. I thought it would last until the system was restarted. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Kwang-yoon shook his head. There was nothing to say. It's already like this now, naturally he can't go back. And even if he can go back later, he has self-esteem and will not lick his face to beg. However, the system of Totsuki really made Kuang-yun a little speechless. The social atmosphere is really strong, and the tricks are not controlled at all. If you want to say hate, there are also some, but what about it? The world is so realistic, and it has never been fair. Without stopping, Kuang-yun dragged his suitcase and planned to leave, but after he had just walked out more than 10 meters, there was a burst of mechanical synthetic sound in his mind. Hearing this sound, Kuang-yun was shocked immediately, but he soon reacted. This was the first sound he heard when he came into this world, and it was also the most impressive sound. Although it is a cold, mechanically synthesized sound, it is a systemic sound. Kuang-yun thought that he should be able to support the higher department, and when the system is turned on, it shouldn't be difficult to reach the pinnacle of life. However, it was interrupted by an accident in the middle. Now that the system is restarted, it is not a big problem to leave Totsuki. It's not that he can't live without Totsuki. Chapter 2. The system restarts, the super tutor system is for you. The mechanically synthesized sound made such a sound, and then a message came into Kuang-yun's mind very simply. This is the function introduction of the system. After receiving the information, Kuang-yun almost understood the super tutor system, which is to make him a tutor. Every time a student is collected, he will be rewarded according to the situation of the student, and students who have been trained to a certain level can also get different rewards. Different students judge the rewards based on their potential, so it's best to find the protagonists of the original book, but, isn't this playing me? Kuang-yun's mouth twitched. He was just dropped out of school. Is it possible to return? I can't go back anymore. No, maybe you can try it. It seems that there is a newbie gift bag. If this newbie gift bag is used properly, it looks like it can be cut. Kuang-yun recalled the plot, and suddenly found that there seemed to be a way to do things. As for how to do things, it depends on this newbie package. System, open the novice package. After Kuang-yun finished speaking, the voice of the system rang again. The newbie gift package is open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 5 super senses, super olfactory, a special chef's perception, 1 physical strengthening, special recipes, golden fried rice. Do you want to receive it? You have a task triggered, do you want to check it? 2 consecutive system sounds, one was the reward given by the system, and the other turned out to trigger the task. Of course, now Kuang-yun doesn't care about the task, but instead pays attention to his own rewards. Everything is a good thing. Super olfactory, one of the 5 super senses. Why is Nakiri Arena so good? It's not because of her god tongue, this god tongue should be said to be super taste. You know, this kind of ability is included in the ability in this world, it is a kind of ability. The perception of the super chef after super olfaction is the perception of a super chef for cooking throughout his life. This is a good thing. You must know that his cooking skills were only moderate among students like Totsuki. But once this feeling is merged, although some skills cannot be directly improved, it will be a matter of time. It goes without saying that the body is strengthened. A good chef can't do without a good body. If he remembers correctly, the final recipe should be the luminous recipe made by the little master next door. The recipe given by the system will be its delicious. Well, as the saying goes, dishes that don't shine are not good dishes. Let it go first, go back, and get it again. Yes, there is still a task. Kuang-yun directly opened the task panel, and a light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of him. Main task, ask the host to collect his first student. Task rewards, double the rewards for collecting students. Note, students will receive rewards, and rewards for completing tasks and rewards for receiving students do not overlap. Side task, do you feel discouraged or even hate the person who was kicked out of the school, but you are powerless to resist? Ask the host to investigate the truth about being kicked out of Totsuki. Task reward, Totsuki has a set of legal manners opposite the door. Hint, why are you being counted by someone who hasn't sinned against others? Is it really just because you were looked down on from your background? Pay attention to the surroundings of the restaurant, there will be unexpected gains. 2 missions, the main mission is okay, I have almost thought about it, but the side mission, I really haven't sinned against anyone, then this mission, the restaurant around the restaurant should be closed. Restaurant. Kwang-yoon was shocked by this quest. As the system prompt said, he really didn't offend anyone. I thought I was calculated because of my birth problem, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. It's kind of interesting. It's been calculated so low-key, isn't the problem with me, around the restaurant? It's okay to dare to calculate me, I don't know who you are. Now that I know it, I can't bear it. Kwang-yoon squinted his eyes. At first, he wanted to get revenge, but he couldn't find anyone to do it. But now that there is a systematic reminder, plus good capital, even if it is not for that set of manner, he will retaliate against the other party. After determining his goal, Kwang-yoon left. After returning home, Kwang-yoon directly received the previous award. It turns out that it is correct not to claim it on the street. After receiving it, everything else is fine, just importing information, and the super olfactory sense can be perfectly controlled in the first time. However, Chinghua's body actually made his height about 10 centimeters higher. It is not a strong body, and it expands as if it is inflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he didn't inflate his body to the kind of fitness madman, but gave him a very explosive and highly secretive muscle, like a cheetah. The temperament also changed drastically in an instant. This feeling is really great. Feeling the changes in his body, Kwang-yoon is very satisfied. He is now completely reborn, even if he jumps on the spot, his head can directly hit the ceiling, and his physical fitness is directly strengthened to a level beyond that of a normal human. But Kwang-yoon didn't think it was really awesome. After all, a teacher in the later period even broke the wall for you. It doesn't make sense, but the ability is really cheating. Note, it is not only the recipes given by the system that can be cooked. The recipes given by the system will have a delicious bonus. For example, if the deliciousness level was 1 before, then it will be 2 after the bonus. The recipe can't be made. To prevent everyone from misunderstanding, please explain. Chapter 3. It should be here, but what's the matter with this depression? When he came to the restaurant, Kwang-yoon frowned. According to the memory of the reception, this street shouldn't be so sluggish, and it should be in a very lively scene during this time period. But now, except for a few people walking on the street, there is no one in front of the shop. There are restaurants, snack bars, convenience stores, clothing stores, etc. on this street. It can be said that the variety is very rich, and it is also a good place for shopping, but it has become like this now. It's Xiaoun, why are you back? That's right, Totsuki should be on vacation. Just when Kwang-yoon came to the entrance of the restaurant, a voice called him directly, making Kwang-yoon, who was planning to take the key to enter the door, to stop, and turned his head to see that this is a middle-aged man, already bald. Now, it's the Mediterranean hairstyle. Everyone is named Tsuruta Urxian. According to memory, they have a good relationship with Kwang-yoon. Don't tell me, I have been dropped out of school, Uncle Tsuruta, what is going on in this street? How come there are so few people? Kwang-yoon asked. Since the system allows attention to the surroundings of the restaurant, the depression must be abnormal. Drop out of school? Why did you drop out of school? Although Totsuki is strict, it should start from the higher education department. You shouldn't be able to do it with your abilities. Uncle Tsuruta was also a little stunned, never expected. It's an accident. Tell me what's going on here first. Kwang-yoon didn't say what happened to him. It would make people feel pity at most to say this kind of thing. It's unnecessary. As for whether he would be misunderstood as a waste that could not pass the middle-level assessment, he didn't care what he was willing to do. Think whatever you want. Here, don't you know? That's right, I really won't tell you with old Kuang's character. This matter has to be talked about some time ago. Speaking of it, it has something to do with your dad. Uncle Tsuruta slowly explained the situation here. In fact, it is very simple. Originally, the business in the street is quite good. It is not a problem for everyone to discuss life here. But some time ago, a new fried shrimp shop opened on the next street, and because the taste of fried shrimp attracted a large number of customers, the customers on this street were naturally attracted. Moreover, the streets on the other side are the same as here, they are all available, and the guests who have eaten will naturally not come back here to shop. People are like this, as long as they are not particularly bad, then it is the principle of proximity. After the business on this street was robbed, Kuang Yun's father naturally couldn't just watch it, so after clarifying the situation of the other party, he also tried various methods, and finally successfully developed a method that can be bombed with the other side. Shrimp contents with snacks. The business was slowly robbed back a lot, but what was unexpected is that the restaurant opposite seemed to be open. The fried prawns, which tasted good in the first place, suddenly tasted even better, and then took the business back again. Originally, Kuang Yun's father was also looking for new ingredients and cooking, so he encountered an accident while going out. In the end, the street was so depressed. After listening to Uncle Hishin's words, Kuang Yun also kept thinking. How do you feel that this operation is so familiar? Have you seen it somewhere? Kuang Yun thought about it for a while and suddenly reacted. Isn't this operation the plot encountered in the original Soma? Both sides have similar encounters. Behind Soma is Izan's Hyjin, who is also doing things. However, the reason for the confrontation with Soma was not that Izan's Haizu also deliberately, but that Izan was cast a net widely, which eventually led to the encounter. So this is Ruishin doing things, right? Is this stingy so stingy? Originally, Kuang Yun's father had ruined his fortune plan, but he has already died, and he is taking revenge on his son. Kuang Yun felt a little ridiculous. As for the death of Kuang Yun's father, it could not have anything to do with Rui Shan. Rui Shan is a bit mean, but it is not enough to do such an extraordinary thing. Congratulations to the host for completing the task reward has been issued, and you have a new task. Just when Kuang Yun guessed that it was Ruishin, the system automatically determined that it was successful. This shows that this thing is really done by Ruishin, but is this task a bit simple and trivial? Just give it a guess? It seems that the reward for this task is for nothing. It's really the stuff. Although this stuff is a little stingy, how can it be so transparent? If it's just because of Kuang Yun's father, it's a bit too far-fetched. Forget it, don't bother to think about it. That's too much, anyway, the system said, he must have not ran away. Kuang Yun didn't bother to think so much. The system tasks were completed. Although I still don't understand it, it must be this product. As for the reason, it doesn't matter anymore. Retaliation is definitely indispensable anyway. Reopen the task interface. The main task has not changed, but the side task has changed. Side quest, know who the person who shot you is, then start revenge. The stingy Aiyama used small means to get you out of Totsuki. Your heart is raging and destroys the other party's fried shrimp franchise store. Task rewards, recipes, fried shrimp with Yunlong, Ruishin's Hyjin, and a copy of specific information about all franchised stores. Hint, this is a continuous side mission. Well, the new mission is out. For Kuang Yun, it is a handy reward, but seeing the prompts of continuous side missions, Kuang Yun also knows that this side mission seems to be riveted to Ruishin. But that's okay, He won't let those who calculate him. He is worried that he won't find a chance to start after this mission. When the information is available, he will definitely unplug all the franchise stores of Ruishin. No one is left. Chapter 4. Now that the side mission has changed, now is the time to deal with the fried shrimp restaurant. Kwang Yun, who has fully integrated the insight of the super chef, can be described as a step up to the sky. As long as it takes time to improve the basic skills and get familiar with it, it is not difficult to reach the super chef level. Soon, Kwang Yun said goodbye to Uncle Hishin. Since he wants to destroy the other party's plan, he must be thorough. First, find out what the other party's cooking is, and prescribe the right medicine to kill the other party in one go. But before Kwang Yun walked down the street, his keen sense of smell smelled a scent, as if a conditioned reflex, the ingredients and the method of mixing the ingredients used in the cuisine of the scent source appeared in his mind. That's it, it's a super olfactory sense, it seems that there is no need to taste it. But it seems that Ruishin didn't spend much time. Through the super olfactory sense, Kwang Yun directly analyzed the taste of this fried shrimp. The taste of this fried shrimp is more heavy. There is nothing special about the material, the special one is the sauce. I have to say that although Ruishin is not very good in character, it is indeed good in strength. According to Gent Ayana Kobayashi, if Aiyama is not focused on business, maybe even Eshitsukasa is not his opponent. This sauce does not use any special ingredients, it is common, but because of the ratio, it is very in line with the taste of young people nowadays, and it is more tasteful. The reason why Izan did not put much effort is also because of this heavy tasting sauce. The shrimp tastes sweet and the meat is fresh and tender. The sauce used by Izan is indeed good in one bite, but it lacks stamina. For some gluttonous gourmets, there is nothing delicious, but it is enough to deal with ordinary people. After all, the tongues of ordinary people can't match the tricks of these gourmets. Fast food is just the quantity, and the audience is large. Rui Shan grasped this perfectly, but it also showed that some people with extraordinary talents are really incomparable. It turned out that Kwang Yun's father spent a lot of effort to slightly suppress Rui Shan's first work. When he waited for the second time, he couldn't figure it out, and even died unexpectedly because of going out to find a solution. Now through the super olfactory sense, Kwang Yun is also very clear that Rui Shan has never taken it seriously, and the second time it comes out is also a shoddy work, but it is enough to deal with some small stores. After all, shoddy is also for a strong chef. After smelling the ingredients and methods of the fried prawns, Kwang Yun didn't go there. Instead, he went to the vegetable market and bought some cheap prawns. If he wanted to ruin the other party's business, he could only do things of the same species. For the sake of a wide audience, it is natural not to use good ingredients, but for a good chef, no matter how cheap ingredients can be full of deliciousness. In addition to the prawns, which are the ingredients for some sauces, Kwang Yun plans to make yunlong fried prawns directly. Although this yunlong fried shrimp is a reward recipe given by the system, Kwang Yun knows how to do it. No recipes are needed. The recipes given by the system are strictly a delicacy bonus. Let the taste of a dish exceed the deliciousness that the dish itself can release. After shopping for everything, Kwang Yun went to his restaurant and started to try making. Although he knew how to make it, after all, it was the first time to try it and it was necessary to make a trial. Yunlong fried shrimp and fried shrimp made by Izan are completely products of two concepts. One is to attract customers through the short-term delicious taste impact, and the other is to conform to the taste of the shrimp itself, strengthen and expand it. So if you really want to get the yunlong fried shrimp, the fried shrimp in Ruishin will be scrapped in a short time, and the dish like yunlong fried shrimp cannot be cracked casually by Ruishin. It is impossible for Ruishin to spend a lot of time cracking yunlong fried shrimp, after all, the net area of this cargo is too large. In the original book, this product directly abandoned the merchants that he cooperated with, because it was unnecessary. I begged the people who cooperated with him to catch a lot of them. But this is just the beginning. Kuang Yun will let Ruishan know what real revenge is. Soon, Kuang Yun made the Yunlong fried shrimp. The characteristic of the Yunlong fried shrimp is that the sauce is not poured on, but the inner layer is sealed with tofu skin. As the mouth is lowered, the sauce will also erupt. The delicacy is completely sealed inside, and the ingredients used in the sauce are also mellow and sweet things like milk, which perfectly expands the sweetness of the shrimp itself. Of course, not everyone likes sweets, so Kuang Yun also prepared another sauce, which is similar to the one made by Ruishan. The taste is heavy, so people who don't like sweets can also taste the taste they need. 2 types of Yunlong fried shrimp are enough. Unfortunately, this revised version of Yunlong fried shrimp is a bit worse than the original version. After all, the shrimps used are all cheap ingredients. At least the price needs to be popularized. Chapter 5. After completing 2 kinds of Yunlong fried shrimp, Kuang Yun found Uncle Hishan and asked him to taste the Yunlong fried shrimp he made. This taste is really delicious. It's much better than the fried shrimp shop opposite. It's really great. If you have this fried shrimp, you can definitely get the business back. Uncle Tsuruta was thrilled. He had also eaten the fried shrimp opposite, but now the taste between the two is heavenly and underground. Even if he is not a gourmet, this can still be clearly felt. By the way, you have no one in the store now, and it is a bit troublesome to reopen it. I'll find a few people to come and help. Uncle Hishan planned to leave as he spoke, but was directly stopped by Kuang Yun. Wait, Uncle Tsuruta, no need to call someone, I have no plans to do this business. Kuang Yun's words surprised Uncle Tsuruta. Why? Yunlong fried prawns taste very good, and they will definitely sell well. Why not make them? Uncle He Tian was very puzzled and didn't understand what Kuang Yun was all about. I really don't want to do it. That's why I came to you. I plan to give this thing to you, Uncle. As for me, it's enough for me to charge a portion of the profit. Kuang Yun stated his plan. His system is not a commercial system. For ordinary people, if it becomes bigger, it is indeed a very good brand. Even opening a chain store can make a lot of money, but Kuang Yun is not rare at all. Just like Rui Shan is a recipe for others and collects profits for himself, he also intends to do the same. He won't spend too much time on this, so he plans to find someone to do it. According to my memory, this Uncle Hishan is still a good person, so he handed the Yunlong fried shrimp to him, and Kuang Yun was responsible for collecting the money and it was done. This is not so good. Uncle Tsuruta's heart is moved. It is a good thing to have money. Almost all the people in their street are eating their laurels during this period. Such days continue for a while, and it is estimated that the people here will change careers, so he was moved, but he felt that he had really agreed to take advantage of others, so he still hesitated. There are many such cooperation models now, and I don't want nothing at all. I want to collect money. In the end, after Kuang Yun made the statement again, Uncle Tsuruta couldn't support it and agreed. After all, he still had to support his family, but after discussing the distribution of profits, he gave up a lot of profits to Kuang Yun. Kuang Yun doesn't care much about this. What he cares more about is the rewards given by the system after completing the task. After signing the contract, Uncle Hishan asked someone to renovate his store. Originally, Kuang Yun planned to use his restaurant to sell fried shrimp, but Uncle Hishan said that this restaurant is not suitable. On the contrary, his store is very small, and it is more suitable for selling such simple snacks. It is wasteful to use the restaurant. Kuang Yun thought it over and thought it was right. The restaurant was temporarily idle, maybe it will be used in the future. Uncle Tsuruta didn't procrastinate at all in doing things. He renovated his small store in less than a day, without redecorating, that is, adding something. On Kuang-yun's side, because the contract has been signed, the secret recipe is also handed over to the other party. The key lies in the formula of the two sauces, and the others are secondary. After all, Uncle Tsuruta is not a full-time chef, and there is no way to grasp the heat to an accurate value. But it is definitely enough for mass customers. Early the next morning, Uncle Tsuruta found some people and went straight to hand out flyers. No matter how good the cooking is, it would be useless without promotion. Advertising is very important. With the newly opened discount, it can attract many new customers. It's delicious. I plan to go to the opposite street. I didn't expect the taste here would be better. Give me 3 more. Go, buy, and queue again. Is this called Yunlong fried shrimp? What a domineering name, the sauce is actually sealed inside. The deliciousness, the low price, and the novelty of the recipe, soon Yunlong fried shrimp began to sell. Uncle Tsuruta was also shocked by this exaggerated audience. Although he knew that the cloud fried shrimp was delicious and would definitely be popular, it had such an effect on the first day, and he was shocked. In this way, before noon, I ran out of ingredients that I had prepared for almost a day. Seeing that this business is so hot, Uncle Tsuruta quickly asked acquaintances to help buy ingredients. In this way, in one day, the amount that was originally expected to be sold for almost 3 or 4 days. My old waist, I am still inferior to you young people. After a busy day, my waist is about to break, and your kid has nothing to do. After closing the door and finishing the follow-up work, Uncle Hishin was already slumped on the chair. As for Kuang-yun, I am sorry, the strengthened body is so invincible. Chapter 6. In the next few days, Uncle Tsuruta mobilized his whole family. Anyway, his wife doesn't have much to do. His son's job is also part-time work, not to mention the low salary. So it was just that the family of 3 rushed to the fried shrimp business, and the huge amount of income that day made this family's 3 laughing mouths unable to close together. Kuang-yun is also a little bit emotional about this. Maybe he will be the same as before, but now he doesn't feel that way at all. By the way, the Yunlong fried shrimp business has indeed quickly snatched the business back, and it has been done more thoroughly. Although the street next door has become depressed, Kuang-yun is not a bad guy and doesn't care about these things. All he cares about is the system task. In the past few days, he has once again produced several flavors of sauces, and handed them to Uncle Tsuruta, asking him to update one every other time, so don't take it out in a hurry. Then he did it himself as the shopkeeper. Congratulations to the host for completing the task reward has been issued, and you have a new task. The system gave a reward. The Yunlong fried shrimp recipe, with the blessing of the recipe, the same cooking skills and the same ingredients, will make the Yunlong fried shrimp taste more delicious than before. In addition, he has now received the information from Ruishin's cooperative merchants, but to his surprise, this information is updated in real time. As long as Ruishin finds a new partner, he will receive the information simultaneously. And the side missions have changed. Side mission, the initial retaliation has been completed. Ruishin has decided to abandon this fried shrimp shop. Please destroy all the plans of Ruishin, so that Ruishin can't get a firm foothold in business and cut his way. Task reward, every time Ruishin participates in the destruction of an industry, a random reward will be given to the recipe, and Ruishin's collaborators will be reset to 0, and special abilities will be rewarded. Will increase by 50%. A new mission has been created, but after seeing this mission, Kuang-yun is also a little excited, shining this ability, he is familiar with it, isn't this the glowing cuisine next door? It's just becoming more perverted now. This ability can even increase the deliciousness of dishes by as much as 50%. This is much better than a simple recipe. A single recipe adds more than this, but you must know that this is facing Kuang-yun. All the cooking done. Moreover, This world inherently has supernatural powers, and he doesn't worry about what will happen if he makes luminous cooking. There are more people with supernatural powers, and it will be over if you push the supernatural powers up. Ruishin, it seems that this system will not let you go, so I can't blame me. After finding an excuse to spit out, Kuang-yun went to rest. As for the rest, I will wait until tomorrow to study. As for how to break the business of those cooperative merchants in Ruishin, it is not too simple. There are good business and bad business. He only needs to choose some businesses around to cooperate. Not only can he act as a shopkeeper to collect money, but he can also deal with Ruishin by the way. It is not too simple. The only trouble is that Ruishin is casting too many nets. It is clear that Ruishin is only in the first grade, but there have been more than a dozen shops, so it is more troublesome to run errands. On the other side, Izan, who was in Totsuki, looked unhappy. It's a waste. I asked you to help you once before. If it weren't because you were one of the first companies that I worked with, I wouldn't be too lazy to help you, and now there is a problem again. Ruishin's face is not good at the moment. Of course it is not because he has lost a cooperative business. He wants to find someone to cooperate and find a lot of collaborators, but he did not expect that the things he researched were planted twice in the same place. Originally, according to his style, he would ruthlessly abandon a problem once, but this family had cooperated with him from the beginning, so he chose to give the other side another help. And he also agreed to get out Totsuki's son from the restaurant that was against them. For him, this was just a matter of effort. He didn't want to act on a small character like Kuang-yun at the time. There is a reason. In the original work, Soma was stared at by him only at a certain level, and ordinary small characters would not be able to see him at all. This time he didn't bother to investigate the problem with the fried shrimp shop. After all, in his opinion, a person who was easily dropped out of school could not be a person who undermined his plan. The other party did not have the strength. It was an accident at best. Of course, the most important point is that he has decided to abandon the fried shrimp shop, so there is no need to smash on this matter. There is enough time for him to find a new partner merchant. But what Ruishin didn't know was that this was the beginning of the nightmare. The prototype of the business empire he wanted to build would decay at an extremely fast rate until it perished. Now he has no way to compare with Kuang-yun, not just in terms of cooking skills. Kuang-yun even has the intelligence to support the system to open up, just on this point, directly throw away the 18th street of Ruishin. Let's talk about the update situation. It is normal and without accidents 5 times a day. Chapter 7. Early the next morning, after Kuang-yun got up, he began to study the business partners of Ruishin. Izan is very clever, not cooperating with normal restaurants, but specializes in cooperating with this kind of snack bar. Because their product variety is single, they only need to have the same taste that can retain the guests, and the others are secondary. So what he chose is either a barbecue restaurant, a snack bar such as a fried chicken restaurant, and a dessert shop. It is enough to provide some seasonings and new varieties of snacks. Based on the names of these shops, you can basically determine what the other party is doing. After planning a bit, Kuang-yun went out. He also needs to go to these places to investigate the enemy. This is simply to make something more delicious. He can do it easily, but what he has to do is not only simply make delicious things to suppress the other party, but also make delicious things that the other party can't crack. Although Ruishin is genius, the development of a special formula will take him some time. Blocking this road directly, Ruishin wants to defeat Kuang-yun on the basis of the formula he researched. It is not that simple. Starting from the beginning is also very troublesome for Ruishin. After all, his current strength is not as good as Kuang-yun, so Kuang-yun needs to smell it first. After a lap outside, Kuang-yun also had to admire. This super olfactory sense is simply a bug. No wonder Erina, who has the tongue of God, can even taste the taste of salt differently. The super olfactory sense can also smell all the ingredients used by the other party and even the method based on a little smell. During the Hyuxia show, Yan Xian, a super acoustic guy, would just give up the match with Lan Fi Hung, knowing that he was no opponent, so he didn't bother to compare. Of course, this is mainly because Yan Xian's personality is a kind of turbulent corpse. If he is replaced by someone else, he will definitely touch him if he knows that he is not an opponent, and it is impossible to directly admit defeat. But it also reflects the horror of the super five senses from the side. Through super olfactory sense, Kuang-yun ran 4 snack bars in one day and inspected the surrounding streets to determine whom he could cooperate with. However, due to the wide distribution of Ruishan's partners, it took Kuang-yun 5 days to collect all the information of these guys. Adding to the time to develop the cooking, half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and then it took another half a month to find someone to cooperate to open the shop, and it took a month for it to temporarily stop. And what makes Kuang-yun speechless the most is that Ruishan, perhaps because of the holiday, is also constantly expanding its own industry. There were 3 more companies in this month. Damn, this Ruishan is endless, right? Kuang-yun's face turned dark when he saw that there was another one more on the information, but he was relieved when he thought that Ruishan would soon be unlucky. Except for this new one, he has already contacted the others, and has begun to retaliate. So immediately Ruishan didn't have the time to find a new partner. In addition, it was not far from the transfer student exam, so Kuang-yun planned to go to Soma as soon as he finished processing the last one. During this period, he also took the time to see the manner rewarded by the system. He had to say that the system was hard enough. This manner did not exist before. It was just like raising a high building on the ground. But everyone didn't find it strange, only that the system was really awesome. Although the manor is not as large as Totsuki's academy, it is enough for him. At this moment, Kuang-yun rushed towards the location of Ruishan's new partner, and Ruishan was already in a state of exhaustion. I connected to several phone calls, saying that my business has been greatly affected, and that I have been hit badly, and all of them are asking Ruishan for help. 1 or 2 is fine, but suddenly 4 or 5 come together, making Ruishan's whole person bad. Why is this happening? Who is against me? No one of my collaborators besides me should know it. How did this happen? Ruishan was a little suspicious of life talking to himself, but before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Looking at the partner's number displayed on the mobile phone, Ruishan also twitched the corner of his mouth. After the call was connected, his face became more and more ugly, and his color continued to change. A hole, who the hell is it? Ruishan was going crazy, and it was another partner who came to complain. The situation was exactly the same as the previous ones. All the business was robbed of inexplicable. Ruishan is now overshadowed by the phone calls, one after another, making him almost nervous. The joy of becoming an Elite 10 is gone. You must know that after the autumn selection, these candidates have the qualifications to compete for the Elite 10. When they graduate from the 3rd year of the higher education department, the Elite 10 is destined to vacate some vacancies. And he naturally got a seat, and everything was going for the better, but now, there has been such an accident. In desperation, Ruishan can only check the specific situation. After he checked it a little bit, he was surprised to find that the dishes of these opponents were more delicious than his own, and as if they were specifically aimed at him, he completely restrained the taste of his cooking. Want to strengthen and crack the other side on the basis of this road is directly blocked. Chapter 8. Finally got it done. Now Ruishan should have no time and opportunity to continue to do things. Dealing with these mess is enough for him to have a headache. A few days later, Kuang-yun dealt with Ruishan's last partner, which was rather unlucky. I just contacted Ruishan a few days ago, and it was automatically included in the list, so I didn't make any money at all, but it was relatively troublesome. Because the other party has not started to grab business, it is difficult for Kwang-yoon to find a partner. The reason why it went so well before was because those merchants had almost grabbed customers. For the 3 newly added ones, the first 2 were okay because Kwang-yoon was still dealing with the previous things and gave them a little room for development. But this one has just opened, so Kwang-yoon can't find a suitable partner nearby. In desperation, I had to go to Uncle Tsuruta, and let his son come here to open a new store, and this got things done. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued, and you have a new task. As the sound of the system sounded, Kwang-yoon was also happy. The recipe was second. Although he got a dozen recipes and a variety of dishes, to be honest, the most useful skill is Gwanjeo. You have to know that this thing can be used in combination with the recipe. The cooking that has been improved enough plus the brilliance has been superimposed by 50% on the basis of the beginning, it is not too exaggerated. After receiving his reward, Kwang-yoon opened the task panel. The main task is still the same. In order to maximize the benefits, he naturally wants to collect the most suitable students. Otherwise, the reward for doubling the task would be wasted on ordinary students and it would not be worth it. If it weren't for this task, he wouldn't have been dragging the main task off. But the side mission has changed again. Side mission, Ruishin's plan has been completely destroyed, and now he does not even have a collaborator. Please make persistent efforts to completely destroy Ruishin. Task reward, the legendary kitchen utensils, the dragon pot. FK, the legendary kitchen utensils, is Ruishin so valuable? At the moment when he saw the task reward, Kwang-yoon wondered if he had eye problems. A Ruishin actually gave a legendary kitchenware. This thing is a real treasure. In the entire Zonghua fan, basically these kitchen utensils are wandering around. The role of the dragon pot is also quite powerful. There are also tasteless ones in the legendary kitchen utensils, such as the wolf pot. This thing is an automatic vegetable cutter and grinder, and it is not very useful. I use wolf pots for everything, so what do I need to do? People who completely give up knife skills because they are greedy for wolf pots are destined to be unable to climb too high in the future, but if they continue to practice knife skills, then why should they be greedy for wolf pots? So the existence of greedy wolf pot is very tasteless, but Swanlong pot is a good thing. As long as any ingredient is put into the dragon pot, it will be cooked directly. Of course, the biggest function of the dragon pot is not to make cooking, but to marinate some sauces that need to be stored for a long time. After all, these things need a long period of storage and marinating in order to be delicious enough, but as long as you have a dragon pot, you can quickly complete something like a golden oil. Being stimulated by the task reward, Kwang-yoon at this moment couldn't help but start thinking about how to deal with Ruishin, but after thinking about it, Kwang-yoon suddenly realized that it seemed not easy. Although he has ruined Izan's business plan now, it is not that simple to completely destroy Izan. It is bluntly called Totsuki's and Elite 10, so reputation cannot be defeated in one fell swoop, and the task description is to destroy Ruishin. If he only wins singles, he will definitely not work. No wonder the rewards are so generous, it looks like this is a long-term task. Kwang-yoon couldn't help but shook his head, but since he was going to destroy Ruishin, he naturally couldn't wait for Ruishin to make a move first. So now he plans to do a little bit first, let alone a lot of things, and first make Ruishin's reputation. Come on Smelly. Soon, Kwang-yoon contacted the merchants with whom he cooperated, and then asked them to spread the news. The news is also very simple. It is said that Ruishin has offended people. Anyone who cooperates with Ruishin will be targeted, and these typical examples will be distributed. The food circle in this world is huge, and Totsuki is one of the existences that have attracted much attention, and Izan, as Totsuki Elite 10, is naturally the same. Of course, it is limited to this country. You know, in other countries, people don't even know things like halberd. As for Elite 10, look at those who graduated from the original work. Shimi Yakojiro is a typical example. People in other countries don't even recognize you as an Elite 10. However, more than a dozen newly emerging businesses spoke together, and the news soon spread, and there are real examples here. People who have no confidence may not dare to cooperate with Ruishin, and those who have confidence are not even more confident. It is necessary to cooperate with Izan. Chapter 9. As soon as the news spreads, and with so many typical examples placed here, Ruishin's reputation will naturally not improve. In addition to these partners who were abandoned by Ruishin, Ruishin would not push them too much, so he abandoned them directly, which also caused these people to become angry. The reputation of Ruishin was here before, and it was dark. But now, taking advantage of this wave of fishing boats, they have also stepped up to follow Ryui Mountain. Basically, it is what Ruishin described as being heinous, abandoning his partners casually, doing things perfunctorily, and so on. So for a while, the noise became louder and louder, and Ruishin's notoriety spread temporarily. Who is it against me? With the development of the fishing boat, Ruishin's life is not easy at the moment, even the students in the school are pointing to him. However, Izan has no way at all. Elite 10 has the right, but this right is limited to the campus. Izan's real power is actually not very big. The reason why he is mixed depends on the Totsuki Elite 10 reputation. But now that his reputation is stinky, no one will care about him. I have to say that Kuongyun's operation directly destroyed most of the rudimentary plan of Ruishin's business empire, and blocked most of the road. There is no way to completely block this road. No matter how bad Ruishin's reputation is, if he is determined to find some restaurants that are about to close, the other party will also choose to make a desperate move. So this road cannot be completely blocked, but it can be cut off in the middle. After all, the information list has not disappeared. As long as Ruishin has a new partner, Kuongyun will know. It's bright and dark, one doesn't know anything about the other, but the other knows this well, then there's no fun. Ruishin, you seem to be very unlucky lately. You have been targeted, but you are really embarrassed. As Elite 10, you have been targeted to such an extent, it's awful. At the Elite 10 meeting, Izan was taunted by Kobayashi Gentiana. Other people, except for a few who didn't care, looked at Izan with contempt. After all, the 10 people here are the 10 most powerful elites in the entire Totsuki. People who are equivalent to them have been targeted by others, and they are so miserable that even the reputation of Elite 10 has fallen in price. They are naturally upset. A whole woman, shut up. Rui Shankai's forehead was violent, and he could not wait to tear the BD's mouth directly, but he also knew he couldn't do this. The news has spread. It's okay to talk about it, I'll say if you focus on cooking, where can only be the current achievements. Kobayashi's Genshin completely ignored what Ruishin said, and Ruishin didn't speak anymore. After all, for him, he was tacitly acquiescing the second half of Kobayashi's Genshin, and he knew that he couldn't say it, so he simply fell silent. Well, don't talk about this kind of personal matter at the meeting, let's talk about the assessment of transfer students. Isahiki Satoshi smiled and changed the subject directly, giving Izan a step down. What's there to say, isn't it all done by finding someone to be an examiner? I think I will leave this to little Erina. Gentiana Kobayashi pushed the matter directly to Erina. Why me? I have a lot of things, alright. Erina couldn't help but roll her eyes. Kobayashi Gentiana is notoriously not doing anything, and throwing it at other people whenever something happens. After all, you have the tongue of God. Totsuki can't be entered by anyone. Why should you join Midway if you don't have the skills? The corner of Kobayashi's Genshin mouth curled up, and then he said one of Erina's most recognized words, yes, Erina at this stage is very arrogant, so he will not allow anyone with a general culinary skill to join this academy. That said, if that's the case, then leave this to me. Anyway, as long as I show up, I probably won't be able to pass the test. Erina herself was thinking of keeping the trash out, so she didn't say much, and after everyone discussed some small things, the meeting broke up. Hey, Ruishin, I don't think you can do business anymore. You don't have much influence in the school. Do you want to join my club? After the meeting, I asked Teraki with a hint of teasing after the meeting, and suddenly Ruishin couldn't help but the blue veins violent again. In the past, Ruishin was notoriously despised of the forces in the school. In his opinion, these clubs in the school are nothing more than children's playhouses. The ones that will be useful in the future are external forces. So he rushed out of the school, and now, there is nothing left. Except for a sum of money in his hand, he really has nothing. Not to mention a lonely family, but the one who can do it well seems to be a beautiful one. What? Now I was ridiculed by Juwoseiji. In the end, Ruishin also glanced at Juwoseiji coldly, and then left. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Rui-shan leaving with such an expression, Teraki also laughed for a long time. He did this deliberately. There is Rui-shan among his most unhappy people. A proper mockery is also good for physical and mental health. Chapter 10. With the end of the Elite 10 meeting, the exams for the transfer students will naturally be settled. Kuang-yun has also been following the official website of Totsuki and learned about the test for the transfer students, so after the news came out, Kuang-yun came to his manor. The manor is quite big. Kuang-yun also hired some people to take care of the manor. Fortunately, he is not short of money now, and he has a lot of money to collect every month. He can also feel the happiness of Ruishin. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank Izan. If Izan hadn't given him the opportunity, he wouldn't be able to pull out such a lineup in a short time. After all, if the general business is not pushed to the limit, there is no need to talk to a stranger like Kuang-yun. Go ahead and do it yourself. You must know that the real function of the system is not to open a shop. In this way, Kuang-yun stayed here, and finally waited until the day of the transfer student exam. Early in the morning, Kuang-yun stayed directly outside the manor and waited for Soma to come. It didn't take long before Kuang-yun saw Soma. After all, Soma's characteristics are still obvious. There is not much change in the clothes in this anime. The others are okay. They are wearing school uniforms and chef uniforms. This is a set of clothes. It's black. With this red hair, it's simply not easy to recognize. After seeing this product, Kuang-yun took the initiative to walk over, and after walking over, he heard Soma's self-talk. Is this really a cooking school? It seems to be much better than I thought. It's magnificent. Soma is now standing at the gate of Totsuki and talking to herself. Brother, are you here to take the Totsuki transfer student exam? Kuang-yun, who found the opportunity, spoke directly, and Soma, who heard the voice, turned his head immediately and saw Kuang-yun, who seemed to be about his age. Yes, are you here to take the exam for transfer students too? Soma didn't have much scheming, and when he saw his peers, the first thing he thought of was the same as himself, who took the exam. No, I'm not here to take the test. For your favor, I would like to remind you that this test is not what you think it is. Given the situation in your restaurant, it is difficult to get mixed up in it. Kuang-yun pretends to be mysterious, while Soma is a question mark. What do you mean? And what's wrong with my restaurant? Why is it hard to get mixed up? Soma finds it inexplicable. What happened recently is not too weird. First, someone came to the restaurant to make trouble, and finally managed to deal with it. My dad wanted to let himself go to the cooking school. Come to participate in the assessment, and suddenly I met an inexplicable person and said something inexplicable to himself. If I'm not mistaken, your house opened a small restaurant, right? This school can be regarded as a real noble school. In your situation, it is naturally incompatible with them. Kuang-yun is not nonsense. You must know that even Zaiwai's family is considered a small asset. As for Soma, although his father is very good, Soma is almost in a stocking state, and his eyes are limited to his own small restaurant. How did you know that my house opened a small restaurant? Soma was stunned again. It's very simple. It smells of the remaining ingredients on your body. For breakfast, you should have homemade rice balls and tamago yaki. You should have grilled meat and peanut sauce with dried squid last night. It's your taste. It's really unique. As soon as Kuang-yun said this, the opposite Soma looked at Kuang-yun with a devilish expression. Don't show such a shocked expression. In fact, I smell it. My sense of smell is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so I can smell these smells. The ingredients you use are all common ingredients in the market. As for why you know that your family opened a small restaurant, the things on your clothes are yours, use ordinary ingredients, and the name of the restaurant that you haven't heard of, your family must have opened a small restaurant. Kuang-yun picked up the words clearly, and Soma finally realized it, but he was still very surprised. It's such a great sense of smell. It even smells what I ate yesterday. Such a sense of smell is really great, but won't you smell other smells, such as bad smells? What do you do if you smell it? Soma asked with some surprise and curiosity. Suddenly, Kuang-yun was also blacked out by this guy. As expected, he was Soma. The brain circuit was indeed strange. Most people know that they have such a sense of horror, they are absolutely shocked at first, and then envy and jealousy, but when they get to this stuff, they turn out to be curious, and the direction of curiosity is a bit strange. My own sense of smell can naturally be controlled by myself. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Based on your situation and today's examiner, you should not be able to pass this exam without accident. I live on the opposite side. From the residual smell of the things you make, you can tell that your cooking skills are pretty good. You are a good seedling. If you fail the exam, you can go to the opposite manor to find me. Kuang-yun left after speaking. Soma would definitely fail at first anyway, so he just waited for Soma to come. Chapter 11. Strange people, why do you insist that I won't pass? What's the matter with the examiner? In the end, Soma didn't care about Kuang-yun too much. After all, for him, he wouldn't just believe it if he didn't experience it. The most important point is that Soma is quite confident in his cooking skills. How could he not even pass the assessment? In this way, Soma entered Totsuki. As for Kuang-yun, he and the security guard at the entrance of his manor greeted them and asked them to wait if Soma came. Now I am waiting for Soma to be deflated. On the other hand, after Soma entered Totsuki, he realized that he really underestimated this school. This school unexpectedly encased a whole mountain. The scope of the school is a whole mountain, and even the possibility of getting lost in the school at any time. This makes Soma constantly shocked along the way. But this shock soon disappeared, because Soma had the first time he was deflated and looked very gentle and kind. After he said that his restaurant was a small restaurant, he instantly changed his face, as if he was something dirty, and even yelled at him, and even started. The whole Soma was bewildered. Reminiscing about Kuang-yun's words just now, he seemed to understand something. However, Soma was of the type who didn't see the coffin and didn't cry, so he still went to participate in the assessment, but the next encounter made him feel bad. Because there was an examiner inexplicably, the examiner seemed to be about his age, but because of his name, all the people who came to the examination in the future were scared away. He was the only one left in the dozens of people in the blink of an eye. He also learned about Erina from the people who had fled. There are still people left. Are you really planning to come for the assessment? Arato Hisako looked at the dumb boy in front of him speechlessly. What's the matter with this guy? Others ran away and this product was left behind. You must know that the examiner is your own eldest, and once he is stamped with a bad taste, this will affect the future very much. Yeah, what's the problem? Speaking of, your talents are really amazing. I encountered a perverted olfactory call at the entrance of the college, and even smelled everything I ate last night, and now I have another taste. Such a powerful person. Soma suddenly felt that the outside world is really wonderful. One has a perverse sense of smell and the other has a perverted sense of taste. He met two when he first went out. He wondered, are there many people with this kind of talent? A person with a perverted sense of smell? Is it Yeshan Liang? Arato Hisako and Arina thought of Yeshan Liang directly when they heard the sharp sense of smell. Yeshan Liang's sense of smell is indeed very strong. However, Yeshan Liang's sense of smell hasn't reached the level of super olfactory, and it's a notch. Of course, this is not the key. Soon Soma began his own assessment and made the same transformation as the original bibimbap, which made him feel basically stable. But in the end, Soma was completely blinded by the result. How is it possible? Why did it fail? What is going on with that examiner? When I walked to the gate of Totsuki, Soma didn't even want to understand what was going on. The food I made was obviously delicious, but why did he fail? Is being an examiner so excessive? Is it so hard to be honest? By the way, let's talk about what the guy said. Based on my situation and today's examiner, I can't possibly pass it? He really got it right. It seems that I live on the opposite side. Soma wanted to figure out what happened to him today, so he went straight to the entrance of the manor. After that, the security guard didn't say much and took him in directly. This gave Soma a feeling that he was completely seen through, and that the other party was very unpredictable. This was the effect Kuanghui wanted. Yeah, here you are. With this taste, you can make raw egg bibimbap, but it is indeed another new method. It should be researched out by yourself. It is a very good dish. But you made this today. Deo cooking is the biggest failure. After Kuangyun saw Soma's arrival, a word once again made Soma speechless. Well, you guys are really abnormal. I always feel that there is no secret at all in front of people like you. Hearing what he had done before was said, Soma also looked speechless, a little envious, who didn't want this kind of ability. Not only did I smell what I did, but I also smelled what I did. Don't be too perverted. By the way, let me introduce myself first. My name is Kuangyun. I am a teacher now, and I am planning to accept students. Kuangyun introduced herself when she saw Soma's expression. Hello, my name is Yukihira Soma, I came here to ask about me. You want to ask why you failed today, right? Sit down and talk. Kuangyun didn't let Soma finish speaking, and Soma, who was holding half of his words, was also a black line. Really, even the thoughts are known by others. Is your own idea so easy to read? Chapter 12. After holding back for a while, Soma, who didn't hold back a word, could only sit on the sofa obediently. In fact, you don't have to be too frustrated. Your cooking skills are indeed good. In this school, you are ranked high. As soon as Kuangyun said these words, Soma became excited. Since my cooking skills can be advanced, why did the examiner not let me pass? Soma's face almost blushed. As a chef, he was told that what he cooked was unpalatable. It was not a very good experience, and the examiner was obviously wrong. This is normal, do you know? In fact, more than a month ago, I was also a student from that school, but I was dropped out of school because I failed the exam. Kuangyun didn't directly talk about Soma, but shook out his own old friend. What? You turned out to be a student of that school, but there is no reason. With your sense of smell, you won't be dropped out anyway. Soma couldn't imagine what happened. With such a sense of smell, he hadn't passed the assessment. It's very simple, because the school does not necessarily depend on strength. When I was in the assessment, someone added something to my cooking, which caused my cooking to be directly scrapped, and the examiner didn't care about this kind of thing, so I get out. As for the things you encountered, you should also know the examiner you met today. He is called Nakari Arana and has a special talent for the tongue of God. This kind of taste can even taste subtle differences in salt from different regions. But this Nakari Arana has a notion that any civilian cuisine is rubbish, and only high-end cuisine made with high-quality ingredients is the best. As for the low-level dishes made with low-level ingredients, no matter how delicious you cook, they will not be recognized by her, so I will conclude that you will fail today. Kuang Yun said everything about Soma and himself in one breath. This kind of school, is it just such a trifle? My dad even let me come to this kind of school. Soma's expression changed several times, and slowly changed from anger to contempt. The assessment of hands and feet, low-level cooking equals trash, no matter which one is placed outside, it is an extremely inferior and nonsense concept. But it happened in this school, and nobody cares about it. When I think of the old and young ladies I met before, Soma's sense of the school can be said to have dropped to a freezing point. This is Totsuki. It's not so much a school, it's more like a microcosm of another kind of society. In the outside world, this kind of behavior is actually not rare. Black hands, bigotry, and the like are everywhere. Then Soma, do you want to consider being my student? Your cooking skills are still pretty good, you are a good seedling, it's a shame to be so wasted. Kuang Yun finally revealed his foxtail. Be your student? Forget it, you are about the same age as me. Soma is a stubborn stuff, and he just speaks everything straight. He doesn't think that Kuang Yun's age is similar to his existence. I know you would say that. I remember that what you made today should be egg dishes, so you should also taste the feared dishes I made. Would you like to be my student? How about after eating? Kuang Yun naturally knew that it was impossible for Soma to agree with 2 or 3 sentences. Soma nowadays, the awkward thing is that the frog at the bottom of the well is always the case. His father also saw Soma's problem, so he let him come to Totsuki. Then have a taste and let's talk about it. Soma didn't care too much, but felt that it would not be good to refuse directly. Let's talk about it after eating. He didn't think that Kuang Yun, a peer of his age, would be much stronger than himself. And after listening to Soma's words, Kuang Yun laughed, so it's another matter to wait until the cooking is finished. Although Soma is a frog at the bottom of the well, in order to pursue a higher level, he will definitely choose to stay as a student of Kuang Yun after he has eaten the cooking, and the main task will be completed by then. It didn't take long for Kuang Yun to come to the kitchen to prepare the dishes he was going to make. After all, the ingredients were already prepared in advance. Soma made egg dishes, so Kuang Yun naturally did the same. What he made was the first recipe he got, golden fried rice, and it also exerted a glorious effect. Soon, there was a scent in the kitchen. Just smelling the scent, Soma knew that the cooking was not easy, and immediately saw Kuang Yun holding a tray with a cover on it. It can be said to be full of mystery. Then, as soon as he opened the cover, Soma felt that his 24K titanium alloy dog eyes were almost blinded by light. Damn! Am I dreaming? Why does the cooking shine? The cover was lifted, and the golden light burst out, causing Soma to become blind for a short time, so that Soma directly exploded in foul language. Chapter 13. The shining effect is to make the dishes shine while increasing the deliciousness by 50%. Although the golden light is dazzling, it is not dazzling. Although it has fallen into short-term blindness, it will not cause the eyes to be irritated and cry. This kind of light is harmless to the eyes. After finally getting over, Soma finally saw the whole picture of the cooking in front of him. Please taste it, golden fried rice, to put it bluntly, it's egg fried rice. Kuang-yoon said with a smile, while Soma was stunned. This golden egg turned out to be egg fried rice. Of course, his more shock was not because of the egg fried rice itself, but the light just now. With his strength, he can naturally make him produce such a similar dish, but what was the light just now? What is the golden light just now? Why does the cooking glow? What did you add to it? Soma asked with some doubts. It smelled like something else was added. Glowing is a kind of ability. You shouldn't know that in this world. Top chefs will have some strange abilities born or acquired, just like my sense of smell, the taste of Nakiri arana you saw before. It is said that the Nakiri family also has a kind of ability that everyone can teach. It is also a super weird ability. It's amazing to drop other people's clothes. Speaking of Nakiri's teaching, Kuang-yoon is also a little speechless. This ability is not too nonsense, it is completely a rogue skill, which makes Kuang-yoon envy. No, it is extremely speechless. Ability? It always feels that the peaceful world is getting farther and farther away from me. Soma was speechless, and all the powers came out. As for teaching this power, he didn't know what to say. Okay, I've said everything that should be said, let's taste my cooking. After Kuang-yoon finished speaking, Soma didn't think much about it. With such a big family business, there is no need to lie to a small person like him. So Soma just started eating. The moment the rice grain entered, Soma's eyes widened, and he realized that the rice grain was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Golden fried rice, to put it bluntly, is to fry the egg and rice directly. You can't scramble the eggs first. In fact, he can do this, but after the rice grains are imported, he found that the rice grains are not simple. The egg liquid is evenly distributed on each grain of rice. Superior. Moreover, most of the delicacy is blocked, and the delicacy is released at the moment of chewing the rice. It's like small bombs. The delicacy keeps hitting it, making Soma indulge in it, more than doubling the delicious cuisine. Coupled with Kuang-yoon's very terrifying cooking skills, it releases people who are completely unable to do so. Self-exhausting delicious. Even though it is only fried rice with eggs, it has been sublimated to a very high level. Kuang-yoon doesn't feel that he is better than Siakairo now. After all, he can be regarded as one of the ceilings of the world's cooking world, but it is absolutely okay to convince Soma. How is it? It shouldn't be a low price to be my student now. Seeing that Soma ate the golden fried rice with a face of obsessiveness, even the plate was almost licked clean, Kuang-yoon asked the previous question again. Huh? Please accept me, teacher. Faced with this level of deliciousness, Soma said that he had never seen it in his father, and can only say that Siakairo always released water when facing him. Otherwise, Soma would not get more and more courageous but just give up. The gap is not big, and maybe I will try to catch up, but once the gap is too big, even as the sky, then it is a blow to self-confidence, so Soma has never seen Siakairo's full strength, and even the serious Siakairo has not seen it. Now this golden fried rice is the best food he has ever eaten. There is no one. Soma doesn't think there is anything wrong with the teacher. As long as they are strong enough, why not be a student of other people? From this golden fried rice, he also tasted how far he was from his peers. It was easy for him to be his own teacher, so Soma agreed without hesitation this time. Very well, then you will be my first student next. You can live here in the future. It is convenient to study. There are many rooms in my manor. You can choose one by yourself. When Soma agreed, Kuang-yoon was happy. Soon, Soma left. According to his words, he needed to get some things he needed, so he couldn't really just move in with his bags. Besides, he didn't bring a salute or anything today. Who would have thought that there would be so many twists and turns just to take the exam today? In response, Kwang-yoon also nodded and let Soma handle it by himself, and then just come over and report. Anyway, he is not a regular school here. He only needs to receive students, there are not so many rules. Soma has arrived, so Zayawai will be the next step. Without Soma, Zayawai will be dropped out on the first day of school. Kwang-yoon watched Soma leave, and then couldn't help but think of Zayawai, who is also a free gift. Of course, it will take a while to start school. There is still some time before school starts. Now the most important thing is to check his rewards. Chapter 14. Congratulations to the host for completing the task reward has been issued, and you have a new task. After Soma left, Kwang-yoon returned to the room and opened the rewards given by the system. The rewards were divided into two parts, one for Soma and the other for Kwang-yoon. Soma's rewards were also temporarily given to him. First of all, after Soma became his apprentice, the efficiency gains would skyrocket tenfold. For the average person, it was already quite extraordinary. For Soma, it was even more extraordinary. Up. Of course, once Soma does not become his student, then this talent will be directly taken back. In addition, Kwang-yoon also received a complete set of 7-star swords, which are also prepared for Soma, and there is also a super taste. Develop drugs. This medicine is exclusive to Soma. It is totally useless for other people, including Kwang-yoon himself. There are 10 medicines in total. Each medicine can enhance part of the taste. After 10 parts, you can get super taste, but Kwang-yoon also not greedy, after all, the reward for him is doubled. The 7-star knife, 10 times the talent for growth and the super taste development medicine, this is a super luxurious package for Soma. However, these rewards cannot be given to Soma by Kwang-yoon in one go. They need to be given slowly. Otherwise, Do-mi will be enthroned. Although Soma shouldn't be this kind of person, he needs to be more controlled. Give these things to Soma slowly as rewards. After reading Soma's things, Kwang-yoon glanced at his own things. First of all, it was not the function of the reward system itself. Once students were accepted, their talents, including those that were rewarded and blessed, would be directly fed back to Kwang-yoon. This means that as long as Kwang-yoon collects enough students, the talents of all students will be directly superimposed on him. This is true even with the talent that has been multiplied by 10 times. Such continuous stacking will create a terrifying monster. So no matter how great the student rewards are and how much they earn, Kwang-yoon is standing at a higher level in the end. Kwang-yoon will always earn money from blood. After taking a look at his own reward, Kwang-yoon couldn't help taking a breath. The reward he received was double that of Soma. However, Kwang-yoon didn't expect that this doubling would be such a doubling, not a doubling in quantity, but a doubling in quality. He also obtained the 7-star sword, but it was not Soma's kind. The 7-star sword he obtained was not a set, but one. This knife is like a normal big kitchen knife, but the Big Dipper mark is engraved on the knife. The real magic of this knife is that as long as it touches the ingredients, the blade will undergo changes that are difficult to observe with the naked eye. The 7-star knife itself claims to be able to cook almost all the ingredients in the world, but this one is more pure and changes according to the ingredients. It can be said to be a universal knife, and there is no need to worry about being seen by others. The change of this thing is invisible to the naked eye, and the function of this knife has almost reached the level of the legendary kitchenware. It can be said to be ever-changing. Although this 7-star knife is not as exaggerated as the Soma set in terms of appearance, it is more practical. Kwang-yoon will not worry about not being able to pull the wind. It is definitely better to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. In addition to the 7-star knife, he also obtained super taste, but this super taste is obtained instantly, no medication is required, and his super taste will be stronger than after the development of Soma, and now he is equivalent to sitting on the two majors. Super 5 senses. People with two super 5 senses shouldn't be in the impression of Kuang Yun, the world of Halberd, but there is one in the next door Daxia. There are also 3, but Kuang Yun is not envious. As long as he has enough students and high quality, it is not difficult to gather the super 5 senses. After receiving these 2 rewards, Kuang Yun still has another reward, which Soma does not have. The system is specially prepared for Kuang Yun. Zhonglong 18 fried, how come this skill is so familiar? Seeing the skills that I have acquired, this is an explosive skill, but when I look at this name, the more I look at Kuang Yun, the more familiar I feel. Soon, Kuang Yun remembered, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Isn't this stuff like Tang Niu's stir-frying skills in God of Cookery? Stephen Zhou also learned how to shovel dogs and shovel them. It seems that there are other tricks such as slaying dragons and cutting the sky. Kuang Yun never expected that all the spoof skills in this world would come out, but compared to Zhonglong Shiba, Kuang Yun was more greedy by Huoyun palm and depressed hand. But now that I have gotten this Zhonglong 18 stir-fry, that's pretty good. Kuang Yun directly accepted his reward completely. The super taste is similar to the effect of Arana's god tongue. As for the strong and the weak, Kuang Yun has not compared it and it is not clear. The simple and unpretentious 7-star sword, Kuang Yun named it Variety 7-star sword in order to distinguish it, but after receiving the last skill, Kuang Yun's eyes widened again. Chapter 15. System, you come out, do you call this thing a cooking skill? This is really amazing. Kuang Yun didn't know what to say. Originally, he thought it was just a mere speculation skill, but the facts told him that it was not that simple. After the indoctrination, he not only learned the Zhonglong 18 stir-fry, but also gained the foundation of the Zhonglong 18 stir-fry. However, no matter how he called the system did not say anything, which also made Kuang Yun a little speechless. After checking it carefully, I almost understood it. The world of cookery is a world where there is a cultivation system, and there are also fairy gods. Although it is a nonsense and funny movie, the things contained in it are real. Although this Zhonglong 18 stir fairy is a stir-fry skill, it also needs to be used with internal force to achieve the best effect. As for how to cultivate internal strength, the 18 palms of Zhonglong is naturally indispensable. After all, this explosive skill was born in the 18 palms of Zhonglong. In the world of God of Cookery, it perfectly explains what it means to get out of Shaolin in martial arts in the world, and all the tricks come from Shaolin. Since the basis of Zhonglong 18 frying is Zhonglong 18 palms, then the basis of dog shoveling should be dog shoveling. Really, even the martial arts of the beggar gang have been eaten. But these are not important. What Kuang Yun cares about is the palm technique he has obtained. Although he has mastered both the palm technique and the method of making a stir, he still needs to practice himself. This Zhonglong 18 palms can also develop the necessary internal strength, which is very good. In Kuang Yun's consciousness, it seems that the ingredients added to internal power cooking will be a bit more awesome. The Huxia world also uses the setting of internal power. The reward this time is completely unexpected. The 18 palms of Zhonglong is not only used for beating people, it seems that it can also be used when making some dishes. Moreover, internal strength is not only used to make cooking, but also to prevent people from being blackgunned. Although they have strong physical fitness now, they have a little internal strength and are obviously more comprehensive. Kuang Yun does not guarantee that people in this world will abide by the rules of the game. He is really black hands, and he needs to at least protect himself. The next step is to wait for Ziyawai. This time is really slow. Kuang Yun has tasted the sweetness and is looking forward to the opening of Totsuki's school. Once the school starts, Ziyawai will drop out of school. Isn't it Kuang Yun's bag? When several students in a row have gotten great benefits from him, he can completely dig the foot of the wall with his hoe. People in this world move for profit, at least most of them are like this. This Totsuki Elite 10 is even more so. Azuminakiri can fascinate these people. When Soma grows up for a while, the results will be seen by the outside world. Isn't it easy for him to dig a wall to recruit students? Almost forgot, the main mission has been updated. Kuang-yun, who was planning to try his cultivation, suddenly remembered that he seemed to have updated the main mission. After taking a quick look, Kuang-yun found that not only the main missions, but also the side missions had been updated. Main task, accepting the first student. Naturally, you can't let the student's talents be buried. Riyama, who has been relieved and turned into anger, will send me Sequang to retaliate against your partners and let your student Zinping Soma defeat Mizuo Ang, destroying Ruishin's plan. Time, after January. Task reward, roast a whole pig with ingredients from the captive world of gourmet food. Side mission, a week later, the 8th seat of Totsuki Elite 10 will take part in a cooking competition, and the host will defeat him and break his poor knowledge of Yuxia cuisine. Task reward, 10 years of pure internal strength. There are 2 missions in total, which can be said to be extremely simple missions, but Kuang-yun didn't expect that a Mei Zhuong inspired the main mission, and the round difficulty is not as high as that of the side missions. But think about it carefully, this system is mainly about training students, so tasks involving students will be classified as main tasks. As for his own, side tasks, it seems not difficult to understand when he thinks about it this way. But this reward is clear this time, roasting whole pigs. This is not a simple roasting whole pigs, but a special ingredient that captures the world of gourmet food, with roasted pigs growing on them. A behemoth that is 3 meters high and 4 meters long, the barbecue on its body will be quickly scorched under anger. It is a very special creature. If you want to capture this kind of food, you must capture it before the other person is angry, otherwise it will be worthless even if you capture it. However, both rewards are very good. One is a special ingredient that does not exist in this world, and the other is an internal force that takes 10 years to cultivate. No matter what kind of Kuang-yun is very rare. As for beauty, it is enough for Soma to deal with it. Mei Zhuong itself is great at tracking and imitating. It can be regarded as a kind of supernatural ability to see people thoroughly, otherwise it cannot be imitated so perfect, and even surpassed on the basis of imitation. Mei Zhuong didn't even know about Soma's situation, coupled with Soma's current talent, 1 month's time, completely comparable to the results of about a year, plus Kuang-yun's system rewards here, crushing Mei Zhuong was extremely easy. And it seems that you can take the opportunity to dig Mei Zhuong, and then another wave of rewards will be credited to the account. Received the monthly ticket. Thank you F-Herd for the monthly ticket, and thank you all for sending flowers and evaluation tickets. Chapter 16. Early the next morning, Kuang-yun woke up early and came to the yard to practice the 18 palms of the dragon. This is a set of palm techniques, and it is different from ordinary internal strength. In order to generate internal strength, it requires constant practice, relying on palm techniques to continuously generate internal strength. This kind of internal force is very special and belongs to the extreme internal strength. At the beginning of the practice, Kuang-yun didn't have internal strength, so he couldn't play the scene of dragons roaring in the sky and golden dragons flying randomly, but his physical fitness is very strong, so it is full of momentum to fight. After playing it a few times, Kuang-yun felt the warm currents flowing continuously in her body. This is the internal force. After blessing, the talents seem to be very useful in martial arts, otherwise, even no matter how genius is, it is impossible to train internal strength so easily. Now Kuang-yun's talent is no longer understandable by ordinary people. After washing a lot, Kuang-yun also waited for Soma. At this moment, Soma didn't bring many things, that is, some changed clothes. In his manner, there is basically nothing missing. Teacher, What are we going to learn next? Soma asked with some excitement. The previous golden fried rice made him linger. Swordsman. When Kuang-yun uttered these two words, Soma was stunned. After all, knives are generally something that people who are beginners in cooking need to practice hard. Soma thinks that his knives are pretty good. Are you curious why I let you practice knife skills? Kuang-yun asked after seeing Soma's face, and Soma nodded very simply. The knife skills I asked you to practice are not ordinary knife skills. Normally, as long as you are a chef, you will always practice knife skills. After all, the way of cooking is endless. This does not need me to emphasize. But the knife skill I asked you to practice today is another kind. I want you to adapt to how to use a special set of kitchen knives. Kuang-yun said, and brought Soma to the kitchen, and Soma's eyes were instantly attracted by the 7 kitchen knives on the table. These 7 knives are large and small, and they are of different shapes. They don't even look like kitchen knives. However, Soma realized that when he saw the set of kitchen knives, he realized that they were kitchen knives and didn't think about other aspects. This set of kitchen knives is called Kixing Knife, and it is a masterpiece of a master knife named Luoxia. This peculiar shape is also prepared for the ingredients. This set of kitchen knives can cook most of the ingredients in the world. But the premise is that you need to be able to use the set of kitchen knives proficiently. This is my gift to you, and the knife you need to practice is to use the set of kitchen knives proficiently. After Kuang-yun finished speaking, Soma gradually opened his mouth. Is this for me? Is such a precious kitchen knife just for me? Soma asked in a daze. This kind of kitchen knife is precious to him, but now it is given to him, which makes Soma totally unacceptable, and happiness comes too suddenly. Yes, it is for you. After all, you are my student now, but let me say it first. Although this thing is given to you, one day if you do something that will endanger me and the students I will receive in the future, then I will also take back the set of kitchen knives. Soma didn't care about Kuang-yun's words at all, because he wouldn't do this kind of thing, so he immediately patted his chest to make a promise. In addition, there is a bottle of things for you here. Kuang-yun took out another potion. Teacher, what is this? Looking at the potion in Kuang-yun's hand, Soma asked with some curiosity that his teacher had taken out such awesome props as the 7-star knife, so things like this potion shouldn't be simple. Taste development potion, you can develop your taste after drinking it. You should have seen Nakiri Arana's god tongue. As long as this thing is enough, then your taste can catch up with the other party sooner or later, and it is not a problem even to go overboard. Of course, this thing is very precious, and I don't have much in my hands. I will give you some tasks in the future. After completing the tasks, I will continue to give you this medicine until I develop a super taste. Kuang-yun said that he threw the bottle to Soma, and Soma caught the bottle in a panic. If he fell, he would probably die in distress. Seeing this scene, Kuang-yun snickered. The bottle of this thing was not so easy to break, otherwise he wouldn't throw it away. Your cooking has its own prototype. At this level, the so-called teaching has no effect. It all depends on your own practice improvement. I will give you things. After you are familiar with it, let's talk about other things. Kuang-yun left after speaking. For cooking skills like Soma, it is mainly because of lack of experience to talk about cooking, that is, some small details of cooking. Totsuki's teaching is dedicated to actual combat. All kinds of harsh actual combat, after all, their basic foundation is already very solid, so they need actual combat to improve. As for Soma, after he is familiar with the 7-star sword and the taste improvement, he throws out to travel the actual combat and it is over. Chapter 17. Let Soma experiment on how to use the 7-star knife, but naturally the ingredients used will not be wasted. Kuang-yun has already made it clear to Soma. Soma contacted the ingredients used, and after they were used, they were made into dishes, and then sent to some welfare homes and orphanages. Don't waste ingredients, and do good deeds. Soma's cooking skills are still okay, and it's not a shame to take it out. In fact, not only Soma, but also Kuang-yun's food ingredients used in practice are handled in this way. After all, there are not many people here, and they use too many ingredients for practice, so they simply made dishes and sent them to these places. Then let the people who eat it give a feedback. On the one hand, it is not a charity. On the other hand, you can get some feedback. In the end, you will not waste the ingredients, so that others are happy to taste it. Regarding this, Soma nodded very solemnly after knowing it, saying that he would take the most serious attitude to make dishes. After Soma went to practice on his own, Kuang-yun naturally came to the kitchen. He also needed to practice. He felt that he was about to reach the level of a super chef. Before the super chef, although the chefs were divided into different ranks. But the super chef is the real threshold to enter the chef's door. This is not what Kuang-yun summed up, but from the inside of the super chef. To enter the realm of a super chef, you need to understand the heart of cooking. The heart of cooking is a kind of perception of your own artistic conception, the reason for cooking, and the purpose of cooking. Instilling his own ideas to others is the heart of cooking, and there are many special chefs in the world. For example, an existence like Siakairo took the Shura route, but his heart of cooking has changed after his wife died. But this seems to have made Siakairo a step further, and now, Kuang-yun's strength is enough. The last thing he needs is the heart of the kitchen. Kuang-yun had a certain idea about his own cooking mind. Before that, he thought about imitating other people's cooking mind. But in the end Kuang-yun found that things were not that simple. Although you can follow every path by imitating others, it is not the most suitable path for him after all. So Kuang-yun also spent a period of time thinking, what exactly is his heart of cooking? In the end Kuang-yun couldn't help but move closer to the system. The essence of life is also a kind of inheritance, and the function of the system is also a kind of teaching and inheritance, so Kuang-yun gradually found some feelings. At this moment, Kuang-yun is busy in the kitchen. The cooking he makes is very simple. It is also a golden fried rice, but this fried rice is not just pure fried rice. This was the first dish he made as a super chef. After it was done, Kuang-yun gave the fried rice to Soma. Golden fried rice, it's so good, you can eat that kind of desirable delicacy again. Seeing the fried rice that Kuang-yun gave him, Soma couldn't wait to open the cover, unsurprisingly golden light. With the first experience, although Soma was still a little bit envious and surprised, but it was basically no fuss. But this time, after entering the golden fried rice, Soma found that his surroundings had changed. At this moment, he came to a special kitchen, and in the kitchen, Soma saw Kuang-yun. You are here, let's start. Today I will teach you how to make golden fried rice. Kuang-yun did not wait for Soma to speak, and Soma entered the learning state without knowing it, but the learning was not very good for him. Unqualified, do it again, your heat is too high, and the egg liquid has solidified ahead of time. Unqualified, the texture of the rice grains has been destroyed because of the strength of your stir-frying. Continue. After failing again and again, Soma didn't know how many golden fried rice he made. However, even if it seems to be endless, he still feels that he is enjoying it, not even tired, not bored, but constantly familiar with each production, continuous improvement, continuous progress. I don't know how long it took, Soma once again made a golden fried rice. Although it didn't shine, the crystal clear and plump rice grains were perfect at first glance. Qualified, you are already qualified for this dish, remember this feeling. In the end, as soon as the word qualified came out, Soma's spirit was shaken and he found that the surroundings had changed again. At this time, Soma's memories of fragments were finally restored. He found that he was still holding an empty plate in his hand, and there was no more fried rice left in it. "Teacher, what the hell is going on? Why would I?" Soma said everything he had experienced. He found it incredible that he really seemed to have learned this golden fried rice, and it seemed that he had practiced it countless times. This makes him feel unreal, but memory will not deceive him. He has really learned this cooking, and he is as proficient as it has been tempered. Chapter 18. This relates to the state of some of the chef, and you also know, my son, the chef has a rank or grade points. Even if there are some chefs on the international level assessment, and I do it a fried rice, the chef is from the general level to achieve the best proof of the chef. Kuang-yun's words Soma eyes shine, though he knew the chef grade examination, but never heard a chef said. "Teacher, what in the end is the executive chef?" Urgently want immediate answers, Soma asks. The so-called super chef, cooks above the general, they produced food. The kitchen will go through the blessing of the heart, which is a mood, with the words now, like a kind of spiritual genre. Kitchen mind, it is a spirit of austerity, own mind formed something that cannot be explained in detail. Before you eat fried rice, it combines heart, my kitchen heart, called inheritance, as you should already feel the effects of it. This road fried rice you should learn the fishes, so now I have come out to do a try. Kuang-yun said with a smile, to the pinnacle of world cuisine. Kuang-yun's speculation should not be very high, of course, this is just a guess, his tongue over one of God this five senses. Most people get really troublesome thing. Because they cannot control and use this ability once out of control, then the result is self-evident. Nakiri mana is the best example. And even the ultra taste will be out of control, we cannot be perfect control, so Kuang-yun judgment of this world culinary level is not high. At least not high. Small masters of the world, especially the kitchen must have, and certainly a lot, but Lin Long kitchen and if there is, it does not know, after the existence, let alone cook like a king. And Kuang-yun also not found on the network have a chef of this call, we did not find even a single call. Just very messy found some records on the mood, but there is no specific instructions, no specific title. Do not form a system, explain the world to the concept of executive chef also stay in scattered extent, nor the level of assessment still stuck in the kitchen before the heart. This proves that the executive chef does not scale, it may circulate only in some high-level small circle inside, which proved to be the world's culinary level is not very high. Of course, this is based on intelligence. Kuang-yun now have access to their own estimates, as to how specific, it is not clear. But Kuang-yun feel that their guess should not lead to a big change, otherwise Siakairo the ceiling will not have to be just wave the sun directly abilities defeated. Just wave Chaoyang abilities though tough, but it cannot perfectly replicate some high-level stuff. To Lin kitchen level kitchen heart, just copy will lead to its own kitchen center directly collapse, not to mention the other side also directly copied so much. Super cooks, kitchen heart really looking forward to, that teacher you see now I am at what level? Soma not wait asked. In my sense of smell to determine your level of current, moderate level in the world, the finest in the Totsuki in barely, but it has not yet reached the highest level of Totsuki, as executive chef, you are far from it. Kuang-yun turned a supercilious, now Soma this period, still dishes, Soma real transformation should start from the field of training, after 4 Kojiro Palace where the impact. At that time Soma was turned into a giant sponge, as before, although there is progress, but also just a few that reach this level of transformation. So now Soma still dishes, which can beat the same grade of Soma have some, let alone a higher grade. After listening to Kuang-yun for their evaluation, Soma also shining eyes raging fire. For Soma, he is not afraid of failure, afraid of being hit, these things will only continue to arouse his ambition, allowing him to continue to grow in the face of adversity, so now he is a passionate fight. Well, hurry to cook. Under Kuang-yun reminder, Soma only will such sentiments hiding. Soon, a golden fried rice appeared in front of Kuang Yun. Ah, the taste is very good, looks like my kitchen inheritance heart is still very useful, this looks like a much experienced general. But the illusion is always the illusion, making food, very often form a muscle memory, though you have experienced in the illusion temper, but not always experience itself, so there are some flaws. This is not much of a problem, you can practice more to make up for. Kuang Yun nodded his head, this is a fried rice is very good, of course, is cooking Soma terms. Teacher, you see, cannot do a little cooking for me Soma licking the face and asked, he was very fond of the kind of experience the illusion, can learn to practice cannot waste time. Do you think my kitchen is the heart of Cabbaget? Kitchen display this degree of heart for me also takes energy well, while playing, and I will give you a natural feel good to do some food. Kuang Yun a black face, he is not nonsense, but really, his heart heritage kitchen is very exhausting, especially in the face without his full cast. Of course, he could simply show some of them, then they will not form the illusion Soma this exercise, do it again that is up to teach, not so much energy spent, and whether the inheritance is his own choice. If you do not, then the kitchen for cooking on the heart is just a means to improve the taste, if you want, will be a real blessing heritage. Chapter 19. Dismiss Soma, and Kuang Yun has warned him not to think about comprehending the heart of the kitchen at this level, he can't do it yet. Soma is not stupid either. Although he yearns, he will do what he can, so he will not try to gather the heart of the cook. Of course, even if he tried to do it, he couldn't do it. Not many people felt this cooking heart now. The students in Totsuki also felt the same. They also felt a little bit by Zaiwai's mistake, but they were still very immature. If condensing the heart of the kitchen is a fruit tree condensing the fruit, then most of Totsuki's students didn't even bury the seed, and Zaiwai only planted the seed, or even failed to germinate. The strongest Eshitsukasa and others are probably only in the budding stage, and the difference is too much. As for Soma, he is almost the same as Zaiwai. He has no abilities, but he has the ability like the wisdom of the dining room, which is comparable to the abilities. This belongs to the predecessor of Shuksan, but he has not developed it himself. The ability and the heart of the kitchen may go hand in hand, but the ability is definitely not the heart of the kitchen, at most it has something to do with it. Time flies, and a week has passed. On this day, Kuang Yun took Soma back to the city center. Of course, I came back today because of one of Kuang Yun's side missions. This time, Zhuo Zhaoji participated in the competition. For Zhuo Zhaoji, Kuang Yun was also a little speechless. This guy studies Hyuxia cuisine and claims to be proficient in Sichuan cuisine. However, Kuang Yun thinks this product is too superficial. The essence of Sichuan cuisine is not only spicy, but there seems to be only the concept of spicy in his mind. And the club in his school, I really didn't see it, what a bald head is, all of this makes Kuang Yun want to blow this guy's head to see if there is a pile of tofu in it, it's just that. The nonsense is extreme. This cooking competition is also a side task of the system. It can be said to be for nothing. Kuang Yun doesn't need to get the first place. It only needs to defeat me for a long time. However, if Kuang Yun can't get this level of competition, the first is not justified. The scale is not very large, and the participants are all medium and small visits. The probability of encountering the special chef level is too small. For a long time, I guess I was invited to help support the scene. Totsuki Elite 10 is quite famous here. According to the rules of the competition, every chef in this competition can bring a helper, so Kuang Yun brought Soma, and the topic was announced a few days ago. You can bring your own ingredients. And this time the content of the competition is tofu dishes. Teacher, why should we participate in this kind of competition? Soma couldn't figure it out, but Kuang-yun pointed at the yellow hair in a distant place. Have you seen that guy over there? That guy is one of Totsuki's Elite 10, named Kyogitaraki. I think this guy is not pleasing to the eye. His perception is too superficial, so this time I came here for this guy. Yes, the game is second. Kuang-yun said that he can't tell Soma that this is a task given by the system. If it weren't for the task, he wouldn't come. Of course, if the premise knows that some famous person in Totsuki will participate in a certain competition, maybe he can't help but blend in. On the one hand, it was for digging the wall, and on the other hand, because he was really stingy. Although he was brought out by Aiyama, Totsuki's teacher was indeed speechless, as if no one was in charge of cheating in an exam. No one cares about those who cheat, and those who don't cheat have their grades cancelled. Who is not annoyed? Kuang-yun knows this is reality, but it is natural that he will retaliate. Kuang-yun doesn't have a lot of affection for Totsuki, and it's natural to be able to add a bit of support to the opponent. So that's it, Totsuki Elite 10, that's really interesting, but sir, are you sure we can win? Although sir, your cooking skills are very strong, the tofu is not fully formed yet. Soma looked at the mold in front of him helplessly. The tofu was still in it, and everyone else started to do it. They just watched it. Don't worry, I naturally have my own plans. By the way, you can do it as soon as possible after familiarizing yourself with the 7-star sword, you know. Kuang-yun spoke while handling the ingredients needed for the sauce. I see. In a few days, it will be really difficult for this 7-star knife to be used proficiently, but I feel that I have been in a good state recently and I can learn everything quickly. Soma said. Kuang-yun was a little funny in his heart about this. If it weren't for the tenfold talent, it would be so simple to use the 7-star sword proficiently. As for the task he gave to Soma, it was actually very simple. Kuang-yun bought some information from Totsuki recently. As long as the price is right, someone will be excited. Although Ruishin is behind the scenes in his own affairs, there are people who carry it out, aren't they? The executor would not let him go easily. So the person looking for the school bought the information of the student who was close to Ruishin, and compared it with the people in his previous class, and found this person directly. So he plans to let Soma go to the restaurant opened by the other party to do something. With Soma's enhanced taste, he can easily find many flaws. When the time comes, I will find a few media outlets to expose it. Not to mention playing the other party is enough to hurt the other party's vitality. He left it to Soma to do this. Chapter 20. Is it really mapo tofu? But this guy really doesn't know anything but spicy. Kuang-yun's sense of smell can easily identify the dishes made by the other party. One of the representative dishes of Sichuan cuisine is mapo tofu. However, the mapo tofu made by Zhaoji for a long time emphasizes the 2 points of spicy and spicy. As for the others, although they have not been completely ignored, but the proportion is directly out of balance. To be honest, Kuang-yun has to admire Juwo Zhaoji's strength. Although it completely destroys the ratio, the mapo tofu that he finally produces is unique. There is a different kind of taste, which can be regarded as a modified version of mapo tofu, but this modified version is not better than the original version, or even worse, it can only be regarded as a novel taste. The 8 flavors of mapo tofu are reflected in the perfect fusion, and he magnifies the 2 flavors. Although it creates a special flavor, it breaks the balance. Suddenly eating fudge will attract customers because of the special taste, but over time, it is easy to get bored. This special taste is good for ordinary customers, but it is not good for some old foodies. Teacher, the sauce is ready, then we can open the mold now. Soma said anxiously, now that the game is halfway through, but Kuang-yun's mold has not been opened yet, he is anxious. No, our cooking itself only needs to prepare the sauce. As for the others, it will be done naturally by then. Kuang-yun shook his head. What he was going to do was the giant panda magic mapo tofu. There was this dish in the more than 10 points of the menu, and the key to this dish was the word magic. Just like making magic, without this link, this dish lacks some flavor. The mold is a kitchenware. Basically, most of the process has been completed, and the finished sauce has also been added by Kuang Yun. Now the cooking is actually completed. The wait now is for the taste of the cooking to reach its true peak, and Kuang Yun has been waiting for me for a long time. It's just that Kuang Yun is strategizing, but Soma is a little anxious. He doesn't know what Kuang Yun's dish is really about. He remembers clearly that this mold has never been opened since he started making tofu. How can it be possible to complete a dish? However, Kuang Yun didn't give too much explanation. Now it is not a surprise to say it. I will talk about it later, keep the sense of mystery. Soon, Juwo Zayaji's mapo tofu was completed. His mapo tofu was a large piece of red, even the color of the tofu is not very visible. It is completely filled with red, giving people a visual look. The impact. My cooking is complete, special mapo tofu, please taste it. For a long time, Zayaji took his cooking to the judging seat, and there was some pride in his tone. What a strong visual impact is completely different from mapo tofu in the traditional sense. It deserves to be Totsuki Elite 10. Several judges on the judges' bench also quickly picked up their spoons and started to eat. From the perspective of Kuang Yun and others, their faces began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's so spicy, but I can't bear to stop it. What's the matter with this feeling like poisoning? Several judges were reluctant to put down the spoons in their hands. Although the spicy complexion was flushed, they still kept eating. Is it so delicious? Soma couldn't help but ask when looking at the judges. He didn't have the sense of smell of Kuang Yun, so he was naturally very curious. Well, this dish can only be said to be barely okay. I have made some transformations on the original basis and added some of my own ideas, but this kind of transformation is more tasteless, and the upper limit of the cooking is locked. While talking, Kuang Yun directly picked up the mold in his hand and placed it on a large plate and walked over. And Soma didn't react and saw his teacher carrying the mold past. This time Soma was really surprised. The tofu that has not been processed at all, even the sauce, no matter how delicious it is useless. Huh? You even carried the mold up together. What do you mean? For a long time, Zhaoji hasn't left yet, and when I saw someone lifting the mold up, I was a little dazed. What kind of operation is this? Do you eat original tofu on the spot? Isn't it a bit too tricky? My cooking, giant panda magic mapo tofu, please taste it. Kuang Yun didn't pay attention to me for a long time, but took the mold directly. A black and white light bloomed, making everyone panic, and then a huge black and white tofu block appeared in front of everyone. But before everyone asked, I saw the tofu cubes scattered directly and turned into small cubes, and then the rich red sauce oozes from the bottom. In the blink of an eye, the huge black and white tofu cubes turned into a black and white plate. Mapo tofu. How is this possible? The several judges, including the long-term Zayaji who hadn't stepped down, had their eyes widened and watched the scene incredible. Kuang Yun didn't have the skill to play dumb puzzles with them, so he simply completed the magic process. But the impact brought by this is even greater. After all, there is no buffering explanation in the middle, but the change is directly initiated, which makes people too late to react. With the shining effect, the impact becomes even greater. Thanks for the reward of 130, Kiyana Saigo's monthly pass. Chapter 21. Light, what's the matter with the light just now? It's really exactly the same as being magical. And it's still hot, how did you do it? The tofu had just been taken out of the mold when it was brought up, but in the end it was cut by itself. Several judges even looked at the large plate of mapo tofu in front of me for a long time. Not only them, but also the other onlookers and the participating chefs below were a little confused by the black and white light. A few of you should taste it first. Kwang-yoon did not explain. He is not a little boss. The real secret of this kind of thing lies in the mold, but he doesn't need to explain it personally. He is not the kind of person who likes selfless dedication, and he also explains with the narration. Yes, let's taste it first. Looking at this magical mapo tofu, several judges finally came to their senses, and each quickly filled themselves with some. It's delicious, it's so delicious. This is definitely the best mapo tofu I have ever tasted. The hot and piping sauce is perfectly blended with tofu. But there is still a sweetness in it. What's the matter with this sweetness? It doesn't seem abrupt, but it neutralizes the spiciness and makes the whole dish perfectly blend together. It's incredible. Yes, with such magic tricks, this dish is really amazing. After several judges took a bite, their eyes widened, and then the rabbit mode was turned on. A large plate of mapo tofu, the amount was enough, but was quickly divided by a few people. Even a few people almost fought directly to snatch the last bit of leftover mapo tofu. Fortunately, the people around them pulled the frame quickly, otherwise they might really be broke. After the disappearance, several judges began to praise constantly, and even forgot to shine, but everyone present regarded it as a magic effect. How on earth did you guys do it? Mapo tofu has a sweet taste. Did you add sugar? You actually put sugar in mapo tofu. It's completely evil, and it's black and white like magic. How did the radiance and the shaping of the cuisine do it? Zhaoji, who was staying by the side, also grabbed some mapo tofu and ate it. Then the whole person was not good, and he was also in shock. In his mind, Sichuan cuisine is the representative of spicy and spicy, including a series of dishes such as mapo tofu. And now, Kwang-yoon actually put sugar in mapo tofu, which makes him totally incomprehensible. Evil way? You dare to say it? I don't know where you learned about Sichuan cuisine. You actually think that Sichuan cuisine is only spicy? Sichuan cuisine is known for its wide range of ingredients, variable seasonings, diverse dishes, fresh taste, strong mellowness, and good use of spicy. It is understandable. This is indeed the case for the good use of spicy. However, Sichuan cuisine is not only spicy, but all kinds of flavors go hand in hand. What you know should be the current situation. The current situation is quite special. The spicy flavor has already taken the lead. Even when talking about Sichuan cuisine in many places, the first reaction is spicy. Most of the dishes are constantly changing in these aspects, but this also shows that you are not interested. After all, many old Sichuan chefs are very good at it. Know what the essence of Sichuan cuisine is. Kwang-yoon's eyes looked a little weird when I looked at Zhaoji for a long time. The taste of Sichuan cuisine is not a secret. Just ask an old chef to know what's going on. For a long time, Zhaoji said that he was good at Sichuan cuisine, but I didn't even know this. Kwang-yoon really didn't understand what he had been doing all these years. When the words were over, Zhaoji also had a dumb face at the moment, and after listening to Kwang-yoon's words, one of the middle-aged judges also nodded. He has also tasted a lot of authentic Sichuan cuisine and has a certain understanding of Sichuan cuisine. So at this moment he looked at Zhaoji with a weird look, and he only needs a little care to avoid such prejudice, but Zhaoji has such a prejudice. Kwang-yoon didn't stay here much, but left directly. The result of the match should not be unexpected. It should be his first, but it needs to wait a while. After all, the others have not finished yet. However, other people will not be very happy later. He and Zhuo Teraki almost filled the stomachs of the judges one after another, and the mapo tofu made by the two is very delicious, so the taste is dominant. Under such circumstances, if the strength of other people does not surpass Kwang-yoon, then it is estimated that these judges will feel more than one bite. It turns out that Kuang-yun's idea was right. After the people who served their own dishes, the judges showed a trace of disgust after taking a bite, and then stopped eating more. This change also makes the chefs who come on stage want to cry without tears. They are not to blame for being too weak, they are to blame for the opponents being too strong. Chapter 22. Teacher, how did you do it? Why did the tofu have never left the mold, but it has been separated since then? Seeing Kuang-yun coming back, why Soma threw out the 100,000 in his stomach. He was really curious. As for Light, he already knew that something like supernatural powers existed in this world, so naturally he wouldn't find it strange, but what he found strange was how this dish was made. It was really like magic. If you can, please tell me too. Kuang-yun did not speak, because now there are not only two people here, but also another unexpected guest. After Kuang-yun returned to his stove, I followed Zhao Ji for a long time. He also had too many questions to be answered, not only about this dish, but also about Sichuan cuisine. He never thought that his understanding of Sichuan cuisine would be so superficial. Give me a reason, why should I tell you? Kuang-yun's face is very calm, but his heart is already happy. This time one is here for reward, and the other is for Jumi Zaiji. Maybe you can try to poach Juwo Zhaoji directly. Now that he has inherited the heart of cooking, he can easily impart some cooking knowledge to other people, and then throw it out and work hard. It saves a lot of teaching time. To be honest, Kuang-yun is still a little bit worried about how to teach his students before he understands the inheritance of cooking. He has no teaching experience. But now there is no need to think so much. After thinking about it for a long time, I suddenly realized that I really couldn't find any reason, and my face flushed. Since you can't think of it, then I will give you a suggestion. I am actually a teacher. Now I am accepting students and you are my student. Then I can naturally tell you these things and even teach you. Kuang-yun said, but after a long time, Zhao Ji's eyes suddenly brightened, and even interrupted Kuang-yun's words directly. I see, I will be your student. Wait, you wait for me to finish talking. I have a prerequisite for accepting students. I and Totsuki have an antagonism, so if you want to be my student, you must quit Totsuki. Are you willing to do so? Kuang-yun squinted his eyes and looked at Juji Zhaoji and asked. Suddenly Jiji was silent. When this young student who seems to be about the same age as him, that's nothing. In order to pursue cooking, he can go to a teacher. This guy has a pretty thick skin. But after Kuang-yun's conditions were said, he was silent, a little undecided. Whether to stay in Totsuki or quit Totsuki is not a simple decision, and I don't need you to make a decision directly. As for me, I live on the opposite side of Totsuki, in that manner. After you make a decision, if you want to quit, you can come to me directly. If you don't quit, then you won't use it to find me. I look forward to yours. Answer. Kuang-yun didn't expect long. I directly agreed to Teraki's withdrawal from Totsuki. This is impossible. After all, Totsuki is relatively well known internationally. This is a super cooking academy. Now he is Elite 10. As long as he can graduate successfully, the future will be smooth sailing. Asking him to give up all of this and become a student who is very powerful, but who doesn't know the details at all, he really can't do it. But after listening to Kuang-yun's words, Teraki also breathed a sigh of relief for a long time and decided to consider it, but he is more inclined to choose Totsuki now. Kuang-yun didn't care about this, and now he just planted a seed. It takes time for the seed to take root and germinate. After that, Kuang-yun would naturally not idle and do nothing. When Soma grows up, so that people can see that a student is so strong, after a while, I will naturally leave Totsuki directly. He even took a step back and said, When Azuminakiri returns to Totsuki, will these people continue to stay in Totsuki? Without Soma's drive, the entire Totsuki will only become a hell, and then the best time will be. But now, it's just preparation. Kuang-yun is eager for Azuminakiri to come back sooner. Only Azuminakiri's return can give him more opportunities. After a long time, Teraki left, and now he is embarrassed to stay here, and Kuang-yun took advantage of the fact that the game was not over, and explained the real secret of this dish with Soma. This is the mold and the cooking method. It turned out to be like this. There are steel wires in the mold, and the tofu is made in this way. Suddenly, it doesn't feel so unacceptable. After Soma listened to it, it suddenly became clear, but in this way, the previous mystery disappeared. This is the essence of magic. It is difficult to understand before it is broken, but once it is broken, the mystery is broken, and it is not rare. Kuang-yun smiled and did not care about Soma anymore, but continued to wait for the results. Chapter 23. Almost half an hour later, the result came out. Kuang-yun took the first place. As for Juji, I took the second place. He didn't know the rest. After taking the bonus, Kuang-yun left. The task has been completed. He has to go back to collect the reward. The task has been completed. The reward for this task is 10 years of pure internal strength, such things as internal strength. Who hasn't martial arts dream yet? Kuang-yun has won the 18 dragons stir-fry and 18 palms of the dragon, but now she is in a stage of urgent need for internal strength. Not only because this allows him to have power that surpasses normal humans, but also because this internal force has a special catalytic effect on cooking. Kuang-yun now just wants to go back as soon as possible to receive the reward and try it out. In the end, he just received some business cards from the judges and left. After returning to the manor, Kuang-yun went directly into his room to receive the reward. As for Soma, he is still familiar with his 7-star swords. It is not that simple to use these 7 swords proficiently. In order to complete the task Kuang-yun gave him, Soma has been working hard. System: receive rewards. After returning to the room, Kuang-yun directly received the reward, and 10 years of pure internal force was directly squeezed into his body. After sensing this huge force, Kuang-yun couldn't help but slap his forehead. He had forgotten that he had the 18 palms of the dragon. After absorbing the internal force, he needed the 18 palms of the dragon to be integrated. I don't want to ruin my room. Opening the window, Kuang-yun jumped straight upstairs. This height is not a problem at all for him. Coming quickly into the yard, Kuang-yun began to practice the 18 palms of the dragon. While playing the palm, this huge internal force gradually began to flow in the meridians. Over and over again, Kuang-yun can only practice continuously in order to refine this internal force. He himself has been completely immersed in the palm, and as the internal force continues to transform and absorb, in his palm, there began to emit a slight sound of dragons. The voice has also become louder and louder as time progresses, but the golden dragon has not been played. This fight lasted until the early morning of the next day after returning from the game close to the evening. It took more than a night for Kuang-yun to completely absorb this internal force. Call. A white breath was exhaled, and it dissipated after rushing a few meters. Old teacher, you. When Kuang-yun came back to his senses, I saw Soma looking at him in amazement. After all, there was a lot of noise all night, and the noise was getting bigger and bigger, naturally attracting a lot of people. Attention! Not only Soma, but some maids and the like are hiding from the edge to peek. Although the Golden Dragon special effects were not played, the sound of the dragon chant is endless, so Kuang-yun has long been onlookers. Go back, Soma, and I will come to the kitchen. Kuang-yun said, although everyone is still curious, but they dare not ask more, but Soma, after coming to the kitchen, can't wait to ask a question again. This product has always been so careless, and Kuang-yun is also used to it. Don't ask, at least I won't tell you now, when you develop a super taste sensation. Besides, I am going to make a dish now, you can taste it by the way. Kuang-yun started to act as soon as he said. The ingredients are delivered every morning. Anyway, they are not wasted. They are all used. I dare not say that they have everything, but most of the common ingredients are still available. Kuang-yun took out a piece of pork belly and a bunch of chili peppers, and then picked up his variety 7-star knife. The blade of the variety 7-star knife changed slightly when it touched the pork belly. The change is invisible to the naked eye, but Kuang-yun, a knife holder, can sense that the resistance of cutting meat is almost zero. This is the power of the ever-changing 7-star knife. It perfectly fits the ingredients and conforms to the texture of the ingredients. The final cut of the dish is trending. Perfect. Kuang-yun was holding a variety 7-star knife, and unconsciously used some internal force for blessing. The speed of the attack was getting faster and faster, and it was so fast that Soma saw the after image. A whole piece of pork belly was cut into long strips almost in the blink of an eye, and the peppers were also cut into sections directly. Although each section is different in size, the length is exactly the same. Soma even tried to line up several pieces of peppers in a row. It turned out that I couldn't see the length difference with my naked eyes, which proved that the spacing of each knife was very small, so small that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. What a great knife worker, who can cut so accurately at such a fast speed. You deserve to be a teacher. I'm still far behind. Soma found that he was really inferior to his teacher in any respect. But he won't be jealous. Although this teacher is about the same age as him, he is so powerful that he will only admire him, and recently, he has found that he has made rapid progress. Compared to the progress made in my own restaurant, it is simply heaven and underground. Chapter 24. The ingredients are very simple. They are green chili and pork belly, and the others are some green onions, ginger, garlic, and the like. After preparation, Kuang-yun puts on the fire and puts the oil on the fire. After the pot is boiling, the pork belly is quickly cooked, and Kuang-yun is useless for cooking. Shovel, but use a spoon. The spoon quickly stirs, and the Zhonglong Shiba stir-fry directly unfolds. The action opens and closes, and under the blessing of internal force, the flame rushes directly into the pot directly along the edge of the pot. The flame churned, and Kuang-yun also added peppers and other seasonings at the right time. During this period, the flame did not leave the inside of the pot. The whole pot is like being wrapped in flames without dead ends. Soma said that he has seen stir-frying and introducing flames into the pot, but it was only for a short while. Otherwise, the flame will be too big and the cooking will be useless. I have never seen a flame package like Kuang-yun from beginning to end. In the end, Kuang-yun moved his right hand directly, and the large spoon in his hand directly took out all the ingredients in the pot and landed on a plate, and the flames dissipated directly at this time. Soma took a closer look and found that there was no residue in the pot at all, as if it had been brushed. It was incredible. At this moment, Kuang-yun has covered the raw pork belly in front of him with a hood. This is a necessary step for Guanzhou's blessing. Come on, try my raw pork belly. You also learn how to cook this dish by the way. Kuang-yun put the plate on the table next to the stove, and then opened it directly. A golden light bloomed, and the raw pork belly really appeared in front of Soma. The Zhonglong 18 stir-fry, blessed by internal force, not only perfectly controls the flame, but also locks the taste of the ingredients perfectly, so that the ingredients will not be damaged due to the stir-frying. This is the horror of Zhonglong 18 stir-fry. It seems to be very violent, but it is thick and thin. Kuang-yun dared to say that if you give him a bowl of cooked glutinous rice balls, he can also stir-fry for a few minutes. After that, let the glutinous rice balls keep their original posture, not damaged at all. It smells good, and there is a pungent taste. Just smelling it makes people unable to control their salivary glands. Soma looked at the raw pork belly in front of him, and his mouth was flooded just by seeing and smelling the scent. 2 pairs of chopsticks stick directly into the plate, and the chili peppers are brought directly into the mouth with pork belly. It's so elastic, the pork belly has such elasticity. Although it is also because of the pig skin, the gravy is almost perfectly locked and there is no loss, and the flavors of other seasoning ingredients are perfectly integrated into the pork belly. After one bite, Soma found that the pork belly in his mouth was directly fried into a rich gravy, and the pork belly fried by special methods was perfectly locked in deliciousness. Each piece of pork belly is delicious with all the ingredients concentrated, and because it is stir-fried, it tastes good. Coupled with the elasticity of the pork skin, this raw pork belly completely made Soma wonder how to describe it. But soon, Soma found himself in that familiar kitchen again, and the inheritance of cooking began to work. After seeing Soma completely immersed in it, Kwang-yoon also put down his chopsticks. This dish was made by him. He just tasted the taste, but I have to say that the internal strength and the Jonglong 18 stir-fry really brought him more big surprise. Although he had tried the Jonglong 18 fry before, but due to internal problems, his power was limited. Although it is much more powerful than the general stir-frying technique, it has not undergone a qualitative change like it is now. Sure enough, internal strength and tricks are matched, and none of them are indispensable. This dish is absolutely impossible to do without internal strength. Even if Soma has learned it, it will be much worse than Kwang-yoon in terms of deliciousness and texture. So spicy, so spicy. Soma regained consciousness and let out a sigh, but soon felt a pungent sensation on his tongue. Upon closer inspection, Soma realized that he even ate the chili peppers without knowing it. This raw fried pork belly is not only pork belly, the real essence is also in the peppers. Because a large amount of peppers are added for seasoning, it will not be very pleasant to eat all of these peppers. Just look at Soma. Looking around for water to drink, Kwang-yoon glanced at Soma with some pity. In order to make the cooking taste the best, he used a lot of hot peppers. So Soma may suffer a bit later, but what does this have to do with Kwang-yoon? You have to pay a price for being greedy, and Kwang-yoon doesn't know how to do it. Next, I will watch Soma's performance. It is said that Totsuki's school is really late enough. Kwang-yoon glanced at Totsuki again. The test for transfer students was taken very early before the start of school, which made Kwang-yoon wait for a while, but he was waiting to take Zaiwai away when the school started. Of course, before that, it was Soma's performance time. Soma's 7-star sword. Well, it sounds a bit interesting. Chapter 25. After Soma got acquainted with the 7-star knife, he went to trouble with that shop. Originally speaking, even if you were to trouble him, people would ignore you, and then nothing happened. However, this country in this world has a very useful method, that is, eating halberd. Kwang-yoon asked Soma to learn how to cook late-night food. The halberd simply spread in this country. These people are still a group of glass hearts, and they can't even stand the stimulus. With Soma's ridiculous ability and Kwang-yoon's financial support behind them, they soon started a halberd battle with the opponent. The bet of both parties is very simple. Kwang-yoon even took out his own manner in order to get the other party to put on the set. Facts have proved that as long as the benefits are sufficient, the heartbeat will be a matter of time. Although Kwang-yoon has made a lot of money recently, it is not exaggerated enough to be compared with an old restaurant that has been passed down for so many years. So I can only take out my own manor, and the value of the manor surpasses the other side's store many times, so the other side puts on a set. Kwang-yoon used the manor as a bargaining chip, and the other side used the restaurant as a bargaining chip. In the final game, he was directly crushed by Soma. The taste has been developed and Soma has been practicing hard for a period of time. With the addition of the 7-star sword, his strength has skyrocketed a bit terrifying. In addition, Kuang-yoon taught some targeted cooking with inheritance behind it. Soma crushed the opponent, and finally directly won the opponent's restaurant. This is the convenience of Shiji. The key is that this thing is legal, it is very outrageous, and there is also a department like the Shiji Bureau. Although the method is to cook people late at night, to be honest, Kuang-yoon feels that it is better to cook people late at night. The cuisine in this world is very special, and it can even be used to control a person and a force. Kuang-yoon took advantage of this and took the other party's restaurant. Once the halberd was established, it would naturally be too late to regret. This episode is over. With Soma's current strength, it would be very easy to defeat the opponent without his help. Time flickered, and there were still 3 days before Totsuki's school started, and this day, naturally, was when another mission started, about Soma's main mission. Ruishin dispatched Mi Zoang to focus on Kuang-yoon's property, but Kuang-yoon did not know who Mi Zoang was targeting, but Kuang-yoon told these partners about Mi Zoang's characteristics. Let them pay attention. The characteristics of Mi Zoang are still very recognizable: 5 big and 3 rough guys. Okay, I see, you don't care about this guy, I will take care of it. Kuang-yoon quickly received a call. One of the fried chicken shops met Mi Zoang and called Kuang-yoon the first time. Soma, your mission is here, let's go and see what that guy is going to do. Kuang-yoon took Soma with him, and he followed along. Although he didn't plan to do it, this time it was okay to accept Mi Zoang, and Mi Zoang's tracking ability was indeed very powerful. It is even possible to imitate a person perfectly, that is, Soma broke the track of this guy, and other people were followed by him. It was a miserable thing. Takumai had suffered a lot from this guy. However, the later Takumai seemed to have turned on a strange switch, and also possessed such an ability to imitate, even more powerful than Mi Zoang. Soon, the two came to the fried chicken shop that they had partnered with. At this moment, Mi Zoang had begun to break out. Make trouble at the door, but as far as the method is concerned, it is the same as what Soma used before. After all, many people here are glass hearts, but Mi Zoang can't come up with enough bargaining chips. He can only attract everyone's attention by making troubles, and the methods are not even a little bit poor. Kuang-yoon used this trick, and at any rate he also spent a lot of money, and even took out his own manor, but Mi Zoang should still be investigating the reality. But this time Mi Zoang was destined to put herself in. At this moment, Mi Zoang's mouth kept yelling for a halberd. You can eat the halberd, but what kind of chips can you take out? The chips given by both sides of the halberd must be fair, or at least the two sides believe that it is fair. Kuang-yoon's words calmed everyone who was arguing. Great, the savior is here. After seeing Kuang-yoon, the owner of the partnership store was also relieved and gave Kuang-yoon the right to speak. Is this guy behind the scenes? Mi Zoang squinted at Kuang-yoon. He was here to find the fault, and he was also here for intelligence. However, seeing the person in front of him who was obviously still a student, Mi Zoang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person who opposed Ruishin was so young. Why? Can't you get the same bargaining chip as this restaurant? In that case, you can go. Seeing Mi Zoang looking at herself, Kuang-yoon didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and urged him again. Bargaining chips? Of course I can get them, but I have a request. The halberd must be fixed in 7 days. It can be seen that Mi Zoang came prepared this time. He is not Nakiri Arana after all, and can kill a restaurant with just one sentence. Chapter 26. 7 days. Of course you can, but it is not me who eats the halberd with you, but him. Kuang-yoon stretched out his hand and pointed. Mi Zoang looked in the direction of the finger, and saw Soma. At this moment, Soma was carrying a large box on his back. Inside the box was the 7-star sword. There are too many 7-star knives, unless they are fully armed like Rain, but in this era, they are walking down the street with 7 knives on their backs. So Kwang Yun could only create a box for Soma. In fact, this box Soma was not carried at any time. But when Kwang Yun called him today, he thought he was going to start the halberd game directly, so he carried it on his back. He can. Mei Zhuong looked at Soma and found that he was not too old, and no matter how high he was, he agreed directly. Okay, that's it. 7 days later, the halberd game will be played, and the specific information will be directly reported to the halberd game. Kwang Yun nodded. As long as the information is reported, then there is no problem. The next step is to watch Soma, let Soma defeat Mei Zhuang, and if there is no accident, Mei Zhuang will not continue to be the horse of Rui Shan. Accepting Mei Zhuang is also very simple. After reporting the specific information, Mei Zhuang left, but before leaving, his eyes were fixed on Soma, and even when he left, he turned his head 3 times and saw Soma's whole body hairy. Teacher, what is going on with this guy? That kind of look, wouldn't it be a gay guy? After Mei Zhuang disappeared completely, Soma couldn't help but fight a cold war. The look in his eyes just now was really weird. That guy is not a gay guy. He is just observing you. He has an ability comparable to a supernatural power. Tracking. After a period of tracking, he can easily grasp the opponent's personality, temper, and even the cooking methods. Although it sounds a little mysterious, the person he usually looks at will find that when he eats the halberd, the dishes they cook are exactly the same, and they even surpass themselves. Perfectly copy the opponent's cooking, and at the same time copy it to a higher level, in order to defeat the opponent. Kwang Yun told Soma the specific information of Mei Zhuang, and Soma's eyes widened. This should be an ability, but even an ability is incredible. Soma couldn't understand at all. How did he do it? You can even rely on tracking to make all the dishes that others want to cook. It's nonsense, it's completely open behavior. Well, it's not an exaggeration to call it mind reading. As far as ability is concerned, it can indeed be attributed to the category of supernatural powers, but you don't have to worry about this. This kind of tracking has great disadvantages. At most he can only track people whose strength is about the same as his own, or even lower. Cooking is better than him, and with more methods than him, his tracking is useless. Just say you now have a taste beyond ordinary people, and you have a 7-star knife in your hand. Even if he is tracking you, is it useful? Kwang Yun said disdainfully, this ability is exaggerated, but it is not so easy to use when it is really used. For 7 days, Mei Zhuang probably planned to follow Soma and imitate him, but no matter how imitated it, you try to imitate the kitchen utensils and try to imitate the taste. Looks very awesome, but in fact it's that way. It's still very simple to break the game. That said, my sense of taste, the 7-star knife and some cooking techniques cannot be replicated by him. Soma nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Although this ability is similar to mind reading, it is still not mind reading. The 7-star knife can cook almost all the ingredients in the world. This time, I deliberately set the content of the competition as sashimi. That guy probably can't think of it at all. Don't nest in the manor these days, and go out more. Go, give people a chance. Kwang Yun squinted his eyes and said, but Soma was a little speechless. As expected, his teacher was very black and let himself go out on purpose. He also knew that after he went out, Mei Zhuang would have the opportunity to imitate him, otherwise he would be nested in the manor, and Mei Zhuang would have no chance at all, so he could not break in and follow him privately. Let Mei Zhuang raise her confidence to the highest point and then defeat it in one fell swoop. How desperate will Mei Zhuang be then? Thinking of the consequences of Mei Zhuang, Soma couldn't help fighting the Cold War. It was so cruel, it was completely murderous. It is not terrible to defeat a person. The terrible thing is to defeat the other person's heart together, and defeat the opponent in the field where the opponent is best. This is the most terrifying. However, Soma is obviously not a good person, and he soon suppressed the frightening feeling. He even found it very interesting, and he was curious about how Mijoao would react when that time comes. Soma has a black belly at all, but Siakiro has a black belly and he did not learn much. Chapter 27. In this way, on the way back to the manor, the two also found Mizuon following all the way. Regarding this, Soma was really speechless. However, according to Kuongyun's instructions, he went for a walk every day and asked Mizuon to imitate and see if Mizuon's tracking ability could track down useful information in the end. Anyway, Kuongyun doesn't think that Mizuon can really defeat Soma. But soon another thing happened. Soma received an admission letter. Totsuki's admission notice. How could it happen? I obviously didn't pass the exam. Soma looked at the notice in front of him in a dazed manner. He never thought that he had completely failed, but he did not expect another notice. Let's play. There must be someone who helped you walk through the back door. That's why this happened. Nakiri Arena was also unreasonably making trouble during your assessment that day, so I finally gave you the admission notice. How about? Are you planning to go? Kuongyun naturally knew what was going on. The matter itself was that Nakiri Arena was unreasonable. In addition, Soma is Siakiro's son. The relationship between Siakiro and Totsuki is not too iron. Moreover, the formation of the Jade Age is to recruit geniuses, anyone who is possible, so Soma will not really be unqualified. It's just that Kuongyun directly poached Soma before the notice came out. Go to Totsuki? What a joke, whoever loves to go to that kind of school. Soma tore the notice in his hand directly. How could he go to Totsuki, let alone anything else? The first impression that Totsuki brought to Soma was extremely bad. The kind of guy who looks at people with contempt. There is also Nakiri Arena who thinks only high-end ingredients and high-end cuisine are good, plus the example of Kuongyun himself being tricked out of Totsuki. Soma's impression of Totsuki is so bad, so in this case he will naturally not go to Totsuki again. In addition, in Kuongyun, he can learn too many useful things, plus that set of almost almighty kitchen knives, and the ever-increasing sense of taste. His Soma mind will not think about it as long as there is no problem. Totsuki. That's good, so be it, don't waste your familiarity with the 7-star sword for a while. Kuongyun nodded. Soma's choice was within his expectation, but this time Kuongyun felt that Siakiro would be stunned. His son did not enter Totsuki as he expected. Moreover, he was cut off by others. According to this development, Siakiro estimated that he would also come to Kuongyun's manor, but Siakiro was able to see Soma's progress and good things obtained here. It is estimated that he himself would be happy for his son not to go to Totsuki. Of course, this will only work after the start of school. Now Soma's files are estimated to have been entered into the school, but if Soma does not go, it is equivalent to dropping out of school. In this way, a few days passed. On this day, Kuongyun came to the gate of the manor and waited early, waiting for Zayawai to report. Without Soma, it would be strange for Zayawai not to be swept out, and according to normal development, even if Zayawai is not swept out today, it will be the same when she stays for training for a period of time. For Kojiro in Sinomiya, Kuongyun doesn't have a good impression. When it comes to accommodation and training, Kuongyun also plans to go to the Totsuki resort. Those who have been brushed out of Totsuki are excusable. However, it is not the case that Kojiro is taken from the hands of Sinomiya. Kojiro at Sinomiya will forcibly remove some people. Anyway, Kuongyun just waits to accept students. Although the students who are not on the protagonist level receive very little rewards, Kuongyun is happy to see the scene where these people grow up and slap their faces. On the day of Totsuki's school start, there will be an opening ceremony first, but it will not be very long, and then the first class will be ushered in one after another. Zayawai would be swiped away in the first class without accident. So Kuang-yoon came here early in the morning, just in case. What if he missed it? He would rather wait here for a while. On the other side, Totsuki's internal staff was also a little confused, because he found that the transfer student had not come. This year, Totsuki was a transfer student, but the transfer student didn't come to school. That's okay. So he quickly dialed Soma's number, but what made him even more bewildered was that Soma didn't even plan to come to this school. You know, this is Totsuki. How many people pray that their children can enter Totsuki to learn from God and worship Buddha, and their grandfathers and grandmas' prayers not to let their children drop out of school, but what happened? It's not just what you should do. And now the only transfer student didn't plan to come to Totsuki. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing in so many years. In the end, Soma was directly removed from his name, and soon, this incident also passed to Nakiri Sentimon's ears, and he was also a little stunned by the news. If it was just a simple transfer, it would be nice to say, but Soma is Siakiro's son, and Siakiro also communicated with him, and now he doesn't even plan to come. Chapter 28. Siakiro's son didn't even plan to come to Totsuki. Could it be that Arena's willfulness left him a bad impression? Nakiri Sentimon can only attribute this incident to his granddaughter, but he didn't think much about it. The Jade Age was formed to save the tongue of God. Although Soma is one of them, Soma is not necessary. They don't have the ability to predict the future, although Nakiri Sentimon understands that Soma has some special talents. But there are more talented people in Totsuki, that is, because of Siakiro he will pay attention to Soma, otherwise he will not bother to care. After this matter, he only intends to call Siakiro on the line, which is not a very important matter. In this way, Nakiri Sentimon no longer paid attention to this matter, but prepared his own speech. Without Soma, the lifelessness in this school has not been broken. In the so-called era of Jade, without the catalyst of Soma, it will only become a piece of dead jade. The opening ceremony ended very quickly. After the end, everyone directly ushered in the first course. To put it bluntly, it was a bit similar to the opening test, but this kind of test is more rigorous and may be dropped out. On the other side, when she squatted until noon, Kuang-yoon saw a little girl with blue braided hair dragging a big box out of the gate of Totsuki, almost directly writing uncomfortable on her face. This person is naturally Tadakuro Megami. After waiting all morning, Kuang-yoon finally waited for his goal. Looking at Tadakuro Megami's appearance, without Soma's help, he was dropped out of school in Chapel's first class. This classmate, are you dropped out by Totsuki? Just when Zayawai looked at Totsuki's door with an uncomfortable expression, Kuang-yoon suddenly rushed out, and Zayawai was startled by a single sentence. Yes, it is. When she recovered, Zayawai answered Kuang-yoon's question very sadly. That is Zayawai. If most people hear Kuang-yoon's question, it is probably good if they don't get a punch. That's right, are you interested in coming to my training class? Kuang-yoon said that he took out a business card, which he prepared later, that is, digging Totsuki's corner under the name of the training class, and Zayawai was still a little confused after receiving the business card. Training class. Zayawai asked a little to herself. Yes, the training class. Adhering to a philosophy, Totsuki's education is not suitable for everyone, so I want to invite you to join my training class. Of course, you don't have to rush to agree, my training class is just in the manner opposite. If you can visit it first, taste my food, and if you think it's okay, then stay. Kuang-yoon said with a smile. For Zayawai, there is no need to flicker too much, because Zayawai is too innocent. With Zayawai's personality, if he goes out independently, he will count the money even if he is sold. After listening to Kuang-yoon's words, Zayawai did not directly refuse, she was still hesitating. She had just left Totsuki. She felt that she might fail her family's expectations if she returned. So now she is a little confused and even evasive. It is the best time for Kuang-yun to come in at this time. After that, Zayawai, under Kuang-yun's constant persuasion, followed Kuang-yun into the manor. Is this really a training class? Zayawai couldn't understand it, such a luxurious manor, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a training class. Strictly speaking, there is only one student in our training class. If you are interested, you can come and see with me. He should be practicing knife skills at this time. Kuang-yun said with a mysterious smile, and Zayawai followed to the door of the kitchen where Soma was. After that, Zayawai saw a scene that stunned her. At this moment, Soma is familiar with the 7-star knife. Although Soma can use the 7-star knife effortlessly now, it is not easy to use it proficiently, let alone the development of the 7-star instant knife dance like rain. But even if it can only be used normally, the ornamental quality is extremely high. The 7 knives are continuously used in a staggered manner, and the different ingredients are processed. Although they are all different kinds of ingredients, under Soma's 7 knives, they can't bring any obstacles at all, and they are quickly processed in the blink of an eye. Okay, so awesome. Even the use of 7 knives is so proficient, compared with. Zayawai was also stunned. After that, she inevitably made a comparison with herself. Then Zayawai found that she was really weak, extremely weak. Compared with Soma, she could not even count as a scum. Before he came here, he had participated in Totsuki's assessment, but he failed at that time, so he joined my training class. Kuang-yun told Zayawai what had happened to Soma, and now he was waiting for Zayawai to get the bait. Chapter 29. It turned out to be like this, that eldest lady really looks down on low-level cooking and low-level ingredients. Zayawai has also been in Totsuki for several years, so she naturally knows the character of Nakiri Arana. She also felt it was a pity what happened to Soma. She knew that the knife worker was very good, but when she learned that Soma hadn't gone after receiving the notice, Zayawai was shocked. "Teacher, who is this? Don't you introduce me?" Just as the two were talking, Soma also found them and walked out. "Yes, I don't know your name yet for this classmate. My name is Kuang-yun, and his name is Yukihira Soma." Kuang-yun introduced herself. She was anxious to bring Zayawai over, but gave a business card. Although there was a name on it, she had not introduced herself. It was indeed a bit too anxious. My name is Tadakuro Megami." Zayawai also introduced herself in a panic, and then everyone returned to the hall. During the period, Kuang-yun and Soma also learned how Zayawai was dropped out of school. There is some discrepancy between what Kuang-yun thinks. Originally, Kuang-yun thought that without Soma, Zayawai would mess up due to excessive tension and be dropped out of school. But after Zayawai gave out the specific reason, Kuang-yun couldn't help but stared, because the plot was so familiar. Zayawai was dropped out of school because she finally found out that a lot of salt had been poured into her pot. The time left was not enough for Zayawai to make a new dish, so she got an E grade. Dropping out needs to accumulate a certain amount of E and other evaluations, but what about Zayawai? If it is in other courses, then maybe you can still get the evaluation that is not grade E, but Chapel's course only has A and E grades, so Zayawai, who was overshadowed by others, was planted like this. Originally, Zayawai should not have encountered this kind of thing, but now it seems that because Soma is not there, the plot inertia has fallen on Zayawai, but to be honest, even if Zayawai is not shamed this time, it is estimated that Zayawai will not be able to escape the fate of being dropped out of school. Kuang-yun did not expect that this kind of thing would be encountered by Zayawai. It should have been a student who was stimulated by Soma to do this, but now he did this to Zayawai. Maybe the two people had that idea at the beginning. Soma's role is only catalysis. Soma is gone, Zai has become a catalyst instead. It's a familiar scene. Teacher, didn't you also get dropped out of school for this reason? Soma knocked on his palm suddenly, and there was a student who was overcast. Huh? Is teacher Kuang-yun also a student of Totsuki? Zai only noticed that Kuang-yun's appearance and age looked the same as herself and Soma. She hadn't paid attention to this before, but now she found out. Yes, I was overcast during the entrance exam, so I dropped out. Speaking of which, we are quite fate. We were all made up of Totsuki because of the same thing. Then, Totsuki, would you like to join my training class? Kuang-yun also sent out an invitation again at this time, and Zai still had some hesitation. Why are you still hesitating? Join as soon as possible. You can learn a lot of good things by joining. The teacher is definitely better than those Totsuki teachers. Why are you hesitating? Soma couldn't stand it anymore, and kept babbling beside him. In this way, Zai finally agreed to join. Very well, then you are now my second student. I will give you your meeting gift tomorrow. As for now, let's taste my craft first. Soma, come and help me. After Kuang-yun finished speaking, he walked directly towards the kitchen, while Soma immediately followed. As for Zai, after a moment of stunned, he quickly followed. She also planned to help, but soon Zai found that she couldn't get in at all. It's too fast, whether it's Kuang-yun or Soma, the speed is too fast, it's several times the speed when she is not nervous, so she can't get in at all. Especially when Kuang-yun started cooking, her eyes widened. The violent method of stir-frying even heard the sound of dragons. This made Zai once suspected that she was dreaming. Why did cooking produce such an effect and sound? Can't understand. And that kind of flame is also terrifying, but the scent quickly fills the entire kitchen. Just asking about the scent makes Zai a little addicted. Soon, Kuang-yun cooked more than a dozen dishes in one go, all of which were covered with hoods. Teacher, you are quite partial. You didn't welcome me like this when I came here. Soma suddenly found a blind spot. Although he got some benefits when he came, his teacher seemed to have never cooked a good table for himself. 2 dishes were not common, only a few times. But when Zai came, she just ordered some good dishes, which is too much. In this regard, Kuang-yun didn't take care of this product, it was just nonsense. One side is a rough guy, and the other is a cute girl. Is there a problem with the cute girl being better? That is to say, the emotional intelligence of Soma is almost zero. Otherwise, if you change to a normal person, you will definitely shut up with interest. A few nonsense, let's eat now. Seeing Zai feeling a little at a loss, Kuang-yun rolled his eyes and took off the cover of several dishes in front of him. Soma was also quick to get started, and the moment he took off the cover, a burst of light bloomed, and the entire hall was directly covered by various colors. Chapter 30. What is this? Why is it glowing? After the light dissipated, Zai exclaimed. She had never seen the cooking glow, it was amazing. The flames and dragon chants of the cooking just now, the light now makes Zai feel that all of these are too unreal. This is an ability. You don't know the ability. The so-called ability is. Soma quickly told Zai the idea of the abilities he knew, and it was rare to show off. Kuang-yun didn't stop him, on the contrary, so he let him pretend to be forced. What a magical ability, I don't know if I can. No, it's absolutely impossible for me. Zai also looked longing after listening, but she soon became a little silent again. She felt that it was impossible for a person like herself to have such a thing as supernatural power. No, it is possible for anyone to have supernatural powers, and of course it is also possible. If you deny yourself at the beginning, then this possibility will be narrowed by yourself invisibly, making the possibility of supernatural awakening even more possible. Small. Seeing Xiao Hui's appearance, Kuang Yun was also a little speechless. This Xiao Nazai is too easy to feel inferior, but this is also a habit she has cultivated all the year round. The original work was slowly changed after Soma helped her, but now that Kuang Yun has joined in, naturally he will not let it go. To put it bluntly, Xia Y is still very strong, and she dared to learn the hanging method when she was young. Xia Y is just like this in her personality, but she really does things very reliably. Kuang Yun has some ways to deal with this inferiority complex, and sooner or later he will cultivate Xia Y into the original work. At this moment, Kuang Yun's words also shocked Xia Y. This is not Kuang Yun talking nonsense. If you deny yourself at the beginning of anything, then you don't have to do it afterwards, and the probability of failure will increase exponentially. In the future, don't feel inferior at all times. This is not a good habit, but I will find a way to get rid of your habit, and now give me honest food. After Kuang Yun finished speaking, he put down his chopsticks. He did not inherit these dishes excessively, but stayed at the top level. That is to say, after eating, he is limited to knowing how to make this dish, but he will not be drawn into the fantasy kitchen for special training. Why do I know how this dish is made? After tasting a few dishes, although Xia Y was conquered by the deliciousness of the dishes, she was a little surprised because she learned the recipe of one after eating one. At first she thought it was an illusion, but after eating a few more dishes, she discovered the problem. Where? Kuang Yun did not conceal this point. He explained the concept of the super chef to Xia Y, which triggered Xia Y's exclamation again. Regarding this, Soma also kept feeling that he was finally not a hillbilly by himself. Sure enough, it's really good to see others shocked. After eating, the dishes and chopsticks were quickly taken away, and Kuang Yun also arranged a room for Xia Y directly. Let Xia Y stay here. Mom, I really want to meet a terrific person. At night, Xia Y still felt a little weird looking at the starry sky outside the window. Everything she experienced today is indeed extraordinary for her, even for everyone. I was dropped out on the day of school, and then joined a training class in a daze. I also learned about some so-called abilities and the knowledge of chef division. I always felt that what happened today is very magical. But Xia Y didn't think too much, she looked forward to tomorrow's arrival even more, because Soma had told her before that the 7-star swords were all given by Kuang Yun, and she would definitely give Xia Y some good things later. So Xia Y is now very ready for the coming of tomorrow. What kind of things will she get? On the other side, Kuang Yun was also looking for the system to ask for Xia Y's things, and he naturally got the things Xia Y got, but this time it didn't double the offer. After all, there was no blessing for the mission. But let's not talk about it, it's good to get the same thing. But when Kuang Yun got these things, his whole face couldn't help but twitch. Are you serious about the system? Are you sure Xia Y is really suitable for these things? I suspect you are doing things. Looking at these things in front of him, Kuang Yun fell into endless doubts. In front of him, there are 2 huge steel rods, 2 special potions, and 20 bottles of potions that are obviously different from the former. The talent blessing is the same as Soma by default. The steel rod, Kuang Yun recognized it at a glance, the master's steel rod, and the 2 tubes of special potions are physical blessing potions that can enhance a person's physical fitness. This thing is supposed to be so that Xia Y can pick up the steel rod, but it has no effect on the strengthened Kuang Yun, but it can be thrown to Soma. Otherwise, let alone use it, whether Xia Y's body bones can carry the steel rod is a big problem. As for the last potions, unlike Soma's, this is a super tactile development potion. Kuang Yun can see that this system really intends to make Xia Y a pastry chef. Thanks for the 100 rewards of Ran Ran Mo Yunchan, the monthly ticket and reminder ticket of energy saving life, the monthly ticket of immortality, A007, 520. Chapter 31. This steel bar is not an ordinary steel bar, it has the function of strengthening pastry. Soon, through the system, Kuang-yun also realized that the difference between the two steel bars is not just an ordinary steel bar. Kuang-yun was still wondering just now that the steel rod is a little worse than the kixing knife. After all, the casting process of the kixing knife is quite powerful, although the steel rod can also play a strong role in the hands of Master G. But is Master G comparable to anyone? How many people can swing this heavy and huge steel rod into a whirlwind? The steel rod is different from the 7-star sword. It is very difficult to imitate the 7-star sword even with the technology of this era. Because Soma's 7-star sword is a version blessed by Luoxia's soul, and it is a complete 7-star sword. After obtaining the data with current technology, it can be imitated, but at most it has to be out of shape. And what about steel bars? Kuang-yun thought it was a simple steel rod at first, but finally realized that there are blessings on it too. As long as you use steel rods to make pastry, you will get a double delicious bonus. It is not too strong. After the steel bars strengthened with pastry, super touch, and body strengthening potions were all assembled together, images appeared in Kuang-yun's mind. Hey, this is to create a violent steel rod, but this style of painting seems to be pretty good. Kuang-yun's eyes lit up. After all, many games and anime will show some violence lowly, although Ziyawai is not lowly, but she is suddenly accompanied by a steel rod with her personality. The picture is simply not too beautiful. In the end, Kuang-yun decided to turn Ziyawai into a violent steel baton. Anyway, this was also given by the system. If you don't give these things, it would be bad. Well, that's it, it's definitely not what he wants to do, but the problem of the system itself. In this way, the whole night passed, and early the next morning, both Ziyawai and Soma woke up early. The reason is also very simple. Ziyawai is looking forward to what she will get. As for Soma, he is very curious. You two are really positive enough, come with me. Seeing the two look expectant, Kuang-yun was also a little funny, and took them to the kitchen, where the things are now placed in the kitchen. Teacher, what you gave Tianchuo is not the steel rod, right? The corner of Soma's mouth twitched, and this steel rod didn't seem to match Tadakuro Megami at all. Of course, this steel stick was actually used by a super pastry master. In terms of its preciousness, it is no less than your 7-star knife. Don't underestimate the steel stick. Kuang-yun glared at Soma directly. There are really many talks about this. By the way, before that, drink these 2 bottles first, otherwise you won't be able to hold the steel rod. Kuang-yun handed the 2 bottles of potions to Ziyawai, who was still confused. It was not until she subconsciously picked up the things that Ziyawai came back to her senses and looked at the 2 potions in her hand with confusion. You heard what Soma said yesterday. I gave him some potions to develop his sense of taste, which can make his sense of taste different from ordinary people. As for you, the same is true, but in order for you to pick up the steel rod, there is also a body strengthening potion. As for the other one, it is not a super tactile development potion, but a super tactile development potion. Kuang-yun pointed to the 2 bottles in Ziyawai's hand. Super tactile. X2. After listening to Kuang-yun's words, the 2 of them were stunned. Soma really didn't expect that his teacher would develop super tactile potions in addition to the development of super taste. It was incredible. But soon Soma became sour, because when he came, he had only 1 potion, which is the super taste development potion, but this body strengthening potion did not. Teacher, why didn't I have this kind of body strengthening potion when I came? Obviously I took a lot of effort with the 7-star sword, okay. The corner of Soma's mouth twitched, and the others were okay, but he struggled to pick up the largest one, so he could barely use it easily. Fortunately, there are no large-scale ingredients that require this knife, otherwise Soma would really have no choice. Okay, I'll give you a bottle too, and go play. Kwang-yoon said silently, and threw the other bottle to Soma, because this thing was useless to him anyway. Just throw it to Soma. After all, Soma's 7-star sword also requires physical strength, especially the largest one. It is really difficult to wield without strength. Soma's eyes lit up after receiving the potion. He was different from Zayawai. Zayawai had never experienced this potion, and he hadn't reacted yet. But Soma got bored straight away, without stopping at all. After suffocating the potion, Soma's skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, followed by bursts of steam. WHHHHHHHHHHHHHH, I feel so comfortable, I feel that my physical fitness is much stronger. Teacher, where did you get the black technology? It's incredible. Even if he knew that this world had supernatural powers, Soma was still curious about the potions Kwang-yoon took out, just like alien black technology. Chapter 32. Don't ask if these are useful or not. Let me tell you first. This medicine is very precious. I only have 2 copies in my hand. Both are given to you. Don't talk nonsense to the outside world. Do you know? Kwang-yoon warned the two with a serious face. In fact, it was these 2 people, otherwise he would not be willing to give it. Because he knew the personalities of these 2 people and knew that they would not go out and talk nonsense, he gave this kind of thing. Otherwise, even if it is a reward given by the system, he will not give it to the other party, and he will not mess around without knowing the basics. However, this kind of medicine development ability is not against the sky to the extent that he has strengthened, and it is not particularly against the sky. Teacher, don't worry, I will never say it. Soma made a stern guarantee before swearing. Me too. After hearing Soma's words, Zayawai quickly expressed her attitude. For her, Kwang-yoon gave her new hope, so that she would not be completely lost because of being dropped out of Totsuki. To be honest, if Zayawai is really dropped out of school and no one cares about it, then the final outcome will definitely not be better. Her character is too cowardly. This cowardice is fatal, especially after experiencing the shock of Totsuki dropping out of school. Zayawai was devastated enough. Soon, Zayawai also drank the potion. The super tactile development potion was also given one by one, but those of Kwang-yoon were stuffy. Although they didn't have the doubled super taste reward, it was enough. Now he is sitting on the existence of 3 super 5 senses, and it is only a matter of time before he gathers all 5. The super 5 senses are completely gathered. What kind of feeling is that? Think about it. I think it's okay. In fact, strictly speaking, besides taste, smell and touch, his hearing and vision are also beyond the scope of ordinary people. All of this must be given by inner strength, with inner strength blessing, and it has already surpassed ordinary people. It's amazing, it can jump so high all at once. Zayawai, who drank the medicine, also experienced what it means to surpass ordinary people. With all his strength, he can take off 2 meters on the spot, and his physical fitness has been improved in all aspects. Although it surpasses ordinary people, it is not too outrageous. Zayawai, this steel rod will be yours in the future. The route I have planned for you is to follow the route of the Beijing chef. This steel rod will be your rolling pin in the future. Kwang-yoon explained his planned route for Zayawai, and handed the steel rod to Zayawai. I see, thank you teacher, I will not disappoint your expectations. After taking the steel rod, Zayawai also made a serious guarantee. As for this steel rod, it is extremely heavy for ordinary people and it takes hard to move, but now Zayawai can dance at will, but the movement is a bit big. This steel bar can be disassembled when not in use, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble to carry such a large steel bar with you. When you are not using it, try not to carry it with you. Kwang-yoon also has a headache. The rewards given by the system are all weird rewards, but fortunately, the steel bar can be split, Otherwise it is estimated that Zayawai will be stopped when she goes to the street. The box where Soma put the knife was already very obtrusive, and Zayawai's steel rod would only be even more obtrusive. All of them are big killers, none of them are normal. Kwang-yoon is also thinking about what kind of kitchen utensils the students he will meet in the future will be. The killer is available. Not to mention Kwang-yoon, on the other side, a figure is walking in a desert country, tasting and learning cooking, and this person is Soma's father Yukihira Joichiro. As a wandering chef, his goal is to travel all over the world and continuously improve his cooking skills. Every time he came out with a new harvest, he would be very happy, but this time, he really couldn't be happy anymore. Because he received a call from Nakiri Sentimon, his son did not enter the Totsuki Academy on the trajectory he arranged. Although he already knew that his son was hitting a wall in the assessment, it was also Nakiri Arana's pot. Okay, he still knew his son's level. So afterwards, he walked through the back door. Strictly speaking, it was not a back door, but what he never expected was that Soma didn't report it. This made Siakiro's first reaction to whether his son had a bad impression of this school because of Nakiri Arana. But after this idea came out, he denied it. His son understood it himself, his face was extremely thick, and his heart was thick and nervous, and he wouldn't care about such small things at all. Unexpectedly, Siakiro could only call and ask his son, and the development of the matter has exceeded his imagination. Yeah. BD father, how come you have time to call me? As soon as the phone got through, Siakiro heard his son's undue beating voice. As for the content of the words, he was also a black line. Although he has been called this way countless times, he still couldn't help but want to beat Soma. Pause. Chapter 33. Soma, why didn't you go to Totsuki? Soon, Siakiro stopped struggling with Soma's name, and it was a big deal after he went back to teach him a lesson. What he cares about now is why Soma didn't go to Totsuki. Totsuki? Why should I go to such an unpleasant place? And daddy, you don't know any big people in Totsuki, right? I received a notice if I failed the assessment. Did you go back the door? Soma also asked his doubts. As for Totsuki, his impression is now extremely bad. It makes people uncomfortable. I remember your kid is not so stingy, because you have a prejudice just because of one assessment. Siakiro didn't talk about going through the back door, but found it strange. Doesn't he know what his son's temperament is? Is the impression of Totsuki that bad? What an assessment! The school you recommended me to go to has opened my eyes. Soma told Siakiro what he knew about Kwang-yoon and Tadakuro Megami, including the fact that he had already found a teacher, Kwang-yoon, and said briefly, "Just tell me, I just know how long this school has encountered so many things. With my background in a small restaurant like me, I might not know when I was shamed by others. What else do you want to do in this kind of place?" Soma really despised Totsuki, and Siakiro was also silent. Although he also knew the qualities of the so-called noble students in Totsuki, he did not expect to let his son encounter so many things at once. Totsuki is indeed too much this time. No one cares about this operation at all, although Totsuki itself does not belong to any fair school. But it is also a school anyway. If it spreads out, it will definitely affect the reputation, and Soma also has a very bad impression of Totsuki because he knows this kind of thing. Forget it, I'll talk about this after I get back. What you said just now, why you found a teacher. Siakiro changed the subject and paid more attention to the so-called teacher that Soma was looking for. Soma just mentioned it briefly before, and his focus was on Totsuki's side, so he didn't catch it at all. Under Siakiro's questioning, Soma soon said everything he could say. That's the specific situation. By the way, I sent you a photo. Let's take a look. This is my current special kitchen knife. When you come back next time, I will use this set of 7-star knives to defeat you. After Soma finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and Siakiro also saw that there was an extra photo on his phone, which was sent by Soma. When he clicked on it, Siakiro's expression was frozen. As one of the ceilings of the world's cooking world, Siakiro's eyesight is still there. Just seeing the 7-star knife in the photo, he knows the extraordinary thing about this kitchen knife. Although it looked a little fancy, after careful observation and simulated use in his mind, Siakiro was surprised to find that this set of kitchen knives can handle almost all the ingredients he knows. Who did the creator meet? Such a precious kitchen knife was directly taken out as a gift. Siakiro felt a little dazed. He had seen a lot of generous people, but he had never seen anyone who took out such a super kitchen knife as a gift. You must know that a chef has a set of awesome kitchen knives that has a huge impact on cooking. It looks like I really want to go back as soon as possible, and see this teacher in Soma. Siakiro did not continue to persuade Soma to go to Totsuki. One is that the favor has already been used, and Soma has not gone there is equivalent to despising Totsuki, so if you go again, it will be difficult for both sides. The other is that Soma's impression of Totsuki has been extremely bad, so Siakiro also knew that if he let Soma pass by force, it would only make him unhappy. The last and most important point is the kitchen knife that Soma has now acquired, and he heard from Soma that Soma's cooking skills have improved a lot. It is certainly not easy for someone who can take out this kind of kitchen knife, so for Soma, perhaps this is a good choice. But he has always been a father. The purpose of raising his son was to allow Soma to grow up and become independent as soon as possible, but it does not mean that he really doesn't care about his son, so now he just wants to go back and take a look as soon as possible. In this way, Siakiro intends to suspend the things in his hands and go back to take a look as soon as possible. This will not affect much. After all, he plans to go back and take a look when he stays for training for a while. It was just a while earlier, and it didn't affect him too much. However, Siakiro told Nakiri-sentimon some of the things he had learned from his son. The methods of these students in this school are getting worse and worse, and the teachers are not taking care of them. This is a negative thing after all, so Siakiro told Nakiri-sentimon about it, and asked Nakiri-sentimon to pay more attention. If this behavior is too rampant, then Totsuki will become smoky. Thanks to Menfei's flatline for the 1000 rewards and reminders, the special photo fan 1996's 100 rewards. Chapter 34. After Siakiro told Nakiri-sentimon of the specific situation, Nakiri-sentimon didn't say much. In fact, he doesn't care about it at all. Who is his Nakiri-sentimon? That's the real demon eater, and he is very accurate with the society. This kind of thing is very common in society. Let alone being overcast by students in the same class, even if it is being overcast by a close friend, who can control it. As long as it does not constitute a crime, it is at best a moral issue, so he doesn't bother to care about it. Totsuki's teachers are all invited authorities in various fields, as well as some internationally famous chefs. These people have also experienced such things. They have seen too many examples, so no one cares at all. Siakiro has nothing to say about Nakiri-sentimon's attitude, so he can only say no more. Although there is a relationship between them, he is also a Totsuki, but he puts it in a casual position. It's not good. After all, he is not the real management of Totsuki, not Dojimajin, so it is better to manage less. It is enough to say this once, and Siakiro naturally knows about Totsuki's situation. He was surrounded by a group of people back then. It was also the main reason why he did not graduate from Totsuki. Not to mention the conversation between Siakiro and Nakiri-sentimon, time flies, and a few more days have passed. Soma and Mimasaka Sabaru's halberd competition has also started, and Siakiro just rushed back today. After Soma learned the news that Siakiro was coming back, he also told Siakiro about his halberd, and planned to let Sayakairo also look at his achievements during this period. And Sayakairo hurriedly ended what he was doing, and hurried back quickly, just in time for a match between Soma and Chiji. By the way, people from Zayawai's family have come here these days. After all, her daughter has been dropped out of school, so she will not ignore her, and the school will also notify her family. Fortunately, Kuang-yun is now strong enough, otherwise Zayawai is expected to be taken back. Even so, it took a lot of effort for Kuang-yun to convince Zayawai's family. I was also invited to take Zayawai back for a while and let Zayawai show off her learning achievements. This can be regarded as a solution to the problem. No one watched this halberd. After all, both sides were students, and it was not a halberd competition held on campus, so there were only so few people who came to watch the game. Unexpectedly, Ruishin is here too. There were not many people who watched the game, except for a few people they didn't know, namely Ruishin, Kuang-yun, Zayawai and Sayakairo. What an exquisite kitchen knife! Is this a complete set of kitchen knives? After Soma took out his 7-star knife, everyone's eyes were attracted. After all, the shape and quantity of the 7-star knives are shocking at first glance. Awesome kitchen knife, Zinping Soma, do you want to make a temporary raise? Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise, envy, and even greed, but Mimasaka Sabaru's greed was the most obvious. This guy was a chopper predator. Many students in the school have been defeated by him, and the price is to take away the opponent's chopper. Now he is eyeing Soma's kitchen knife, so much so that he plans to raise under the guidance of greed. Temporary raise? What do you want to raise? Soma frowned. Although he almost guessed it, Soma asked. Your kitchen knife, I want to add your kitchen knife. Mimasaka Subaru said with a greedy expression, while Soma was a little speechless. He really dared to think that he wanted his own 7-star sword. He was about to refuse, but Kuang-yun spoke in advance. Soma, raise with him, but the halberd raise is on both sides. If you want to raise the set of kitchen knives, you can change it yourself. You win this set of kitchen knives, and you lose, and you will become Soma in the future. Little brother, listen to his instructions. Kuang-yun spoke directly and asked this guy to be Soma's younger brother. Anyway, this does not conflict with his admission of students. Kuang-yun's opening attracted the attention of others, and both Sayakairo and Ruishin stared at Kuang-yun with thoughtful expressions. Ruishin also recognized Kuang-yun. In fact, when Mimasaka Subaru was dispatched before, the photo had been sent back. So Izan has recognized Kuang-yun. Izan himself feels a little weird. The person who undermined his plan was this kid, who was found by someone to make out Totsuki's trash. But it happened that this rubbish caused him a big loss. As for Sayakairo, when he heard Kuang-yun's words, he knew that this was his son's teacher. After all, Soma had said something about Kuang-yun, plus Kuang-yun's command, Sayakairo recognized it. He also found it incredible that a person of the same age as his own son was able to produce such a good thing, and he was so respected by his son. Now he is full of curiosity. Okay, I promised. Mimasaka Subaru felt that he would not lose, so he immediately agreed. In this regard, Kuang-yun had to say that this product is really fascinating and self-confident. But now that I have seen it, and dare to raise such a bet, I am really confused and confident. Soma naturally agreed to his teacher's instructions, so the halberd competition quickly added these two bets. In this regard, Kuang-yun is also emotional. The halberd in this world is really nonsense. It is estimated that they will dare to accept any bargaining chip other than fate. Chapter 35. The raise has been completed, so now the jiji eating has officially started. This time the theme of the jiji eating is sashimi. The theme is sashimi, also known as sashimi, which originated from flower growers, but it is very popular here. I have to say that the tracking of Mimasaka Subaru is really a bit magical. The materials of both parties are self-provided, but after the two parties took out the ingredients, they turned out to be exactly the same. Tuna, sea bass, bonito, salmon, and even some lobster shellfish. The ingredients of the two are exactly the same except for some differences in appearance. It really imitated my approach, but can you really imitate it? Although Soma was also a little surprised, the expression on his face soon turned into disdain. Although Mimasaka Sabaru's tracking ability is very strong, he is not afraid. During this period of time, after strengthening his physique, he was able to use the 7-star sword even more handily. And using his super taste that is beyond ordinary people, Soma has modified a special sesame oil dipping sauce by himself. This is one of the souls of sashimi. One is to look at the freshness of the ingredients and the other is to look at the knife. The last thing is to look at the sauce. None of these factors can be replicated by Mimasaka Subaru, so he is not worried at all. Taking out the ingredients, Soma threw away his hands and dried them. The 7 kitchen knives were used alternately in his hands, whether it was thick or thin cuts. Moreover, there is no pause in the movement of both hands, and Soma has completely understood these ingredients. Especially when the lobster meat was peeled, after a few breaths, Soma used a 7-star knife to completely pick out the meat inside the lobster, even where the lobster shell was cut apart. Intact. Fast, precise, and without hesitation, and the 7 knives are constantly alternated, directly forming a very good visual feast. In comparison, the opposite Mimasaka Subaru is a good knife, but it is worse. Mimasaka Subaru is already sweating profusely at this moment. Originally, after tracking, he imitated the other party's cooking and would directly choose to synchronize or even surpass the other party's speed to cook the same ingredients. But this time, he found that no matter how he accelerated, he couldn't keep up with Soma's speed at all. The speed of others is several times that of his, and the ingredients cut out are also better than his. I don't know how many times. Soon, Soma put the ingredients he had cut into a huge platter, and all the ingredients he brought were perfectly added to it. This looks like it is not a dish, but a work of art. It's finished, 7-star seafood platter, everyone, please taste it. Soma also took out the sesame sauce dipping that he developed. Because the dipping sauce may take some time to marinate, it does not need to be made on site, just take it out and use it directly. Fast speed, this is definitely the most gorgeous sashimi show I have ever seen. Several judges recovered from Soma's gorgeous performance after Soma brought the seafood platter. Yes, the gorgeous performance, and looking at the quality of the cut, it's not just gorgeous, it doesn't even damage the lines of the fish itself too much. Just looking at the knife is already an incredible sashimi. Then it depends on how it tastes. I wonder if your dipping sauce is worthy of this knife skill. Several of the judges are all veteran gourmets. Although they are not top-notch ones, they still have insights, knowing that the final key point is the dipping sauce. You'll know after you taste it? Soma said with a mysterious smile. When the judges heard this, they stopped saying anything, but chose to move their chopsticks directly. Oh, this thinly sliced sashimi is really amazing, it's so thin that you can see the rest so clearly. After picking up a thin slice of sashimi, one of the judges expressed emotion that it was too thin. Some people eat thin slices, some eat thick slices, and the most popular ones are naturally tuna and lobster. After dipping some sesame sauce, several judges stuffed the sashimi into their mouths, and instantly a crisp and numb sensation came from the taste buds, and then a burst of sweet and fragrant taste attacked the taste buds. Several people were immersed in the delicacy at this moment, and they seemed to see themselves in the ocean, and the fishes they ate before were all swimming around. It's great. This sesame sauce completely makes the fish come alive. It feels like the fish is still beating in the mouth. With such knife skills, this seafood platter is simply the best of the best. A few judges were so excited, and then they started a lot, as if they had completely forgotten Mimasaka Subaru. At this moment Mimasaka Subaru is also about to cry. Everyone has eaten it, and he? Only half of it has been carried out, and a small half has not been completed. What is this? Chapter 36. End, finished. Mimasaka Subaru breathed a sigh of relief after finally finishing his cooking under tremendous pressure. But seeing Soma and the judges who were already satisfied, his heart started to beat the drums again. Originally, his perfect tracking could replicate the same cuisine as the other party, but since Soma started using the 7-star knife, Mimasaka Subaru found that his perfect tracking was going away from him, and his plan was quickly derailed. But he still had some fluke mentality, and felt that the other party was a better swordsman. His tracking could indeed trace the other party's cooking, but he couldn't replicate the swordsmanship. So it doesn't matter if it is slower, but seeing the expressions of these judges, he is also a little confused. But things have reached this point, and naturally they can't give up halfway, so Mimasaka Subaru still brought up his own seafood platter, hoping to rely on the taste of this dish to turn it over. Is it exactly the same food? It's really interesting, but the knife skills of the two of you are more than a bit different. Seeing that there was a seafood platter in front of them, the judges were a bit speechless, but it was not surprising that many of the two sides of the halberd would imitate each other, resulting in the final dishes being very similar. But at this glance, Mimasaka Subaru's knife skills are much worse. With Mimasaka Subaru's strength, it should have been very good, but there is no harm if there is no comparison. Soma's current knife skills, using the 7-star knife, it is difficult for peers to find an opponent. Mimasaka Subaru was naturally compared to nothing. Although it tastes good, there is a big gap between this sauce and the other party. Although they are all the same dishes, they are not at the same level. Well, that's right, because of the difference in taste, the taste was completely suppressed by the previous seafood platter, and there is no need to continue tasting. After tasting a bite of Mimasaka Subaru's dishes, several judges put down their chopsticks one after another. The reason has been clearly explained. The gap is too big. Whether it is knife skills or sauces, they are not of the same grade. In addition, Soma cooks too fast, and the previous seafood platter has formed a taste suppression. The taste of Mimasaka Subaru's cuisine is completely blocked, so it seems a bit worthless. Then announce the final result now. Everyone's ideas should be the same. The central judges made the assessment as they spoke, and the score on the big screen came out directly, and Mimasaka Subaru was shaved by Soma. How is it possible? My tracking. My perfect tracking has failed like this. Mimasaka Subaru looked at the scene with an incredible face. This has always been his pride. He knows that his tracking will not work for people who are too strong. But this time, he came with the determination to win. I didn't expect to lose in the end. Hey, you guys shouldn't be so vulnerable. Although your tracking ability is very good, you should be a little creative as a chef. You can only imitate others. Cooking, do you want to taste it? Soma looked at Mimasaka Subaru speechlessly. Isn't it just a failure? He has been defeated hundreds of times by his father, and he has not been beaten. If you look at Mimasaka Subaru, he really doesn't understand. In the face of Mimasaka Subaru at this moment, Soma directly moved out his assassin. Naruto world, Naruto only needs to speak and hide, then basically the villain will directly turn back. The same is true for Soma, but he is not a mouthful, but a kaidun. As long as he eats the dishes he cooks, the people who are basically the opposite of him will eventually belong to him. Even Ruishin didn't escape the disaster in the end. Similarly, this time Soma left a meal for his opponent as usual. Looking at the simple sashimi platter placed in front of him, Mimasaka Subaru finally picked up the chopsticks. Seeing this scene, Kuongyun's mouth twitched, and the moment Mimasaka Subaru picked up his chopsticks, he could be regarded as his own. This kind of taste, that's it, It's no wonder I will fail, not just the gap in the knife, but even the dipping sauce is so bad. I take it? Mimasaka Subaru was finally convinced. He also fell into the illusion of himself, but not only the kind that the judges saw, he also saw his own past. Who doesn't have a story behind, and so is he. At this moment, he has already broken through that restriction. Boss Zinping, in accordance with Shiji's agreement, I will be your little brother from now on. Just tell me if you have anything. After tasting the dishes, Mimasaka Subaru also figured it out. She was very grateful to Soma for leaving this dish for herself, so now she is convinced that Soma is the boss. Sure enough, Soma is not a joke. Mimasaka Subaru is already Soma's most loyal little brother. Thanks to Limu Sauce, Mozion for the reward and the monthly pass of Chef Crab King. Chapter 37. A Hole. Seeing the appearance of Mimasaka Subaru, Izan can't tell where Mimasaka Subaru is now out of his control. In fact, he himself knows that even if Mimasaka Subaru is not willing, he loses if he loses. The bargaining chip stipulated by Shiji is very outrageous, and he can even use other people's life as a bargaining chip in the future. And look at what Mimasaka Subaru looks like now, that's a willingness. It's strange that Ruishin is not angry. There are not many people who could use him, and now he has lost another general. That's fine. The most important thing is that Mimasaka Subaru also let himself lose a lot of money. Why does this make him angry? Good job Soma, let's go, we should go back now, there is no need to stay here anymore. Kuang-yun is also happy at the moment. Although Mimasaka Subaru has less potential than Soma, he is also one of the main characters. Now that he was abducted by a halberd, he was naturally happy. As for Ruishin, he didn't bother to take care of it. He is not the kind of naive who likes to speak cruel words after winning. With this skill, he might as well think about how to continue to target Ruishin. But Kuang-yun can bear it, doesn't mean Rui-shan can bear it? Wait. Just when Kuang-yun and others were about to leave, Ruishin spoke. Razan, tell me, what do you tell me to do? I don't have time to waste here with you. Kuang-yun looked at Rui-shan with a smile. He thought that Rui-shan could be calm, but he didn't expect to take the initiative to speak. Come with me for a halberd. There was a bit of viciousness in Rui-shan's eyes. He also knew that everything he had experienced in the last period of time was due to Kuang-yun, plus this time Mimasaka Subaru incident, he could not bear it anymore. Since the Lord is already in front of you, then we will defeat the Lord. It's interesting, it's not impossible to eat a halberd, but if I win, I want you to drop out of Totsuki. Kuang-yun directly stated his own conditions. Originally, he planned to directly bet that Ruishin would not be able to touch the kitchen utensils in the next half of his life, but after thinking about it, he was unlikely to succeed. The chips were too big, so he changed to another one. Impossible. Even with the bargaining chip of dropping out, Izan directly rejected it. After all, Totsuki was his future. Then you have a hammer, now it seems that you are planning to eat a halberd with me. You are asking me for a bargaining chip. It is not necessary to be equal, but I am willing to accept it. Now you either agree, we will eat the halberd, or we will refuse, and we will go back to each house. It's as simple as that. Give you half a minute to think about it. I will leave as soon as the time is up. There is no time to waste with you. Kuang-yun looked at Rui-shan disdainfully, and now he is the one being challenged, so the chips from the other side must make him move. If you can't get it out, then you don't have to force it with him here. You. Rui-shankai's face turned black, but he was unable to refute it. As Kuang-yun said, this is reality. It's really ridiculous, not at all like a person of the same age as Soma, no wonder Soma respects him so much. Seeing the confrontation between Izan and Kuang-yun, Siakiro couldn't help but shook his head. The initiative was in Kuang-yun's hands, and Izan was really cheap. I also know a little bit about Izan Siakairo. In the past few days, he asked people to check many things about Kuang-yun, including information about Izan. As a result, he was a little confused by the information. Kuang-yun was mediocre at school, but changed after leaving school. He can only think that Kuang-yun was hiding himself when he was in school, and he was released from hiding after Rui Shan got it out. Okay, I promise you, but if I win, I want you not to touch the kitchen utensils for the rest of your life. It should be said that it is Ruishan, this condition is also harsh. I said Ruishan, you really don't know the situation, and again, you are looking for me to eat the halberd. You are not qualified to make conditions, and you still make such excessive conditions. Of course, I can also give you a chance. I will also change a bargaining chip. I won. You must withdraw from Totsuki. In addition, I will draw 90% of all your future income. Of course, only legal income. Kuang-yun also changed his bargaining chips, and he changed to a more ruthless one. He knew that Ruishan was really good at not only cooking, but also commercial ability. He can block Izan's road in Totsuki, and even Izan's cooking road. But with Ruishan's ability, given him time and opportunity, he can still rise from the wind, so he just changed one. He wants 90% of Ruishan's future profits, which means that Ruishan is forced to work for him. As for whether you make money or not, you can choose not to make money, but the poor person is yourself. I take 90% of your profit, and you only have 10%. I will not suffer, but you will always suffer if you don't work hard. Yourself. However, in order to prevent Ruishan from pitting himself, the latter one was added. Otherwise, if Ruishan goes mad and does something illegal, isn't this dragging him into the water? Although it may not be big, this road must be blocked. Kuang-yun had eaten Rui Shan to death, and Rui Shan couldn't help but gritted his teeth, but he also knew that he had no choice. Either go back dingy now, or choose to eat a halberd with Kuang-yun. Chapter 38. Okay, I agree, but I will decide on the theme of the halberd. Ruishan gritted his teeth and agreed, but instead proposed to set the theme of his own. Yes, you come to the subject, you come to the time and place, I'm much lazy. Kuang-yun has never put this item in his eyes. The reason for agreeing to Ruishan's request is that he is afraid that Ruishan will finally regret it. As for this theme, it really has no effect on Kuang-yun. He knows all the methods Ruishan is good at. He likes to be clever. To put it bluntly, Ruishan spends most of his energy on foreign industries, but his own cooking skills are taking a crooked path. His cooking skills are good, but he likes to use some rubbish methods, using the preferences of the judges and some small tricks. The usual method is taste interference. After checking the preferences of the judges, add some materials that interfere with other people's cooking to target others. In terms of means, it is a bit similar to the match between Ren and Xiang-en in the Daxia first round. Ren was calculated by Xiang-en. Kuang-yun just doesn't care about Ruishan's small means. The gap between the two sides is too big. No matter what means Ruishan uses, Kuang-yun will not be able to withstand a single blow. The strength of a super chef, plus 3 super 5 senses, if this can be calculated by Rui Shan, then he doesn't need to continue to mix in the cooking world. Moreover, he has a super olfactory sense, he will be able to detect all the small movements Ruishan wants to make, so there is no need to worry about it. This time Ruishan was here to give it for nothing, no accident. This time after eating the halberd, the task of the system was completed. After leaving the sentence, Kuang-yun didn't care about Ruishan's gloomy face, and directly led Soma and others to Siakairo. How about Dad, I did a good job just now. Soma had spotted his father a long time ago. After all, there were not many people who watched the battle, and he was not blind, he had seen it a long time ago. It's barely possible, it's better than before I left. When we first met, I was Soma's father, Yukihira Joichiro. After returning to his son, Sayakiro looked at other people and introduced himself. Zayawai also introduced herself in a panic, including Mimasaka Subaru. Kuang-yun, Sayakiro-senpai, you should know about it? By the way, my former Totsuki student has already been dropped out, but it should be okay to call senpai. Kuang-yun asked with a smile, while Sayakiro's expression was stagnant. It looks like you recognize me. Sayakiro was a bit speechless and planned to pretend to be a wave of mystery, but he was actually recognized. Huh? Teacher, do you know my dad? Soma asked unclearly. Of course, Yukihira Joichiro, formerly known as Sayakiro Hasame, was the second seed of Totsuki Elite 10 that year, but it was also because of the release of water. After all, he won more times than lost in the first seed. Nowadays, the more famous wandering chefs in the culinary world are quite famous in the world. Kuang-yun has revealed Sayakiro's old bottom. Sayakiro is quite helpless about this, and he can no longer continue to pretend to be mysterious in front of his son, which is a pity. What? After listening to Kuang-yun's words, Soma perfectly explained what a standard shocked face is, and he has a feeling of living in a dream. Dad, you never told me these things, how many things are you hiding from me? Soma almost grabbed his father's collar and asked questions. Didn't you ask? You didn't ask why I said it? Even if Sayakiro was kicked off, he didn't forget to hit his son. Such tone and gesture made Soma a toothache again. Kuang-yun and others are watching the play nearby. After all, the struggle between the two fathers and sons is quite interesting. This is also the behavior of fathers and sons with good feelings. You guys, this is not a place to retell the past. If you want to say something, go back to my manor, Ruishin, I will leave the halberd food to you. I'll leave. Kuang-yun still didn't forget Ruishin in anger, and finally left in Ruishin in a huff. Anyway, the halberd book will finally take effect with his approval, and Ruishin can't play small tricks. In this way, the group left and returned to the manor. Mimasaka Subaru, you are also Soma's younger brother now, so join my training class too. By the way, you stay in Totsuki, and by the way, help me pay attention to the internal situation of Totsuki. After going back, Kuang-yun also intends to deal with Mimasaka Subaru first. It is not necessary to drop out. It is obvious that leaving an eyeliner in Totsuki is very good and can bring himself the latest information. No problem, now I am the younger brother of Yukihira boss, this is all I should do. Mimasaka Subaru's words also allowed Kuang-yun to raise Soma's CAI done to a level again, allowing Mimasaka Subaru to ignore Totsuki at all. Soma's CAI done is really powerful enough to directly make Mimasaka Subaru completely desperate. Chapter 39. In fact, for Mimasaka Subaru's handling, Kuang-yun initially planned to let him stay in Totsuki to engage Izan's forces, but Izan took the initiative to provoke him, and that was unnecessary. Leaving him in Totsuki now is nothing more than a source of information. Although he is only a student, it is a lot more convenient to get in touch with internal students. It is better to have a good student in the school than nothing at all. His goal is to dig Totsuki's corner. Even if he doesn't talk about revenge, he needs excellent students so that he can become stronger and stronger. After letting Mimasaka Subaru go back first, Kuang-yun looked at Sayakiro again. Sayakiro was chatting with Soma at this moment. Is Mimasaka Subaru finished? Teacher, my dad wants to talk to you. When Soma saw Mimasaka Subaru greet herself and left, she also spoke. Senior Sayakiro, is there anything looking for me? Kuang-yun didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the topic. I have seen Soma's growth. It is indeed very fast, and the set of kitchen knives you gave him is very precious. If such a kitchen knife is put in the cooking world, it will not accidentally attract many old chefs. I also know what Soma thinks about Totsuki. These things are indeed Totsuki's problems. I don't plan to let him go to Totsuki anymore, but I want to have a halberd with you, informal halberd. Siakiro said. Informal eating halberd? Yes, let's do it during dinner. Kuang-yun glanced at Siakiro and knew that this guy was going to test his own strength, but Kuang-yun was also unambiguous. Although Siakiro was one of the ceilings, he was not afraid. Moreover, he was also very curious how strong Siakiro was. He must have stepped into the level of a super chef. As for the specifics, that would have to wait before knowing. It is a good thing to have such an opportunity, and Kuang-yun will not let it go. Wait, I want to participate too. Dad, I want to show you the results of my recent studies. When Soma heard that the two were about to compete, he leaned in. How could he be missing from such a thing? All right, in that case, Zaiwai, you should join in, don't refuse. Soma's business is over, the next step is to train you specifically, your personality must be changed, this time the informal halberd it's an appetizer. After hearing Soma's words, Kuang-yun directly agreed, and then brought in Zaiwai, who was still in circles. Zaiwai looked at the few people here, a legend in the cooking world, and a senior in the cooking world. She also saw the culinary skills today. That terrifying knifeman, plus her own teacher who doesn't know the depth, is not going to look for a blow. However, her protest was obviously invalid. Kuang-yun would not let her go, so Zaiwai was forced to compete. Wait, we are all in the competition, who are the judges looking for? Soma asked in a daze. All four of them participated in the competition, so what about the judges? No one is gone. It's not a formal eating halberd. You just need to have a taste of each other if you want any judges, and there is no one here who will speak with conscience like the eldest lady opposite. Kuang-yun still didn't forget to compare with Miss Tsundere on the opposite side. There is no doubt that Nakiri Arena in the later stage is much better, but the Nakiri Arena in the early stage is really disgusting to say that it is awkward. You mean Nakiri Arena? That little girl is indeed a typical representative of a wrong tongue, but she can't be blamed for this thing. You must know that this little girl was still very cute before that guy came into trouble. Siakiro shook his head. Kuang-yun also knew who he was talking about, nothing more than Azumai Nakiri. The name Ghost Father is not just a talk. Although Erina was also Tsundere when she was a child, she was not so exaggerated. Hey, why does the topic turn to that eldest lady again? Soma murmured on the side, and the topic became crooked invisibly. How many people said they would compete? Ahem, that's right, let's not talk about the eldest lady, since it is an informal halberd, then at night, you can take out one of your own dishes, how about? Kuang-yun nodded, and then said his proposal. Several people nodded. Zaiwai, if you mess up at night, I will prepare 10 open halberd games for you. I believe that as long as there is money to make, some people will come to pick up the halberds. Seeing that Zaiwai was still nervous, Kuang-yun felt that he should use a strong poison therapy. The so-called open halberd, to put it bluntly, is prepared by some people for the sake of experience. It is a normal challenge, and there will be many people who are bored to watch the game. Zaiwai naturally knew this kind of halberd eating mode, and when he heard 10 open halberd eating games, Zaiwai's face turned pale with fright. I know, I won't screw it up. As if seeing some venomous monster, Zaiwai immediately made a guarantee. Chapter 40. Is it a bit too much to target a little girl like this? Seeing Zaiwai leave to prepare what she needs, Siakiro also twitched the corners of her mouth. Is it so cruel? He could see that Zaiwai's easily nervous character was just like a little beast that was overwhelmed. For this kind of person, the open halberd game was simply a natural disaster. Her character is not good enough to reverse it, and don't underestimate Zayawai. Kwang-yoon couldn't help laughing. Zayawai has the strength now, but his personality is a little bit worse. Under the threat of the open halberd game, Zayawai can definitely overcome this nervousness, and it will be fun then. Then I will wait and see. Siakairo smiled. The two of them did not make preparations. After all, their cooking skills were not needed at all, that is, Zayawai and Soma needed to prepare. The time flickered, and it was about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already time for dinner. It looks like everything is ready, let's start, there is no time limit, but don't let everyone wait too long. After Kwang-yoon finished speaking, he went to deal with his own ingredients. Siakairo took a look. His son was cutting the meat. As for what he was going to do, he still couldn't see what he was going to do. As for Zayawai, he was preparing fillings. And Kwang-yoon was also cutting meat. After a few glances, he didn't bother to care, but started to make his own dishes. Kwang-yoon had already figured out what he was going to do. He planned to cook a dish that the little master had cooked before, a dish that tested firework very much. But at this moment Kwang-yoon is also thinking about another issue, which is the issue of rewards. That is the reward given by the main mission, a roasted whole pig. This thing is not easy to handle, it is alive, and the body is huge, it can only be killed directly when it is released. So it is definitely not possible to receive it now, or even in the manner, it can only be temporarily stored. In desperation, Kwang-yoon had no choice but to think about it. The big deal was to find a place in the wild to kill the pig and then transport it back. However, when Kwang-yoon's thoughts returned, a loud noise came from the side. The loud noise did not affect Soma and Kwang-yoon, but it shocked Siakairo. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, Siakairo saw a scene that almost made Tomoko stare out of his eyes. I saw that Zayawai, who was still very delicate and nervous, was smashing a dough with a huge steel rod in both hands. Moreover, after this huge force was hit, the dough was not directly exploded. Although it was deformed, it was still a whole, as if this huge force was directly dispersed over the entire dough. This kind of special technique is really rare, but are the little girls so violent now? Does it have a double personality? Siakairo is almost stunned. From the point of view of strength, the weight of the steel rod is not light. On the other hand, the strength of Zayawai holding the steel rod will only be stronger. Siakairo swears that he has thought about many situations, but this is the only one. Never seen it? Is there a violent girl, and is this power really the power a little girl should have? See you a long time ago. Seeing Siakairo's hell, Kwang-yoon almost laughed, but he just waited to see Siakairo's daunting expression. There is a systematic talent blessing. Although Zayawai has only studied for a few days, it is equivalent to more than a month of studying. The technique is still a bit rusty, but the essentials have been mastered, and the dough will not be damaged due to this huge force. This way of violently kneading dough is the master solution master's trick, and it is completely opposite to the Biluo family's soul stuffing. It's just that this style of painting appeared on Zayawai, and it is indeed a little. Well, the style of painting is novel. A little girl with blue hair, holding a huge steel rod about 10 centimeters in diameter, blasted the dough in front of her. Senior Siakairo, don't be in a daze. Seeing that Siakairo hadn't recovered yet, Kwang-yoon reminded him that he was planning to see Siakairo's full strength. He believes that Siakairo will do his best this time. If he is simply targeting Soma and the others, he will choose to release the water, but if Kwang-yoon is here, Siakairo will have to do his best. Just as he can feel the pressure from Siakairo, Siakairo can certainly feel the threat from him. After recovering, Siakairo no longer pays attention to Zayawai, and pays attention to the dishes in front of him. As for Kwang-yoon, he has already started cooking at the moment. The fry ability of Jianglong Shiva stirs up the dragon chants continuously, which makes Siakairo even more uncomfortable. Isn't there a normal person here? Among the four, he is the most normal. As for his son, if the person who used the 7 knives to make flowers is not his son, he will admit that his son is still a normal person. 7 knives are flying, a dragon chants constantly, and a steel rod smashes in disorder. If Siakairo had just returned from the outside, he would have thought that he was out of touch with the outside world. Sure enough, the people here are not normal. And when he took the time to see Kuang-yun's technique, he unconsciously became more serious, and took 120% seriousness. Chapter 41. My cooking is complete. Soon, Kuang-yun obscured everyone else with a single sentence, which was too fast. At this moment, Soma's food was just ready to be cooked, Zaiwai was still making dumplings. As for Siakairo, it seemed to be a curry. Teacher, your speed is too fast. Soma couldn't help but spit out, this speed is simply not too fast, the accuracy of other people is not even worse than this. Soma feels that his speed is fast enough. He plans to cook the raw pork belly taught to him by Kuang-yun. It stands to reason that his speed should also be fast. Now he only needs to stir-fry. However, Zaiwai had already finished the dough because of the special technique, but embarrassingly made only 1 dumpling. As for Siakairo, it's even worse. This cooking curry is not something that can be done in a short time. Of course, some instant curries are okay, but Siakairo doesn't seem to want to do that. It looks like it's a little bit faster, so go ahead. Kuang-yun was also a little speechless. The speed of Zhonglong 18 stir-fry with internal strength is too fast. Using the method of stir-frying, it doesn't take much time at all, so that everyone else is half-finished, not even half-finished. In fact, this is not to blame Kuang-yun. After all, he usually plays regular matches with others. In that case, the sooner the better. It was fine before learning how to stir-fry the Dragon 18, but after learning, the speed is simply not too fast. But this time the judges are everyone, so he was obviously going too fast. He thinks that in the future, he might be able to release water a little bit, which is not needed when competing with others, but this kind of informal eating halberd can be released for a while, for example, waiting for others to do half of the first before starting by themselves. Kuang-yun intends to do this in the future, he is definitely not trying to pretend, mainly because if this dish is not eaten for a long time, it will cause the taste and so on to miss the best period. I'll try it first, anyway, I don't have to stare at it when I cook curry. It won't be better for a while. Siakairo glanced at the plate covered with the cover and said, his steps are not important, as long as he doesn't mash it, he needs to boil it for a while. But he knows that if Kuang-yun's cooking is not tasted for a short time, the taste will be affected somewhat. Me too, and I'm about to make it to the pot, try it first. Soma didn't go on to the next step either. The dishes he was about to cook were put back into the bowl, and he leaned in directly. He didn't want to miss the deliciousness of the best time. On the other side, Zaiwai glanced at the dumplings in front of her, and then put down the dumpling wrappers in her hands. She doesn't even need to continue. Soon, the 3 of them put aside the things in their hands, but Siakairo glanced at his curry from time to time. Since everyone is giving face so much, let's taste it, my cooking is so delicious. The cover was lifted, and a burst of red light erupted, followed by a fragrance that was several times stronger than before. It shines. Did you add anything to the dish? Siakairo asked in a daze, this luminous effect is simply not too exaggerated. My power. With Kuang-yun's words, Siakairo was stunned. It turns out to be a power, but the power of this power is really big enough. This should be considered the most dynamic of the powers I have ever seen. Siakairo stroked his chin. Pull it down, my supernatural movement is not as big as the movement of Nakiri's family. Other people's clothes can be taken directly. If it weren't for their big business, they would have been hammered in their heads long ago. Kuang Yun rolled his eyes, and Siakiro couldn't help being taken aback after hearing this, and then immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, that's right, this ability of the Nakiri family is indeed a kind of supernatural ability, and it is also a kind of weird one. Siakiro couldn't help but the scene where his commander took someone else's clothes back then was really funny. The Nakiri family's ability is really amazing. Teacher, and Daddy, should we taste the taste of this dish first? As for what Nakiri's, how about later? Soma doesn't care so much, he hasn't experienced it before, and he doesn't bother to make up his mind. He just wants to taste the food in front of him now. As for Zaiwai's face was blushing at this moment. It was obvious that his brain had supplemented the content of the conversation between the two. Well, this topic will be exposed for the time being. Come and taste my cooking, my brilliance is not just a simple light. Kuang Yun said with a hint of mystery, and after hearing this, Siakiro was also very clear that this ability would naturally not be as simple as shining. The supernatural powers of this world can only be born by top chefs, and they must be related to cooking skills. Siakiro knows that mere luminescence has nothing to do with cooking skills. So now he is even more looking forward to what effect is hidden in the light, but after suddenly remembering the name of the dish, Siakiro couldn't help but speak again. Did you use meat that was cooked before? Since it is twice cooked meat, it is naturally cooked with cooked meat, but how can it be cooked in such a short time? No, it's just a special method to cook the meat. Kuang Yun said that he would naturally not use the meat that was cooked before, and he would not know how to make this dish today, but he used some unconventional methods. For example, if you use internal force to urge hair, even the Buddha jumping over the wall, which takes 3 days and 3 nights to cook, can be shortened to 3 minutes. Cooking a meat is naturally faster. It only took less than a minute, and it was so fast that no one else noticed. It was only when he started to stir-fry that he was attracted by the movement of Jianglong Shiva stir-fry. Using internal force to cook dishes is simply not too comfortable. Kuang Yun didn't elaborate on the reason. Siakiro is naturally very interesting and will not break the casserole and ask the end. Thanks to the maid Rem for the 100 rewards, reminders and monthly tickets for the Undead, Mo Zion, Okjin Oak, and monthly tickets for Menfei's Flat Line. Chapter 42. Then come and taste it? Siakiro, who did not continue to ask questions, also picked up the chopsticks, then picked up a piece of cooked pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Soma and Zaiwai also started together, but as soon as the meat entered, the expressions of the three of them changed. With such a rich flavor, the control of fireworks is really incredible to the extreme. Among the people I have met, your mastery of fireworks is one of the best. It is incredible. Your age is obviously about the same as my son. Kuang Yun's cooking mind is controllable. Although his cooking mind is inherited, he can choose to teach or not teach. The cooking mind is the blessing of deliciousness on the one hand, and the characteristics on the other hand. His characteristic is inheritance. For Zaiwai and Soma, who are students, inheritance naturally plays a role. Both of them have been immersed in the illusion of inheritance and received special training in this cooking. Although she decided to let Zaiwai take the white case route, it didn't mean that she didn't dabble in other aspects. It's just a main line and a branch line. As for Soma, it is a practical all-round route. This is also the most suitable route for Soma. Siakiro was not a student, so naturally he could only taste delicious food, so only the other two accepted the inheritance. But Siakiro tasted something else in it. I'm not surprised to be seen by you, but you said that my mastery of firework is the best one you have ever seen. Is it a bit too much? Kuang Yun asked speechlessly. According to his understanding of Siakiro, it shouldn't be the right thing to say such a thing. If he said it, then it must be true. No, I have never experienced it at all. Your mastery of firework is indeed one of the best I have ever seen. This is also something I find incredible. No matter how talented you are, you shouldn't do it at this age. One step is right. Siakiro was also puzzled. Seeing Siakiro like this, Kuang-yun couldn't help but think of a character who would only appear in the later period, and he was just a morning sun. Relying on his superpowers, he directly crushed Siakiro, who has not been compared with this, otherwise it would not be as difficult to understand as it is now. In this world, there are always people who open the hook. In fact, Kuang-yun also knows that he is indeed very strong in fire engineering, at least much stronger than other methods. On the one hand, because of internal force, under the blessing of internal force, the control of the fireworks can reach a very precise level, and the second is that the tricks such as Zhonglong Shiba-Chao also have a very strong control over the fireworks. Finally, it comes from the experience of that special chef, which contains some knowledge about the essence of firework. It's just that Kuang-yun is just getting started with the blessings of many aspects. The essence of pyrotechnics is different from ordinary pyrotechnics. This kind of pyrotechnics is called the ultimate pyrotechnics, and can even use flames as a plaything in his hands. It's just that Kuang-yun has just started, but Kuang-yun didn't expect that this pyrotechnic spirit would be called by Siakiro when he just started. It's one of the best. From this point of view, the cooking world of this world is indeed too far behind the Little Master world. Although the Little Master world is also a very powerful trick, the real top chefs are basically proficient in the essence of firework. Only Xiaodong Jia and Yakan can enter the ultimate realm of the essence of firework. Kuang-yun didn't expect that when he first started, he was about to reach the top of the world and control it. Although it is only one aspect of fireworks, other aspects will happen sooner or later. You have reached an exceptional level, right? Siakiro suddenly asked again. Out of the box? What's out of the box? Kuang-yun was a little bewildered by Siakiro's question. Why did he break the rules? That's right, you shouldn't be clear about it, you should have known some chef-level assessments of WGO. The so-called exceptional level is just one of our statements. Reaching this level means that the so-called chef-level assessment is completely useless, and the most special mark of this level is a kind of artistic conception. Some are similar to the spiritual genre, you should be able to feel it. After all, you have reached an exceptional level. Under Siakiro's explanation, Kuang-yun finally figured it out. What kind of exceptional level refers to the level of a super chef? As for the so-called mentality of the genre, that is, the heart of the cook. It's just that in this world, the cooking level has not formed a perfect system, only before the special chef. When Kuang-yun searched on the internet before, he only found a few words, and now Siakiro finally gave it to science. According to what you said, it should be considered an exceptional level. Kuang-yun nodded and understood the hierarchy of the world. As expected, no one said that he really couldn't find a clue when he caught the blind. It's incredible. You are the youngest person I have ever seen to reach this level. The record was broken by you. Soma is lucky enough to find a teacher like you. Siakiro said with some emotion. Chapter 43. Are you lucky? Maybe. So Senior Siakiro, should you pay attention to your side first? Regarding Siakiro's words, Kuang-yun was uncomfortable. He was purposeful. Soma was lucky to meet him. This is true. After all, Soma has a faster ascension speed here than the original, and he also got a kitchen knife like the 7-star sword. But is it not Kuang-yun's luck? After all, many things in his hands are obtained by students. After listening to Kuang-yun's words, Siakiro also directly focused on his cooking. As for Kuang-yun's cooking, he has already tasted it, and left the rest for the other two little guys. Soon, the cooking was finished by Soma and Zaiwai. They also woke up from the illusion and mastered the cooking. No matter how many times I have experienced it, I feel that this kind of inherited cooking heart is so powerful, and every time I can get a lot of gains. Soma has experienced many more inheritance times than Zayawai, but he can get a lot of gains every time, regardless of his experience and skills. Kuangyun's inheritance of the heart of the kitchen has taught everything that Kuangyun knows and needs to be taught in this illusion of inheritance of the heart of the kitchen. It is equivalent to a perfect teacher, saving Kuangyun a lot of effort. Since you two are awake, hurry up and cook your cooking. Besides, Soma, you should also look at your dad's true strength. After Kuangyun finished speaking, he drove the two back, and then continued to wait for them to finish their cooking. During this period, Kuangyun's nose was always working. The worst of them should be Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui's strength is not weaker than Soma. However, Soma has been studying here much longer than Xiao Hui, which widened the gap. As for Siakairo, Kuangyun discovered that what he made was not just curry, but also put cream in it. Among the three, Soma was the first to complete the raw pork belly that Kuangyun taught him before it was made, but unfortunately the only person who tasted it was Kuangyun. Siakairo and Zayawai's work can no longer be put down halfway, but fortunately, the time is not very long. Siakairo made it last. Zayawai made fried dumplings with pork and green onions. Although it is a very common dumpling, the dough is very chewy because of the use of steel rods to knead the noodles. It's not like rolling the noodles by hand, it's more like pressing it out with a machine, but it has a bit more flexibility than the one pressed out by a machine. I have to say that a steel rod is indeed very powerful. Butter curry chicken? Sure enough, things on the YD side are really weird. Seeing Siakairo's cooking, Kuangyun was a little speechless. This is the cuisine from that country of curry. Although it seems that the appearance is indeed a little worse, Kuangyun's sense of smell has told him that the taste of this dish is definitely not bad. Well, the dish is learned by YD, to be honest, they really like to use some weird ingredients to cook, but this is not pure YD style cooking, and some techniques from other countries have been added, but the taste is also surprisingly not bad, plus some of my remodeling techniques. This Yukihiro modified version of butter curry chicken was born. As soon as Siakairo talked about the origin of the cooking and some of the transformation ideas he had added, his tone began to get faster. It can be seen that it makes sense that Siakairo likes to travel. When he talks about such things, he starts to get excited. If it weren't for Soma's mother, this one might really be the prodigal son of the prodigal. Then come often, I should be thankful that this dish was tasted in your hands, not in that country. Kuangyun spit out and started tasting. To this, Siakairo nodded in agreement. To be honest, when he first went to that country, he ate something that shouldn't be eaten, so he pulled it for a long time. Abdomen. However, he was also fortunate that he only had diarrhea instead of going directly to the hospital. Sure enough, ordinary people who went to this country really couldn't eat indiscriminately. This mellow creamy taste seems to have nothing to do with this dish, but it is perfectly integrated into the cuisine. The sweetness is not very strong, but it enhances the taste of curry from the other side. The combination of onions and green peppers and carrots enhances the flavor, but these are not the point. Kuangyun made his own evaluation after tasting the dishes. Of course, the key lies in the two artistic conceptions. Two kinds of moods, that is to say, Siakairo's product gave birth to two kinds of cooking hearts. One is Siakairo's Shura cooking hearts. This is the cooking heart that Siakairo has tempered a long time ago, and the other is the cooking heart that is completely opposite to Shura, full of gentle guarding cooking heart. Not surprisingly, Siakairo should be the heart of the kitchen born after meeting Yukihira Tamako. The completely opposite, irrelevant heart of the kitchen appeared on a person. It can be seen how much Yukihira Tamako has changed Siakairo. Siakairo even changed his surname along with it. You must know that he has no parentage and is completely different from Azumi Nakiri. Chapter 44. Two moods are indeed very rare, but Siakairo Senpai, You never thought about combining the two moods. In this case, although the taste of the cooking is very good, the moods are in conflict, and the quality of your cooking is even lowered. It's a level, but even if it's lowered a level, I have lost this time informally. Kwang-yoon could see that Seokiro had done his best for this dish, but because of the conflicting cooking spirit, the quality had been lowered, which restricted his full power. Maybe I'll hold on for the last time. When Seokiro talked about this topic, his face dimmed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Because the heart of cooking was born in Yukihira Tomoko, so because of nostalgia, you even deliberately not blend the heart of cooking. Kwang-yoon also has his own guesses in his heart. Seokiro loves Yukihira Tomoko deeply, and this cooking heart is also born because of the other party. Once the cooking heart is merged, Seokiro can undoubtedly move to a higher level. But Seokiro felt that he would give up thinking about Yukihira Tomoko because of this, so he just didn't do it. To tell the truth, this kind of thinking is a bit of a horn, fusing the two cooking minds, not completely abandoning Yukihira Tomoko, and changing the idea, which actually makes the two inseparable. But Seokiro didn't think so, and Kwang-yoon didn't try to persuade him. Since Seokiro has his own persistence, he doesn't need others to talk nonsense. Maybe he just wants to open it up, but he doesn't know what to wait. It's time. Dad, you've been playing tricks on me before, haven't you? Never done your best, right? Soon after being immersed in the illusion, Soma also awoke, but the first thing after waking up was to yell at his father. Ha 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 ha, your kid wants me to use all my strength, it's too early, your level is too bad. Facing his son, Seokiro once again returned to that unreliable daddy form, and began to fight each other with Soma. How is it? Seokiro-san's cooking is very good, right? After Zayawai woke up, Kwang-yoon asked a little funny, Seokiro, under his full strength, the dishes he made had a tremendous impact on Zayawai and Soma. At first, I almost thought I was dead. I felt like seeing Hell Shura, but later I discovered that Senior Seokiro was also a very kind person. Zayawai had some lingering fears at first, but after that, the expression came and went quickly. After all, it is Shura Seokiro, but Zayawai, your cooking has already given birth to the prototype of artistic conception. At this point, you are even one step ahead of Soma. Kwang-yoon said that after tasting Zayawai's cooking, there will be a feeling of wanting to relax and a warm feeling of returning to his hometown. This is the embryonic form of Zayawai's artistic conception. At this point, Zayawai had already gone farther than the others, but she didn't feel it anymore. Zayawai pointed to herself in an incredible way and asked, she couldn't believe that she actually understood the so-called prototype of artistic conception. Soma, who heard this, also widened his eyes. You must know that he really doesn't understand anything. This kind of spiritual theory is not so simple to understand. How many top chefs are stuck at this point and won't be able to deposit in the end? Speaking of this, I also remembered, because the prototype of the artistic conception is too weak, I thought it was an illusion, you also sensed it, which shows that she is indeed the prototype of the awakened artistic conception. Soma, you have been surpassed. The gap in skills can be smoothed out by time, but once the artistic conception is stuck, it is a lifetime matter. You have to work hard. Seokiro sighed while attacking his son. Sure enough, there is a reason for Soma's thick-skinned face. It is strange that Soma's cheeks are not thick-skinned when he grew up in an environment where Seokiro's 3 words are not separated from the attack. Damn it, don't underestimate me, the mere artistic conception, sooner or later you will understand it. Soma was irritated by her father, and began to speak harshly. Although it sounds ruthless, Kwang-yoon also knows that it is indeed a matter of time before the heart of this product is born. What's the matter, Zayawai? We are both recognized, are you still skeptical? Kwang-yoon asked, looking at Zayawai, who still had a self-doubt expression on her face. Ah, I, I just think it's incredible. Obviously I have always been behind the crane in the school. Zayawai has experienced too many blows in school, resulting in a very low self-esteem in terms of personality. Suddenly someone said that she is a genius, and she is not used to it. The tale of the crane? Is the quality of Totsuki's students so high? Soma asked with some confusion. Zayawai's strength is not bad. If Zayawai is the tail of the crane, how strong will Totsuki be? Don't think too much about Soma. The reason why she is the tail of the crane in Totsuki is probably because of her character. Otherwise, at her level, it would be very easy to get to the upper middle class. Siakiro shook his head. He was also a veteran, and he could tell what was wrong with Zayawai's body at a glance. Chapter 45. Yes, every time there is an exam question, it will be messed up by being too nervous. Zayawai was also very embarrassed to say the reason why she was the tail of the crane. Are there any mistakes? Even if you have the strength, you will mess it up for this reason. The corners of Soma's mouth were constantly twitching, which was really incomprehensible, because the two people met for a few days, and he didn't know what was going on with Zayawai. Although he was easily nervous when he looked at it, there was no such thing as a mess. So Soma didn't know that Zayawai would mess up a lot of things because of nervousness. Now that he knows it, it feels incredible. After all, one of them has a thicker skin than the city wall, and the other one is thinner than cicada's wings. It's not a good thing to let it go. A good seed should not be buried because of this kind of thing. Siakiro also spoke. Although Zayawai was dropped out of school by accident, Zayawai's E-level evaluations have accumulated to a certain extent. Even if no one is black, Zayawai will be dropped out sooner or later. Of course this kind of problem has to be dealt with. I have already figured out how to do it. Kuang-yun looked at Zayawai with a smile. For Zayawai's character, she must be forced to change it. Violent poison therapy is much better than ordinary methods. The reason why Zayawai's original work was dealt with by Soma was because at the last moment of desperation, it was reversed by Soma. But now that Zayawai has become his student, he has lost such a critical moment, so if you want to correct Zayawai's character, you must use fierce poison therapy. Old teacher, yes, what is the method? Zayawai was taken aback by Kuang-yun's appearance, always feeling that it would not be a good thing. It's very simple. My house used to open a restaurant, but I didn't continue to open it. When I took care of Izan's affairs, I would let you become the chef. By the way, I have already asked someone to remodel the kitchen. The guests are you can see the kitchen directly. When the time comes, don't drop the chain casually. Kuang-yun's smile became stronger, but Zayawai was dizzy, as if she was stunned by thunder. Oh, this method seems to be very good. If you mess up with a customer, it's not just a two-sentence rebuke, it can even cause reputational loss and economic loss. Little girl, it seems that your teacher has done a lot of work for you, so don't let down his trust. Siakiro immediately understood after listening to it, using this method to stimulate Zayawai, so that she forced her to not be nervous, and when she got used to it, this emotion would no longer exist. Cowardice is not formed in a day or two, it is formed by the environment, and in the same way, the environment can be used to make changes. This is the best method I can think of right now. In addition, Soma, you have other tasks, and your cooking skills are also good. I will give you a new task. You know about my partners, right? The task I gave you is very simple. Give me 5 partners in 1 month. Remember, it can only be the kind that is in trouble. Help they get out of trouble and become our collaborators. It's that simple. Kuang-yun also gave Soma a task. This was not a task given by the system, but given by him. Soma now needs actual combat, a lot of actual combat to accumulate experience. This kind of task of helping a distressed shop is to hone his cooking skills and accumulate experience, and the other is to allow Kwang Yun to accumulate more capital. Although he is not short of money now, maybe in the future, if there are more students, then the expenses will also become more. Anyway, it doesn't hurt. As for Soma, wishing to go out and do something, he immediately agreed. Teacher, I can't do it. Xiaohuai's appearance is a nervousness, and she has made up the picture herself, and she can hardly imagine what she will become in that kind of scene. Why not? I also learned something about you from your mother. You have learned the hanging method and performed in front of guests. You can do this kind of thing. Why can't you take over the restaurant? Kwang Yun was stunned to ask Xiaohuai directly. Xiaohuai also opened a restaurant at home, and one of the methods used to attract customers was to perform hanging and cutting methods. However, because of physical problems, Xiaohuai's grandfather couldn't hold it anymore, so Xiaohuai found someone to learn the hanging method. But Xiaohuai is not as timid as she is now, all because of the responsibilities on her shoulders. So now let Xiaohuai go to open the restaurant, and the responsibility of the restaurant is on her shoulders. Xiaohuai will naturally do well. She will choose to force herself to break this nervous emotional control. Perhaps it was also because of thinking of her past, Xiaohuai's expression soon became determined, and it seemed that she was determined. The matter of Xiaohuai was temporarily settled, and several people began to chat about other things. Gradually, the topic directly deviated from the dark cuisine, and even the two father and son moved out the dark cuisine they treasured. Chapter 46. When it comes to dark dishes, Kwang Yun is also interested. After all, he is still very interested in dark dishes, let alone Siakairo and his son. One dared to take out dark dishes in the halberd competition, and so did the other. Carry. Grilled squid with peanut butter and honey? Is this a dark dish? And Siakairo senpai, you are also someone who dares to put dark dishes on the halberd competition, so you are better than Soma. Let me say that you are all too low-end in dark cuisine. Kwang Yun's expression became disdainful after seeing the dark dishes they brought out. Really? Then what do you mean by dark cuisine? Siakairo was immediately dissatisfied, and so did Soma. This is the finished product that he has studied for a long time. At first glance, you didn't really understand the powerful dark cuisine. Unfortunately, the materials here are not enough, otherwise I can get some of them for you. Have you ever tried the watermelon cold noodle popsicles? Or the chocolate popsicles? Kwang Yun said that when it comes to dark cuisine, he has made a lot of the strange things on the internet before. Watermelon. Cold spirit. Instant noodles. Chocolate popsicles. Including Xiaohuai, the three of them were frantically replenishing this picture, and none of them was a weird thing. But once it's put together, it's terrible. Think about it carefully. Empty out half of the watermelon, put it in hot water, pour some cold spirits, fill the instant noodles, and finally insert a chocolate popsicle. Thinking of this kind of picture, the three of them couldn't help but fought a cold war, a bit of chills. Heh, you deserve to be a teacher, you can even think of this kind of thing, it's horrible. Even Soma, who has always been full of evil and fun, can't hold it. I didn't make this, but the guys on the network of the flower planting house next door made it. By the way, this is actually nothing. There are also fried cockroaches, black fungus and lean pumpkin porridge, apple steamed egg, braised glutinous rice balls, chocolate eggplant, mooncake stewed oranges. Of course, I think the most beautiful you must count the hairy eggs. Kwang Yun said some things he knew. In fact, there are more disgusting things, but he thinks it's better not to say it, it's too much. I can understand everything else, but what is a hairy egg? Soma and Xiaohuai are both question marks at the same time. At this moment, Xiaohuai is trembling all over. It is obvious that this topic is beyond her understanding. Whenever she thinks of the smell of these things, her face pales for a while. But when it comes to midden, they obviously can't understand it. Mao Dan, it was really hard to understand when I first encountered this thing. I remember that Ma Dan has another name called Tamako. When Siakairo talked about midden, his expression also changed. It was obvious that he had also heard of this thing. So what the hell is this? You guys should make it clear. Listening to Kuang-yun and Siakairo's words, Soma is crazy. Even Zaiwai, who is already pale, is a little curious. Although she is afraid of these things, everyone has curiosity, and she is no exception. The so-called hairy eggs, to put it bluntly, are eggs that have begun to develop. The inside of the eggs has been clearly formed, the head and the wings, and there are many ways to do it, and they are divided into live births and stillbirths. Although this kind of food is eaten, you'd better not eat it. Although it does have certain nutrients, it is obviously more harmful, and I don't think you want to eat it. Kuang-yun explained a bit disgustingly. He didn't understand why there are such things as hairy eggs, and what he had learned on the internet in the past was not only about hairy eggs. He can understand both preserved eggs and salted duck eggs, but there is no exaggeration about hairy eggs and boiled eggs with boy urine. Boy peeing and boiled eggs, he felt his scalp numb after thinking about it. However, many of this disgusting food in this world does not exist, including some of the most famous dark dishes in this country, which is simply incomprehensible, but fortunately, this kind of thing does not exist in this world. Vomit. As soon as she finished speaking, Zaiwai covered her mouth and ran out. It is estimated that her brain had filled up the scene. Soma is a little better, but his face is extremely ugly at the moment, and it seems that it is difficult for him to understand this kind of thing. Anyway, as long as you are a normal person, you will find it difficult to understand, no matter how delicious this thing is, no matter how delicious it is still quite suitable for them. Okay, skip this topic for now. I admit that you still have a good understanding of the dark cooking world, not to mention the hairy eggs, other things are dark enough. Siakairo also exposed this topic, dark cooking, or something. He really doesn't know as much about these strange dishes as Kuang-yun knows. This also made Siakairo sigh that he still has a long way to go on the road of dark cooking. Thanks to Jiangnan GJH for reminder and monthly ticket, Chin Xin's monthly ticket. Chapter 47. After almost half an hour, the crowd dispersed and went back to their respective rooms. Zaiwai's face was still pale when she left, and her legs were trembling constantly. It can be seen how much impact these things have on her today. I guess she will have a nightmare tonight. After returning to the room, Kuang-yun called out the system and checked the reward for accepting Mimasaka Suburu as a student. Sure enough, Mimasaka Suburu is a bit worse than Soma and Zaiwai in the plot, and this reward has also dropped by 1 level. Kuang-yun looked at the reward in front of him. When Soma and Zaiwai were accepted, the multiplier was about the same, but at Mimasaka Suburu, the multiplier was only 5 times. Although it was also fast, it was not as good as Soma and Zaiwai. In addition, there was no reward for the development of potions for the Super 5 senses, and a 100-point kitchen knife, a visual enhancement potion, was given. The better thing is the visual enhancement medicine, but it has not reached the level of supervision, which is only 1/5 of supervision. This should be for Mimasaka Suburu to develop his tracking ability. Mimasaka Subaru's tracking ability itself is very powerful. If it is matched with good vision, it is indeed a very useful ability. This kind of vision can not only look far, but also observe some very subtle changes and analyze them. But compared to the Super 5 senses, it is still a grade, and the Super 5 senses are really scary. In general, although it has been lowered by 1 level, it is still acceptable. This visual enhancement potion can also be superimposed and improved with the supervision in the future. In short, it is definitely a profit for Kuang-yun, but it is more or less. The problem. I didn't think too much, Kuang-yun directly drank the visual enhancement potion. The vision was indeed developed a bit, but compared to the previous Super 5 sense enhancements, it was a bit worse. Although the gain is not as great as before, it is still a gain. It seems that it is not very useful for ordinary students to collect in, at most they can harvest a wave of tatters. Originally, Kuang-yun planned to enroll a large number of students, but when I saw Mimasaka Subaru, it was downgraded by 1 level. It is estimated that the average long-term student would have to be 1 or 2 levels again, which is basically no more. This also made Kuang-yun only have to deal with the people who have names and surnames in the original work. Before, he planned to recruit students for accommodation and training, but now it seems that it is not working, and he can only dig a little bit slowly. Of course, this is also Kuang-yun's current guess. As for whether strong people will get some good rewards, it is completely unclear. I haven't tried it. For the time being, I only know that it's the plot, but other conditions can't be complete before I've tried it. Negative. After counting the harvest, Kuang-yun went to bed. When Mimasaka Subaru came and handed it to him, Kuang-yun had to deal with the whole roasted pig. Although the ingredients are good, this whole roasted pig is small. Trouble. In this way, one night passed, and early the next morning, Kuang-yun hadn't waited for Mimasaka Subaru to come, and ended up waiting for the people from the food bureau. This guy Rui-shan is really anxious. Just 3 days later, he can't wait to give the head away. Kuang-yun was a little speechless, and after a glance at the halberd agreement, he signed it directly. Totsuki's Elite 10 guy, although it is not bad, but compared to the extraordinary level of you, it's not a little bit worse. This halberd agreement is signed, and he will work for you for the rest of his life. Everyone got up because the people from the Food Halberd Bureau came to the door, but Ziyawai had 2 big dark circles under her eyes. It seemed that the decision last night and the statement about dark cooking did not give her a good rest. The halberd was fixed for 3 days. As for the problem, Ruishan chose chicken. Kuang-yun didn't care about this. With his cooking knowledge, any cooking can be easily controlled. 2 hours after the people from the Food Halberd Bureau left, Mimasaka Subaru also came, and there was a delay in handling matters at school. Since you became my student, then these things are for you, remember, don't just say it. Kuang-yun gave the things to Mimasaka Subaru and explained the role of the things. These things were directly given out so simply because Soma, since he became Soma's younger brother, the probability of betrayal is infinitely close to 0. Your tracking ability is very good, but remember not to rely too much on it. This ability is at best a support. Kuang-yun educates Mimasaka Subaru by the way. He has a good talent and can make him know his opponents, but he also needs his own efforts to win all battles, instead of relying on his ability blindly. Throwing Mimasaka Subaru to Soma, then Kuang-yun left. Now he is going to deal with the roasting of the whole pig. He can't wait to taste the taste of this pig. The only pity is that the system does not have a portable space or the like, and I don't know when it will be rewarded. The place Kuang-yun has been found a long time ago. There are forests and no humans around, so there is no need to worry that the whole roasted pig will be exposed. It's better not to let people know about this kind of strange food. After all, it's too strange. The meat on the back of a living pig has been cooked, and it's no problem for this huge body to be a monster. Chapter 48. System, receive roasted whole pigs. Kuang-yun received the roasted whole pig directly after he was ready, and then a huge wild boar with a height of 3 meters and a length of 4 meters, exuding the smell of barbecue, appeared in the clearing. The moment the whole roasted pig appeared, Kuang-yun had already taken action. 10 years of internal force combined with the 18 palms of the dragon, and a dragon chant, his palm slapped on the forehead of the whole roasted pig, and his power directly bombarded the head of the whole roasted pig. The brain. In the blink of an eye, dozens of palms blasted out, and the brain of the whole roasted pig was shaken into a paste by the force. The poor roasted whole pig hadn't realized what was going on, and he was slapped to death. It can be said that he was wronged. But this is also impossible. The whole roasted pig must be killed in the first time, otherwise once the opponent is angered, the roasted meat on the back will be directly burnt. Although the whole roasted pig has other parts to eat, it is true the essence is on the barbecue on the back. That's why Kuang Yun aimed directly at the opponent's head, and shattered the opponent's brain before the opponent did not react at all, so that there was no need to worry about the barbecue being burnt. Tisk tusk, even if you know the characteristics of this thing, it is still amazing when it really appears in front of you. Kuang Yun looked at the roasting meat that was still exuding heat. The meat on the pig's back was cooked, but he didn't feel any pain. It can only be said that it is indeed the ingredients of the captive world of gourmet food, and there are really all kinds of weird things. Kuang Yun tried to cut off a piece of grilled meat, and it was indeed cooked, and the gravy came out directly after the knife was cut up. This is also what makes Kuang Yun feel incredible. The sharpness of this ever-changing 7-star knife in his hand is not low, but even so, there is no guarantee that the gravy in the barbecue can be perfectly preserved. It's no wonder that kitchen knives in the captive world of gourmet food are known for their sharpness, and they can even be easily opened up. The gravy in this piece of barbecue is much stronger than those so-called premium barbecues. I don't know if they are not sharp enough. It is really difficult to deal with. Cut off a piece of meat, Kuang Yun stuffed it directly into his mouth, and he couldn't wait to taste this delicacy. As soon as the meat enters, with the bite of the teeth, the meat is like a bomb, and a huge gravy is directly fried out, but it does not burn the mouth, on the contrary, it is extremely delicious. For a while, Kuang Yun couldn't help being immersed in this delicacy. It is a low-level ingredient in the captive world of gourmet food, but in this world, it appears extremely high-level. Sure enough, this is the gap between the fantasy world and the normal world. Even if this world has supernatural powers, it cannot be compared with it. Belch. Soon, a piece of barbecue was eaten by Kuang Yun, but after eating about 10 pieces, he couldn't eat it anymore. These 10 yuan was because he had cultivated the 18 palms of Zhonglong and reformed his body, and his qi and blood were stronger than ordinary people. But these 10 pieces of barbecue, not even a row of barbecued meat on the whole roasted pig, this pig is really too big. It would be great if there were food cells, this pig will probably have its teeth stuffed. To be honest, Kuang Yun thought he was not a foodie, but now, he has been beaten in the face, and he can't hold it anymore, but he still can't help but want to eat. This is the temptation of food. But now he really can't eat anymore, and he panicked. And now is not the time to eat, this pig still needs to be processed. Even if the barbecue only has those on the back, the other parts are definitely not comparable to ordinary pork. After resting for half an hour and digesting part of the meat, Kuang Yun began to decompose the whole roasted pig in front of him. Fortunately, he brought a lot of opaque oilcloth and some bags when he came. Kuang Yun was filled with a few large bags full of pig blood alone. The other parts, including the internal organs, were completely decomposed after Kuang Yun was completely broken in more than an hour. The meat was wrapped in tarp, otherwise the size would reach more than 1 meter. The huge pig's head is a huge trouble. After packing, I was sure I couldn't see what it was. Kuang Yun called and found a large truck. After the truck arrived, the driver was also attracted by the rich fragrance, thinking that Kuang Yun was having a picnic here. Kuang Yun didn't let the driver do anything, but moved it in by himself and went all the way back to the manor. Fortunately, in the manor, Kuang Yun has prepared the cold storage in advance, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Teacher, what are we moving? Soma, Mimasaka Subaru, and even Zaiwai are helping to move things. They are people Kuang Yun can trust. Besides Mimasaka Subaru, everyone else has strengthened their bodies. Physical activity is not a problem at all. As for Mimasaka Subaru, the 5 big and 3 rough ones have no strength. Weak. As for Siakiro, he has already left. For this prodigal son, if he is sure that his son is okay, there is no need to stay here anymore. Soon, the things were moved to the cold storage. After Kuang-yun put down the last big pig's head, Soma and others curiously asked, "These things are heavy, and they give off a tempting fragrance when they are moved. Hell if you are not curious." Chapter 49. Curious? Then let you see it. Kuang-yun lifted the oilcloth wrapped in the huge pig's head, and a pig head nearly the size of a person appeared in front of everyone. Although he was dead, the hideous appearance still shocked several people. Monster! The timidest Zaiwai was directly frightened out of a dolphin scream, and sat down on the ground. Soma was also frightened and almost fell. Mimasaka Subaru was a little better, but her feet were shaking. This pig head, the impact is too great. Zaiwai, calm down, this is a pig, and it's a dead pig, you know. Kuang-yun was also surprised by Zaiwai's dolphin sound. To be honest, the real shocks are usually scary. The same goes for watching horror movies. I was scared when I saw a horror scene, but it wouldn't happen. When someone yelled at me, I would basically be shocked. I guess the same is true for Soma and Mimasaka Subaru. Dead pig. Finally stopped the screaming Zaiwai and realized that this was a huge pig's head, not a huge monster. It turned out to be a pig, but this pig is a bit too big, right? The biggest pig in the world is definitely not that big. Looking at the huge pig head in front of him, several people are cooks, and they still have some understanding. Judging from the size of the pig head, the size of the pig has far exceeded their understanding. Don't make a fuss, this is a special variety, not everyone can eat it. As Kuang-yun was talking, he untied all the other oilcloths, and suddenly the same huge boar body parts appeared in front of everyone. Pig blood needs to be processed as soon as possible. As for the others, I'll talk about it later. Kuang-yun finished talking and asked a few people to leave with big bags full of pig blood. It stands to reason that the blood that has been killed for a while should be almost solidified, but the blood of the whole roasted pig is not there. It's like pig blood just obtained from slaughter. The other 3 glanced at each other and quickly carried the pig blood out. After that, Kuang-yun took a large amount of tofu and some meat, then poured a part of the blood directly into it and stirred quickly. He intends to make a part of pig blood into blood tofu. Such blood tofu must taste quite good. This is also the home-cooked dish in Kuang-yun's memory, and this kind of thing is usually cooked during the Hyuxia New Year period. Although it is usually okay, the lack of the flavor of the New Year is like a lack of flavor. But now this pig blood obviously cannot be put on hold for a long time, so most of the pig blood is used to make blood tofu. In the end, hundreds of them were made. The maids in the house ran back and forth to move the blood tofu out to expose to the sun. A lot of blood tofu, when do you have to eat it? Looking at the dense blood tofu outside, several people felt that their scalp was tingling. The blood tofu is made to facilitate preservation. When it is almost dried, you can take some to your family and store the rest. By the way, don't froze. Come and help me get rid of the remaining pig blood. Can't be wasted. Kuang-yun returned to the kitchen again after speaking. The quality of pig blood has begun to decline, so he must do it as soon as possible. This is Kuang-yun's turn to show off his power. Tonight, he plans to make a feast of pig blood, and he can't waste the pig blood. Although, it's a bit of a supplement. There are actually many pork blood dishes: braised pork blood, leek pork blood soup, green onion fried pork blood rice, hairy blood, sauerkraut fried pig blood stuffy chicken offal, cold mixed raw pig blood. These are all methods of pig blood, but the last one cannot be eaten indiscriminately. Because it is a cold salad, pig blood is not heated, which will lead to the growth of bacteria, parasites, etc., so it is not a good choice. The body temperature of this whole roasted pig is also exaggerated, and there are no strange things in the blood, so it is also good to get it cold. This is also the magical part of this pig. It is obvious that the temperature in the body is so high, but the pig blood is still flowing continuously. Perhaps this is the reason why the pig blood is not directly coagulated. It's not too special to deal with now. Soon, in the hands of Kuang Yun, a series of pork blood dishes were released. Although there is basically no blessing in the recipe, the blessing with brilliance and the taste of the pig blood itself can make these dishes extremely delicious. The three people who attacked each other were looking forward to it, and the fragrance alone had completely captured them. Well, you guys, just lift the cover, but it's a pity that Senior Siakiro left at an untimely time. He can't taste this kind of delicacy. Kuang Yun shook his head, but in fact, it's okay, at least all he knows now is his own. One by one, the covers were lifted, and the rays of light bloomed, and the colorful rays of light enveloped the entire hall, like a rainbow fairyland. Chapter 50. Light. What is going on? Why does it shine? Mimasaka Subaru, who didn't know the methods of Kuang Yun, couldn't be as calm as the others, and was shocked at this moment. Fortunately, Soma explained it to him immediately, but after listening to Mimasaka Subaru, he was also a little dazed. It was the first time he heard about the power. As far as the ability is concerned, it is actually not too much of a secret, and you can find it if you check it carefully. It's just that there are too few people with abilities, which makes the news seem to be blocked. Furthermore, people who haven't seen it in person will probably not directly believe that there are abilities in this world, at most as special talent. All of them are pork blood dishes from the flower growers. I haven't heard of many of them. Soma looked at the pork blood dishes on this table with some excitement. This is normal. These people don't know much about the cooking of flower growers. The only thing they know a little bit is juwoseaji, but in the end they still don't know what it is. This pork blood rice tastes really good. Although it looks weird, it adds a strong fragrance to the rice. There is no bloody smell at all, only the mellow flavor is left. There is also this pork blood soup, it will be warm after drinking it. The texture and taste of cold pork blood is also very good. I didn't expect that I would have a day of raw blood. The pig blood dishes have been recognized by everyone. The whole roasted pig blood itself is a special ingredient, coupled with Kuang Yun's cooking techniques and brilliant purification. This taste is something they have not tasted at all. However, Kuang Yun also talked to them about cold pork blood. Normal pig blood should not be used to do this, otherwise it will be delicious, but after eating it, you may suffer. Health is the most important thing. Most of the pork blood dishes on this table were shared by Kuang Yun, Zaiwai, and Soma. After eating, the faces of the three were a little red. You must know that pig blood itself is a great tonic. Tonic, naturally changed. Fortunately, the bodies of the three of them are strengthened. Zaiwai and Soma eat much less than Kuang Yun, so they can hold it. After all, their blood and chi are surpassing normal people. However, Mimasaka Subaru suffered more. After eating this meal, I was surprised to have a nosebleed. Even though others are big and thick, but after so much pig blood is eaten, it is still roasted whole pig blood, which is too much to make up. Mimasaka Subaru, it is recommended that you exercise more after going back to school today, otherwise you may have difficulty falling asleep. Seeing Mimasaka Subaru's appearance, Kuang Yun is also a little funny. It's okay to make up too much. It can only be said that special ingredients are special ingredients. The focus of this roasted whole pig is on the barbecue. As a result, this pig blood also makes Mimasaka Subaru become like this. I know the teacher, but I think it's hard to fall asleep tonight even in sports. Mimasaka Subaru's nostrils were plugged with toilet paper at the moment, and he felt a sense of joy. Mimasaka Subaru, who has not been strengthened, will usher in a difficult night. It looks like I must also take a cold shower, this meal is too supplementary. Soma was also uncomfortable, Zaiwai ate less than him, but still blushed. People cleaned up the endgame, and everyone dispersed. Mimasaka Subaru went back to school, Soma and Zaiwai went back to the room. As for Kuang-yun, he went to the backyard to beat his dragon. Refining with the 18 palms of Zhonglong is the best digestion method. Today, he has eaten a lot of tonic things and needs to digest them as soon as possible. It took several hours for Kuang-yun to digest the nutrients in his body. As a result, he found that his internal strength had increased a lot, dozens of times as much as usual. It was indeed a need for poor culture, rich martial arts, and martial arts. The items of the big supplement are true and not fake at all. Roasted whole pigs are now processed only by pig blood, and there are other meats. Kuang-yun does not plan to store it for a long time. This kind of good stuff should be eaten quickly. Since the system has given a reward, there will naturally be a second and a third time. Furthermore, even if it is frozen, it will cause the deliciousness of the meat to continue to disappear. He does not have the eternal spirit knife and the Garuten knife in his hands now, so he can't restore it to freshness. It's a dragon pot. Once fruition is done, not only will I get a job in the future, but I can also get a dragon pot, and use the dragon pot to cook these special meats. I don't know where the taste will reach, just think about it. Kuang-yun couldn't help drooling. Not to mention Kuang-yun, in Totsuki, Mimasaka Subaru at this moment is also uncomfortable, because everyone is almost asleep at night, and he is still running vigorously outside. And what makes him most desperate is that it seems that he won't be tired, this is too much to make up. It was not easy for him to want to empty the power in his body, and even Mimasaka Subaru discovered that others looked at him strangely before. He even heard that he was taking drugs. He swore that he really didn't take drugs. Who knew this pig blood was so powerful, he would have stopped taking so much.